Rachel. She's over there. And I've decided to title this stream in a way that might attract some new eyes to it. Normally I don't get quite so explicit in the titles about these kind of things, but in this instance, I figure it'll probably pay some dividends. Possibly. Who knows? Regardless, I have not eaten the mushrooms yet, but I'm going to very shortly. I did get back from getting them, though. So, there's that. Okay, put live chat on here. I got the baseball game on in the other half of the tab. Split tab view. Who's playing center field? That doesn't seem to be Denzel Clark. Oh, is it? Maybe it is, actually. Maybe it is. Okay, so let's go into the kitchen and have ourselves a disgusting snack. The most disgusting snack of all. Mushrooms. Alright, so these look pretty good. I got these from a different guy. But you can never really know for sure until after you eat them. Also, it's not been, it's only been 4 full days since I ate them last time. It's advisable you wait a little longer than that so I can eat a little bit more than an eighth. A little bit more than an eighth. How much more? Well, we'll find out. This is probably a quarter. Seems like a pretty big quarter. Is that like half a bag? It's really hard to tell. I guess I'll put a little bit more in. It's gonna be a while since I can take them again anyway. It's gonna be a while till I have out a little again. So fine. I'll put a little bit more in. That's fine. I'll take this amount. But that's definitely more than half. That's considerably more than half. But that's fine. Given the fact that I took them fairly recently, it's probably smart. So we're going to do the preparation phase now. And in the preparation phase, we prepare them for consumption to minimize their grossness. We use this hammer here. Break it up all nice and small. These ones seem to break up a little better than the last ones I had. That seems like a lot of mushrooms. Well, can't hurt. Hi, Casey Jones. Is this Big Rock Candy Mountain? That's one thing you might call it that, yeah. Really, is there any other kind of Candy Mountain? Okay. me rinse out these scissors here. Then I will get a bowl, put them in. This will be fine. All right, we're gonna put these in this bowl. We're gonna put a little bit of moisture on it. Make kind of a porridge here. Boy, that seems like a lot. Seems like quite a bit, but I think it's probably about the right amount. Okay, so let's get a spoon, move this around. Get it all moist. You're looking for somewhere between moist and damp. Okay. Ugh. I totally want to gag you smelling it. Hi there. Traden. How's it going? All right, here we go. We're going to take the first horrible spoonful. Okay, I've experienced worse things in my life. Okay. The time is 6:45. I made note of it this time. For a change. Okay. Spoon can go back. The bowl can go back. This can go in the trash. And this part can stay over there. So now we're doing that very universal experience we've all shared one way or another, one time or another. The experience of waiting for the drugs to take effect. Let's see if Winston's mom has an opinion on that. All right, well, it's still 0-0 where I am in the athletics game. And I still, as far as I know, I don't think the Athletics have even gotten a single hit yet. We are just going to chill. We're going to chillax our way into this mushroom trip. Hello, Romania. Not much, El Nitro. Welcome to America, namely California. extroverted TH. Extroverted TH what is how you spell extroverted sensing if you have a lisp. Extroverted sensing. Let's see. Yeah, Denzel Clark batting ninth. He's come up to bat here with 3 outs with 2 outs in the third inning. So that means that we haven't gotten a hit yet, or we hit into a double play. I don't remember seeing a hit. Denzel Clark, that is not a strike. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You don't need to challenge that. It was pretty close, actually. Probably would have lost the challenge. Severino, bottom of the third, gets the first batter to hit the ball at the shortstop. Two outs now in the bottom of the third here in Toronto. Here from Toronto. I'm currently in Toronto. In the sense that I'm watching the baseball game, which is being broadcast from Toronto. But since I'm your broadcaster for the baseball game, ergo I'm in Toronto. So the Yankees and Giants opened on Wednesday. A bunch of other teams played yesterday, but the Athletics didn't open until today. This is their first game. It's probably close to over at this point, but I am obviously behind in history. I'm not up to date with the current moment at actual time. So Severino into the windup, pops it up. Either Shea Langoliers or Severino is going to get it. It's Sevy who gets it. And that's going to take us to the top of the fourth inning with no score. The Athletics still tied with the Blue Jays on the back of pitching, which is not to be expected. Because, people have made various predictions for the Athletics this year. Consistently, the predictions have fallen along the lines of good hitting team, bad pitching. But you know what? I think our pitching is better than people think. Okay? We got Severino, who's starting today. We got Jacob Lopez, who did a great job last year, left-hander. We got a lot of good players on offense as well. But yeah, obviously pitching is not going to be our strength this year. Doesn't matter if we score more runs than the other guys. Don't. That boy Klaus, I'm behind history right now. I have most of the game yet to play out. I'm only in the fourth inning. It's 0-0 where I am. Well, I might as well fast forward at least until Toronto gets 2 runs. Oh. Well, we got a run now. Let's see. How did we get the run? Shea Langoliers hit a home run or what? Let me see. Yeah, we had to go out to get mushrooms, and so I put the game on pause while we were gone. But Shea Langoliers, I'm thinking, is about to hit a home run here. Not there. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, well, I would have been dialed in, except I had the time when I left the house based on when my Mushroom Connect called. So But that's unfortunate that we have. um, Bang. That's out of here. See you later. Nice job, Shay Langoliers.
Good job, Shay Langoliers.
No, don't spoil anything else yet. Okay, let me find out where they get their 2 runs from. Or you can tell me what inning they get their 2 runs in, so I can go past that inning. All right. Well, now it's okay. Now there's 2 runs, so it's only the bottom of the 5th inning. I'm gonna assume that those are the 2 runs. Let's see if there's an E now. Did they get an error on it? There's still no E, but that's not necessarily implied by terrible communication. Mandarin is another word for orange.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll see if the A's can come back here. We're down 2-1. It's the top of the 6th inning now, and we'll see if we can come back. We'll also see how these mushrooms work, well or poorly, you know. I would expect them to work pretty well because they're quite blue. I took them at 6:45. You know, figure 7:45 by then I should have a good sense of what kind of mushrooms we're looking at. Although sometimes they really sneak up on me and surprise me with some late hitters, you know. Toronto Blue Jays. You think you're so good just because you made the World Series. Well, not today, Satan. Today the Athletics are going to beat you. And everyone's going to celebrate and dance. Come on, Sodi. Let's go. Oh, wait, that's not Soderstrom. Who is that? I don't know this guy. McNeil. Oh, yeah, I watched a video on YouTube about the A's prospects this season. They mentioned us picking up journeyman, veteran journeyman McNeil. Uh, I think he's a fairly replaceable player. His WAR is always exactly 0. It's crazy how much that the Dodgers are paying more in luxury tax this year than half of the teams in MLB are paying in total salary. How crazy is that? Denzel Clark up to bat, light hitting center fielder, 0 for 1. Well, this is just his second at bat. We haven't done much offensively except for Shea Langoliers' home run. Oh, right. I wanted to try this weed. So, homie gave me a nug of weed, too. And I thought we could. You want to put some in your pipe or you want to pull it in the bottom?
No, I'll serve in my pipe.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we will see what happens here in this athletics game. I also would like to watch Sweet 16 games tonight, but I know like the Duke game, I'm sure it's over now.
Is it?
I'm sure, yeah. But I know there's late games on. If you start freaking out, we know the mushrooms are potent. I mean, if I start freaking out, well, I don't even know what that would mean because I never freak out on mushrooms. I mean, I might get unhinged a little bit, but I don't like freak out like bad trip freak out. So apparently the A's are going to play 2 games in Vegas this year.
Really?
Yeah, at a 10,000 seat stadium. They don't have their stadium done yet. Wow, that's good weed.
Can I try? I don't have a lighter.
Kurt's up to bat. Let's get a home run here. First we were off the hook, then off the chain. Then we were off the chisang. Then we were off the his hook. Next we're going to be off the pole, and then after that off the pizzle. Following that, we'll be off the his hook, chisang, and pizzle concurrently. Hi, Alex, hold fast.
Alex, hold fast.
Kurt hits it out of play. The count remains 1 and 2. Let's go, Kurtzy. I smell a 2-strike home run here. Smells like home run to me.
Yeah.
We could use it to tie it up, that's for sure. Bang! Oh, good contact, but just an out. All right, we're going to skip ahead. All right, well, that was a good half inning by the relief pitcher, whoever it was. I don't know who we put in. Ferguson? Is that who that is? Regardless of who it is, he did a good job. I was trying to fast forward to that half of an inning, and I ended up fast forwarding through it. All right. Shea Langoliers, batting second, is on base with a leadoff single. Just been awoken by my alcoholic neighbors, currently 2 a.m.
Sorry about that.
Did they wake you up to ask you if you wanted to party or what? How's all of that alcohol? All right, we got Sodi slotted third. And he starts this at bat with a strike. I am good. Rachel, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah. We'll be coming into sleepy week here before we know it. But tonight, we're going to delve into the world of fun one last time. Sodi showing a good eye, works the count to 3-1. Varland, Blue Jays pitcher, on the mound, staring down the barrel of a burgeoning problem. Throws ball 4. Sodi's going to take his base. And that's going to bring up probably Jacob Wilson. I don't know who we got third. Rooker. Oh, fourth, I mean, Rooker. Rooker is at the plate now, batting fourth. Understandable. Okay, thank you, that boy class. I appreciate it. It's not going to be 2 hours, though. Oh, well, maybe the game's still ongoing. So I will have to see. But right now, Rooker's at the plate. He's got 2 on, nobody out. And we will chat with that boy Klaus later when we're caught up. as he says. I'm going to skip over the Blue Jays' pitching. I mean, the Athletics pitching. Let's go, Rook. 0 for 2 on the night. He's our designated hitter, our candidate for the Silver Slugger Award. And he generally does pretty well. Got off to a bit of a slow start last year, if I remember correctly. We'll see how it goes this year. In general, we got off to a very slow start last year. We could use a nice, solid win right here on day one
That'd be nice.
of the baseball season. Let's go, Rooker. Hit the ball. Hit it with your bat. Make it fall into the stands for a big home run. Let's go, Rooker. You're the one.
I just read that coffee and caffeine can reduce kidney stones. So.
Really?
Mhm.
Well, that's good.
Mhm. Because I was like, as I was drinking, I'm like, oh, I don't want to make it worse.
Oh, so you Googled it.
Mhm.
It's because you're a 5.
I'm fine.
Yeah. I would have been like, I don't already know that it does make it worse. I'm just going to assume it doesn't and not find out.
Well, that's what I had to Google. That's how I found out how to get my Bluetooth to sync up with the car. So I had to Google, um, why won't my phone sync up with 2016 Chevy Cruise?
Finally, Jacob Wilson at the plate. He's batting way down in the 5 hole. That's not too bad. Let's go, Jay Willie. I believe in you. Rooker struck out, but that's not that unusual for him. He does strike out a fair amount. Jacob Wilson, on the other hand, he does not strike out. And I have him as my shortstop, I believe, on both of my fantasy teams. Bang!
Yay!
That's just hitting into a double play. Boom, 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 boom. Who's pitching? Who is pitching? I want to know. Still 2-1
Again?
Toronto.
Is that again?
I can't tell.
No, right now.
Hogan Harris. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Hogan. Do your important job and do it well. 2 on. Oh, looks like he got out of the inning. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we claw our way back. The game's still going, so we might very well claw our way back here. Who got that hit? Who got on? Let me see. Who is that? Who is this guy? McNeil. That's that McNeil guy again. That's why I didn't recognize him. Well, thank you. We feel pretty lucky to live in it, that's for sure. Cortez. All right, let's see.
We can't forget that.
What?
In April, we have to pay our property
Oh,
tax.
I know. I've been remembering it every day since we didn't pay him way back to the beginning of February.
Okay.
Everything legal, weed, being able to get mushrooms easily. That helps.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we obviously have our struggles too. Although some of which are like you might say have some kind of causal link to our living situation actually, but that would be misleading. Eric, are we really here? I don't know. In other times, I'm just still kind of waiting for the drugs to kick in. I only took. That is great value, Alex. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for doing that.
definitely. That doesn't count for nothing.
Um, I just took them at a quarter to seven. It's only now 7:10 or something. So yeah. So accordingly, accordingly, I won't really know if you're here or not until later. Well, I guess Kurt struck out because it appears that Shea Langolier is up to the plate. Yeah. We must get a run here because otherwise the game will be over. Things are starting to look a little weird, a little mushroomy. I'm going to experience emotions. Well, we're here in the top of the ninth inning. That's for sure. And I can see that there's more game left in the recording here, so it still seems to be going on, in fact. Oh, please, please. See ya later. Shea Langoliers off to a banging start, 2 home runs in the first game of the season. Shea Langoliers. Nice job, Shea Langoliers.
Yeah, nice job, Shayla.
If we can be tied in the ninth inning, having scored only 2 runs, our pitching did a phenomenally good job.
Yeah.
Because this athletics pitching staff, I'm not expecting to hold good teams like the Blue Jays to just 2 runs. But I will say this: I think they are over maligned. That they're a lot better than they might appear to the outsider. We just need to patch a few holes here and there. Yeah, well, we started slow with the bats last year as well. And I'm hopeful we're not going to repeat that mistake. That we're going to discover the spirit of excellence within our hearts. That you can't go 5 minutes without yawning. Well, there will probably be a yawny period of time. Let's go, Jacob Wilson. Let's go. So it goes the lineup today goes Kurtz, Langoliers, then um, Sodi, then Rooker, then Wilson. You know, Kotze loves playing around with the lineup. He'll put a different order every day, it seems like. I'm not even yawning. I don't actually think I'm going to get too yawny for a little while. That's kind of like, right now I feel extra, extra, like, gene, but that'll pass. Now you're going to make me yawn by thinking about it. You like a manager or tankers? I think Kotze is a good manager. I like it the way he's pretty even keel all the time, winning or losing. I like the way that the clubhouse, you know, displays the absence of toxicity and negativity, which, you know, comes from someplace, right? It comes top down from the manager, I think, somewhat. Although maybe some managers don't promote that kind of negativity, but it happens anyway. That's possible. But I'm pleased that they stuck with Kotze. And they should have stuck with Kotze because by they I mean the front office. Because the team's been getting better every year, you know? Although that has to do with us having all these awesome young players and make them super exciting to watch. Like there are many teams in the MLB that would kill to be the Athletics right now. They've got a stadium in Sacramento that's alive, full of energy, full of people, enthusiastic fans. Sure, it's not a big league size stadium, but I can assure you, if you transplanted uh, crowds from the Oakland Coliseum into there, it was they would still look empty. Yeah, he's not Asian. Yeah, his name is like the chicken. Oh, come on, Jay Willie. You're gonna strike out that badly after I vouched for you as not striking out? Uh-oh. I don't like the way this time's out here. The game's not over, and it's obvious that Toronto must have won. Who's pitching? Who is this guy? Thanks a lot for giving up the game winner right now. This is the thing. One of the realities about baseball, it's not the only sport, but if things go into extra innings, I can usually tell right away whether we won or not. Extra innings, including the bottom of the ninth, because of how much game time is left and who goes last, you know. All right, now I'm in the discombobulated phase. Boo! 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 Horrible. So horrible. Wow. We could have gotten off to a worse start, you know. We lost a 3-2 game in the bottom of the ninth to the defending runner-ups. That's not too bad. I gotta go pee. You can look at the kitty. Well, I'm in full discombobulation moment right now. You know, on the way up, every time we feel discombobulated, it's hard to say exactly what the feeling is. Uh, it's like going up in a plane, I guess. It's kind of a similar feeling. It's not really a similar feeling in the sense that you don't literally feel like you're at an angle going up, but it's similarly discombobulating. There you go, kitty. There you got it. Now we're watching you eat, so you can eat and enjoy it. No, I didn't buy them at the local park. They fell off the back of a truck. I got it from this guy. And when I saw them, I was like, ooh, because they look quite blue at first glance anyway, you know. And when I crumbled them up and stuff, I was like, yeah, they look pretty blue. And also, I ate quite a few of them. Definitely more than 8. I don't know. I got a quarter. I ate like 70% of them, maybe. Maybe 65%. I'm not sure. Completely and totally without combobs? I don't know what combobs are, but I do know that I didn't take any combobs. Combos? Thanks another time. Will you please not put the thought of yawning into my head all the time? You're gonna make me yawn. So yeah, I'm still feeling very on the way up. Oh, kebabs. I see. Well, you know, you can't expect to have a good, hearty, strong mushroom trip without experiencing some going up. Kebabs, as you say. I'm like right now. I'm mushroom cold. I think I'm gonna actually turn on the heater for a little bit. I'm sure it's like 65 in here, but I'll turn it on so it gets to 68. 67. Wow. It's actually at 69, so it still gets 2 degrees warm. I rarely turn on the heater at all, even when it's cold outside these days. Right now, it's not really heater time of year. But apparently we're going to get some rain this upcoming week. As much as 1 inch of it. It's okay, everybody, you can relax. I always feel more discombobulated on the way up when it's at the end of bottles Adderall than when it's at the beginning. Today it's at the end. Well, you know, once you get fully into it, then that feeling goes away. Sometimes it's helpful to pull the bong rip, sometimes it's anti-helpful. That reminds me, I want to watch in the other tab here. at least have on in the background for now one of these basketball games. Michigan State, UConn. Oh, well, I don't know what happened in the St. John's Duke game. I could go watch the end of that first. All right, I guess I went too far. What's the score? Let me see. Duke's up by 5 with a minute left. I'm sure they win. That's pretty good. Though. St. John's scores. Now it's a 3-point game. Less than a minute left. I mean, I'm sure St. John's would have taken that if you had asked them before the game. But Mr. St. John's coach looking pretty unhappy at them. Let's see what happens. Well, still 3-point. There's so much standing around in basketball. Basketball is one of the worst sports that interrupting play and then taking forever to do a bunch of nonsense that is not part of the game really. Like substitutions and free throws, wiping stuff up off the floor, officials getting together, do a little ring around the rosy thing they do. Or they hold hands and they spin around in circles. You guys ever seen that? That's what referees do a lot. Well, we're nearing the beginning of things for real now. So, still gotta wait for this moment when your body gives into it entirely. Alright, so this game is obviously over and it doesn't go to overtime or anything, so obviously Duke wins by. Actually, they have a chance for a 3-pointer at the end. Wow, I'm shocked that St. John's had that close of an opportunity. It was open too. All right, this game. The point of this game is that it's over, so there's no reason to watch it. Well, you can't get the ball inbounded. Oh. Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. If that's what you're looking for. If, on the other hand, you're looking for boredom and work, then go somewhere other than the jungle. That game's over, obviously. Why am I watching this? And for fouls, it's probably the worst part of any game to watch. If you're gonna watch any part of a basketball game, don't watch that part. That part is terrible.
I'm not approved. Still don't like games. Download the free experience.
Oh, how fun that commercial was. With people having such a fun time being fun. Have you not long taken shrooms? It's only like 4 days ago. I'm hoping this mushroom trip, unlike a bunch of the last ones in a row, doesn't have anything dramatic happen during it. Vowels are a matter of opinion. Well, they may be a matter of opinion, but only the referee's opinion matters. Strongest mushrooms will turn blue just by breathing on them. I mean, the strongest mushrooms are blue before you do anything to them. You just look at them with your eyes. What am I watching right now? I'm just reading the chat. Um, I took them at 6:45. I figured by 7:45, I should know what kind of. Usually takes about an hour to get all the way up into the trip. Just think about that one guy who actually is asking for his friend. Then everybody's going to think that he's actually the one asking. He really is asking for his friend. Who do I have a firm rule? When my friends ask me to ask something, I always say no, because they'll just think I'm asking. Yeah. Well, the yawns are obviously in full effect already, and we just got started. That's because mushrooms know when I'm tired. And this is one of those times. Mushrooms give you what you need, not what you want. What I need now is sleep. But they have been denied the ability to give me that because I took Adderall. So instead, they make me yawn. I'm like, oh no, you don't, mushrooms. You're not gonna make me go to sleep. And they will, if you let them. Anyway, the yawns, they will pass. It's one of those, like, I guess you might call it a calm before the storm kind of situation. I found it interesting to learn the other day that astronauts, it's not good for their brains to be out in outer space. That they show significant, like, cognitive decline if they're up there too long when they get back to Earth. And it's because it's mostly, anyways, what they think it's because of is the lack of gravity. It could be, for example, exposure to more of the kind of radiation in outer space that we're going to get on Earth through the lack of atmosphere. But say if you're on the International Space Station, that's supposed to shield from that stuff. So I don't think that really has anything to do with it. Do you think those astronauts who were stuck in space for a while, yeah, they'll see a drop in cognitive abilities, like, right, compared to against when they left, right? And the thing about being an astronaut is they have those, well, those tests they take before and after, so that's why we have clarity about the data, I guess. Everybody goes up into space with NASA anyway. It's not just there to do something, they're also like a guinea pig. For example, they did an experiment where they had two astronauts that were identical twins. One of them stayed here on Earth and did like the same stuff that the guy was doing in space so they could control for those various factors. And when he came back, he showed quite a bit of genetic change versus his identical twin compared to when they were the same before he left. It's not good for your genes and your DNA and stuff to be out in space. Yeah, we don't belong in space is absolutely right. Did we actually go to the moon? I mean, it's definitely the case that we sent stuff to the moon, and I'm sure we've been to the moon. If you mean like humanity, you've been to the moon for sure not that long ago. China went there. Did the US go to the moon back when it says did? In the last 60s? Oh. I mean, obviously, I have a few doubts about it, but I think the answer is probably yes. I have my concerns, but balance, on balance, I'd say probably yes. F. Kennedy's the one who said that we're going to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Was he still alive when they actually went to the moon? Or when they said they went to the moon? Why have we not been back to the moon? There's nothing there. There's no reason to go there. Like, I'm not worried about other planets. Like, oh no, China's gonna gain all of the benefits of being on the moon and we're not. There are no benefits to being on the moon. It's obviously a dumb place to go. The only reason to go to the moon is to prove that we went to the moon. Alright, if the first time didn't prove it, then why would the subsequent times prove it? I mean, there are actually good answers to that question. But it's interesting when you look into time on the moon. Like, should the moon be divided into time zones? And if so, what time zones do they get? Well, you know, I guess you can give them time zones, moon time 1, moon time 2, or whatever, but even if you want to give the moon time zones, I think it only needs one time zone. I know if it were on Earth, that amount of space, that area would definitely include more than one time zone. But still, it's the moon. So maybe, I'm not even sure if it deserves to get any time zones. Maybe it should get 0. After all, what has it ever done for us? Besides, the tides and stuff. And romantic walks on the beach are just, and being a precondition to all life. But still, moon, what have you done for us lately? Well, I started to get a fair amount of snot on my shirt. I nipped it in the bud by getting a couple of paper towels. Hopefully, I remember to use this. Come on, Tara Furry. Okay. I do feel weird. That probably has something to do with all the mushrooms and something to do with all the Adderall. Probably the relatively small amount of food I've eaten has something to do with it as well, but you know what? I did eat some food. I thought this whole grandpa title might, attract some random, like, shorts viewing people to the stream. In other words, younger people because I think younger people in general look at shorts more than older people. It's not the shorts feed, so I thought I'd try the title, see if it worked, see if it produced any outcomes. It apparently has not produced any outcomes, so there you have it. I'm waiting for my body to kind of like stop clenching so much. I'm such a clenchy McClintock. Usually at some point on mushrooms, my body just relaxes. But that's kind of contraindicative of taking a bunch of Adderall too. So I guess they were fighting it out with each other. I feel fine. I just feel like, I'm not particularly attentive to physicalities. It's usually a bad sign. But in this case, I already know what it's a bad sign of. It's just like I need to get sleep and stuff. Trouble, leave her alone, please. Do not bother her. I already know you're up to no good over there. Think you're the Capillo police. But you're not. Your job is not to be the police of anybody else in the family. So you can just knock that shit off. Oh, yes, it is my job. You guys are lucky. If you're not watching, if you're watching me all the time, otherwise I would have murdered her by now. That's what he's thinking. I didn't get the others to get started in there. Funny, it's like even when I'm not really talking about anything, I'm just kind of settling into this mushroom trip. I still managed to forget to bring a drink, I said. When I'm like yammering about stuff, blah, 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 I don't bring a drink outside with me. This is an example of how extroverted something. I don't even have to be saying much of anything. I still managed to forget to bring a drink out. Oh, that's that sound. I know what it is. It's me not closing the door or whatever. Like going right. God damn it. Again. Again with the talking about stuff. This is partially because I said it was an either or I gave myself. I either need to also open the blinds / shutters or get my glasses. I did neither. I just got the drink. What is a piscilla? It's Are you saying you want to put all your mushrooms in a mushroom silo? That's spelled with a P? Well, I think that sounds like a fine idea. It is so cold though. It's actually not cold at all, but I feel super cold. I feel colder than if it were 50 degrees colder than it was. Na 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 na. This song this guy Dayglow has. Not to miss a beer. Show media makes you cry every week. Well, that just proves you only come here once a week. I knocked down some more wasp nests today. They're persistent. They keep wanting to go up underneath there, even though I've already knocked them down before. I explained to them, no. That's what I explained to them. No, you cannot be there. You cannot build your wasp nest there. I don't want you there. Get away. But they don't listen. That's what proves they're not civilized. They don't use their words. Instead, they just try to attack my place and say, now it's our place. Well, I'm sorry, wasps, not today. You can get out of here with your waspiness. You know, be like, we just want to use this little bit you have over here. I don't want a bunch of wasps all around all the time. So you can just get the fuck out of here. You say, oh, you just want to use a little bit of space, wasps, but that's just how much space your nest takes up. The actuality is you'll be flying around all day, every day, getting into who knows what kind of trouble. I mean, maybe I could put up with a wasp thing. In theory, I'm a tough man. I don't know if I'm that tough, but obviously, I can't let you wasps be stinging our cats or my beloved wife Rachel. So accordingly, you've got to go. I'm normally a peaceful guy, but there's no way to get rid of you except for just knocking your nest down and say, get out of here. There's plenty of forest around for you to make your nest in. You don't need to make it up underneath my eaves. Na 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 na. About to disappear. I don't know what made me think of that song right now. His best song, I think, is Medicine. I think that's pretty clear. He's got other great songs too, but Medicine is like, wow. It's really a cut above. How does it start? It starts like, when they're just make believe. You seriously these days? Everything. Oh, I'm on the outside looking in. These songs are actually quite tricky melodically. There's a lot of weird stuff. But you know, to the casual listener, I'm sure they wouldn't sure just like describe this song melodically. What's it doing? You know, they wouldn't say, "Oh, it's being unusual or weird or anything." I got a lot of great stuff that is though sneaky complicated. All right, that's enough of this running that stuff. All right, let's just not get used to this whole. Oh, it's okay for my nose to run all the time. It's not. I already explained that to my nose plenty of times. So hopefully it get accustomed to the idea. Oh, it's right. I remember I was going to, if I have a serious brain earth problem, I'm going to take old Benadryl. But we'll wait for it to drive me crazy first. We'll see how the evening plays out. So from the front forward, but it's funny. I kind of was predicting this in my head in the car. Like, okay, well, this time nothing dramatic's gonna happen. In fact, like nothing happened at all, and it won't even be unhinged at all, as my normal weapon trips typically are, regardless of whether any dramatic happens.
I'm glad that Kitty feels that my cushion is comfy.
Me too. Also, I'm really glad that one of the people's most beloved form of content is to watch people yawn. He went out of his way to warm those wishes up in his microwave just for you. Yeah, well, I forgot universal rule number one in life. You can't force things. And for me, it's like, okay, well, I'm nearing the bottle of this Adderall. Uh, I don't feel like I just didn't want to wait till like tomorrow or something. And I tried to get mushrooms and they weren't available through my normal connect, so I was this other guy. And I was like, well, Eric, if you're gonna do this, all you gotta do today. Take the Adderall, take the mushrooms, and have a nice send off into Sleepy Week. But the bottom line is, the world, just like sleep, does not conform to your schedule very well. So it's like a lot of other factors were suggesting against taking mushrooms right now. Number one of which was I'm totally exhausted. But, it's one of those schedule things. I don't take mushrooms unless I've got Adderall to go with it. This is part of the reason why. As you can see, it didn't work in this instance because I'm too tired, so 120 milligrams of Adderall is not going to cut it. I do actually have one more Adderall I could take, in theory. Hello, too cool for school. So I'm going to just ride this out for a little while longer here with the stream, and if I'm tripping pretty good, but it's like you can't you can't I mean, like, normally you combine these drugs and it's going to make me fairly unhinged. Like, at that point, I guess, FI and SI can go fuck themselves. I gotta have a good time no matter what, but there are limits to which I can. I think the limit, the extent to which I can squeeze blood out of the turnip. So I would expect to say that tonight is one of them, but we're only, hour and a half in. So I'm so glad your cousin is here. That's your cousin? I'm assuming he's not genuinely your cousin. Too cool for school says, bruh. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means that he is your cousin, is not your cousin. Maybe he's your brother instead of your cousin. Could be. Maybe he's just from Johannesburg. Johannesburg, the capital of South Africa. Also, obviously, the capital of Brotown. Eric, next time, just title your stream all emojis. I could. I don't think. I generally don't think the title for live streams matters at all. I just decided to give it a shot this time. I could retitle it right now and see what happens. But it doesn't seem to make much difference with a title live stream. I'm not gonna title it just emojis, obviously, because it's dumb. I don't care if it works or not. I'm not doing title it like that because it's dumb. Like, dear God, if I like, have I stooped so low, I would think to myself, this title has the right amount of emojis. I have trouble seeing things up there. Being old and having also being on mushrooms makes it hard to see things. Emojis. In case you don't know how many that is, it's 0. Bam. That's how many. Okay, sure. Sometimes I do put an emoji in my titles. And okay, sure. Maybe it's because I think it looks cute. Like, when you, the only reason I put emojis in titles at all, though, is, of course, because I'm live streaming, go to live stream on my phone. And my phone, if I read the word pancakes, for example, it suggests a little picture of pancakes, which I don't think of as replacing the word, but something you put next to the word because it looks cute. So I have some pancakes there. But, you know, like the mushrooms emoji, well, it suggested it to me, so I was just like, okay, well, let's do a picture of that too. This one was more of an experiment title than anything else. It wasn't really an actual normal Eric title. And, the phone gets me to use a lot more emojis in my title than I otherwise would because it's always suggesting them to me. Whereas when I'm titling videos on my own, no one's suggesting them to me. Certainly not me. I'm never thinking, what would be cool here instead of the word pancakes would be a cute little picture of some pancakes. I'm not thinking that. Like I'm never thinking, it would be better than the actual word for something. Yeah, I'm never thinking that, obviously, because that other thing is not better than the word for something. It's fine. I get it. Some people like to use emojis, and you can use them with a great deal of class and elegance, like Rachel does, or you can use them like a drunken sailor, like show media does, just splattering emojis all over the place for absolutely no reason. Regardless, in every instance, I'm not Mr. Emoji. I am instead the guy who writes the words out for things. Instead of putting the emoji happy face, I write the words happy face. I don't think that that emoji conveys adequately anything other than, oh, somebody put an emoji, whereas the words happy face mean happy face. Somebody put an emoji that that is doesn't mean anything. Whereas if they put an emoji that's like sad face, then that means something because that's not just FE, right? It's just like, well, they're sharing that they're sad by it. Oh, I mean, even that doesn't even mean anything. Though, like, I could see anybody putting a little sad face next to any kind of sad story, but I don't ever think of it actually meaning their emotions at all. I just think like, oh well, somebody decided to put that there for some reason. I'm like, why would they even be looking at this thing at all in the first place? In the second place, why would they put a sad face there? Why don't they run away as quickly as possible? Stick around to put a sad face. After all, if it's something that other people genuinely have to be sad about, you're sad being like, hey, good, I got some good news for you. I am sad on your behalf. That's not going to make any difference at all. But some people like to put sad face next to things. Some people like to put happy face next to things. I don't know. It's like I get that like those are better NI for lots of kind of things than words. Like this conveys I am surprised more efficiently than the words I am surprised. But in general, like sharing what you feel emotionally about something, it seems like I guess that's why there's emojis rather than words because like if you imagine somebody presenting some case about something like blah 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 blah, then if somebody says, wait, hold on, I am currently feeling this, then obviously everyone's gonna say, well, who cares what you're feeling? That's not relevant, and why did you interrupt me? Of course, it usually probably doesn't play out like that. And the reason I think we have to thank is emojis. That's why. Instead of interrupting everybody and saying, I am feeling this, people can just say, colon, hyphen, outside bracket, which is a lot easier. Let me go look at the chat. I'm looking at this UConn Michigan State game. It's like I look at the time like, oh wow, so much time has passed in this game. It must be almost over. What is it's still in the just the very beginning of the second half. They must start counting way back before the game started. That's the only explanation for it. Did somebody what? Oh wow, look at that. Ike. OG. Thank you. Thank you so much for being sad on my behalf. I what's going on? Why is it? Oh, I see what's going on. It's because I retitled it. No, I don't know why it's doing that. I tried to just like it, but right there, but it kept going back and forth. There, now it shows that it's staying. So thank you so much. That's absolutely spectacular. What a wonderful, wonderful man you are. You bring the spirit of Christmas and the other holidays too, including Arbor Day, Groundhog's Day, and all the lesser appreciated holidays, like International Lasagna Day. I'm glad there's not just one nation gets to enjoy Lasagna Day. I think it is appropriate that it's international. Because lasagna is not just something that Italians can enjoy. In fact, the central concept of lasagna, the noodle, did not even come from Italy. So, obviously, Garfield the cat, also not from Italy. Ergo, we need International Lasagna Day rather than just National Lasagna Day. I wish you perfect health too. I don't wish anybody ill health. You know, obviously, I may wish appropriate punishments for certain criminals in the world, but it's not the same as wishing them ill health. I mean, it wouldn't be sad to learn that these horrible people, some of them were to say, get, I don't know, Lou Gehrig's disease. Who's more deserving of Lou Gehrig's disease? Lou Gehrig or former Prince Andrew? I think it's pretty clear that the answer is not Lou Gehrig. Hmm? What are some other diseases named after people? Huntington's disease. I'm sure that's named after somebody named Huntington. Well, let me tell you something. Huntington did not deserve that disease nearly as much as, let's say, Ghislaine Maxwell. Can I put Capio on your cushion? Oh, yeah. Hey, Capio. Mommy doesn't like it when you sit up there. I'm sorry. Capito's not going to let me put her someplace else, so. No, I agree with you, Alex. I'm just using him as a placeholder for the people who I don't want to think about their names necessarily, like, I don't know, meow, billionaire who meow, whatever. Obviously, we could put this on both the Clintons, Trump, any various people like that. They all deserve these diseases more than the person it was named after. For example, who deserves to get Tommy John surgery more? Tommy John or Hillary Clinton? Hillary Clinton deserves to get Tommy John surgery way more than Tommy John does. Okay? You know what's kind of crazy is that apparently the best possible, anyway, the best conclusion based on the evidence is that Helen Keller never did any of those things. That she was completely, as one would expect somebody who's both blind and deaf to be, incapable of understanding things. Well, everybody does hate Hillary Clinton for good reasons. You know, like politically, she's an absolute fucking anti-polar, just nightmare bureaucrat slash statist in favor of like rules for the sake of there being rules and stuff. I think she actually did fine as as, when she was the head of State Department. I think she did a fine job, but that's neither here nor there to her insatiable appetite for evil, along with her husband Bill, who was a great president. Just goes to show you, right? Apparently, George W. Bush, a very good man, also possibly the worst president in history. Who's this current fucking crime lord president we have who is just like, I'm not going to investigate any of these things. I'm going to tell the attorney general just what said on them. And I'm not going to call, I'm going to call the war in Iran a bunch of times. But then I'm also going to say, well, I try not to call it a war because, you know, Congress is supposed to declare this. Like, what is happening? It's insane. What is your MBTI type? Oh, yeah, you can show me the people online keep saying WW3. This is clearly not World War III. This is clearly a crisis of the Republic. Unprecedented crisis for America. But I think it's fair to say unprecedented crisis when you're adding all the Epstein stuff and this, you know, cadre of elites hell bent on not adhering to any of the checks, balances, rules of law, etc. It's like, got a crime family in charge, you know? Well, you know what I think? I think you and your cousin are the same person. That's what I think. That's the twist. The end of the movie. That's the twist. You were the same person all along. Just like in that movie that I've never seen. And I just learned this the other day. Spoiler alert. Did you know that in the movie Psycho, Norman Bates is actually his mother the whole time? I didn't know that until just a few days ago I learned that. I've never seen the movie. But I had no idea. Turns out, yeah, apparently Norman Bates' mother was actually just Norman Bates the whole time. I've not seen the movie, but I've seen like clips from it and stuff. Makes sense, I guess. like, how exactly could I knew I didn't know this actually either until the other day that it was marketed as "Don't give away the secret twist at the end." Um, but I should have thought, well, how could it have a twist at the end when you already know who killed the lady when he killed her at the beginning? I mean, I've heard enough stuff about it, like to know that the murder happens towards the beginning, that the lady barely has any screen time. Maybe that's what I thought the twist was. Like, hey, they killed the famous starlet right away. Maybe that was I thought that was the twist. I wonder if the twist in this live stream is that I'm yawning so much. You think that I must be about to go to sleep or something. But secret twist, I'm not about to. So this just picks up like YouTube TV. I think this is interesting. Like when you go to a different tab, if you have the volume on, then it keeps playing it forward. But if you don't have the volume on, then it pauses the whole thing. Look, for me, I'm thinking, listen, YouTube, if I wanted to pause it, obviously I would have paused it. I don't fail to know about this feature you have of pausing things. Car does this too. Like, oh, are you doing, are, are you muting the volume? I guess that means you want me to pause the music. No, it doesn't mean that. If I wanted to pause it, I would have paused it, obviously. But it's fine if you want to pause it for me just because I muted, I guess. But isn't that why those things have different names or different functions rather than the same thing? Pausing and muting? Like me not pausing but muting a song is saying, look, it's a great song and everything, but we're not in the middle of enjoying this jam right now. We are talking about something else. And it's also the case that while I think this is a great song, I'm perfectly fine with it just passing away and let's see what the next song is. Of course, if you pause it for me when I don't tell you to pause it because I muted it, well, how am I supposed to let it run but not listen to it? You might say, why would you want to let it run but not listen to it? But I just explained why. Maybe some of the times after I'm done with the talking part, I want there to be just a little bit left of that song. Maybe I want it that way. The point is, you shouldn't take away my ability to precisely determine, and because you think that you know better what I want. Obviously. So get out of here, car, with that. I mean, earlier I was like, I just kind of nice that it pauses it for you, I guess. The more I think about it, no, it's not nice. It's bad because obviously I didn't push pause, I pushed mute. So you should mute and not pause. And similarly with that other thing we were talking about. I forget what that was now, but right, the tabs with the YouTube TV. If I wanted to pause the game when I go to a different tab, I would pause it. I wanted to run along in the background because maybe I I want to still be up to time with reality, but I don't want to watch that part, you know. I don't know. The point is, I don't need to justify what I want to you, YouTube TV. All right, you just you just enable me to do various things I can do, and don't worry about why I'm doing it. Like I want the game to continue going in the tab when I'm not looking at it. Not your concern why I want that. No, we need to know why you want that. Too bad. You don't get to know why I want that. I don't either. That makes two of us. None of us get to know why I want that. That's what wanting is all about, not having any reasons for things. All right, well, anyway, regardless of what I want, I am now behind the times in the Michigan State UConn game because it didn't do what I wanted. It instead did what it thought was best for me. Like, oh, I think Eric, no, he doesn't really mean I don't want to pause this. I just want to go look at something else. He means, I want to pause this. That's not what I mean. If I had meant that, I would have said that, obviously. People thinking they know what I mean when I don't say things. Like, listen here, YouTube TV. You don't have any reason to conclude that. I didn't say it. Even if I had said it, I would have been talking about something else. Because no sane person would say that. All right, so it looks like Tennessee is ahead of Iowa State at halftime. I didn't even realize Iowa State was still in the tournament. But they are. Tennessee, 6 seed, the lower seed. If you would have asked me who's the higher seed, Tennessee or Iowa State, I would have said Tennessee is the higher seed, right? I would have been wrong. So actually, Iowa State is a 2 seed, Tennessee is 6 seed. Just goes to show you when you try to intuit things you should remember. Maybe intuitively, Tennessee seems like it'd be a higher seed. Iowa State, it's like, is that even a college? Where is Iowa State? I mean, I can't even tell what state it's in. Yeah, a team like Tennessee, it's pretty clear what state they're in. It's namely Tennessee. Iowa State, though, it's a complete mystery. The point is, who's ever even heard of Iowa State? How could they possibly be better than higher seed than Tennessee? Well, that just goes to show you the limits of intuition. Okay? You cannot intuit how high somebody's seed is by how much you've heard of them. All right? I'm not even sure if Iowa is a state. It might be part of Canada. Oh, what is going on in this game though? Like, is this like a ridiculous highlights or what? It's like the game started out again, they blew the whistle in, and all of a sudden this one guy just ran all the way down the other end of the court, and then back the other way. It looks like the kind of play that would be, oh, there's only 1 second left or something. But instead, that's how he decided to play this play, I guess. Even though there's plenty of time left. Who's that guy who's coach of econ? What's his name again? Listen, Mr. Guy. You don't need to be challenging this call and challenging that and stuff. It just slows the game down further. Basketball is like, hey, how do we solve a problem that nobody's complaining about? Namely, being correct, and not solve a problem everybody's being complaining about. Namely, you wasting all this fucking time and not playing basketball. Oh, let's make that problem worse. You're correct enough. Who cares? The point is, hurry it up already. Stop wasting time. Stop. Enough with the like free throws too. Just can we not have free throws like in the middle of the game? It seems so obvious that free throws, they should not be like you're playing basketball, every 5 seconds you stop and you do free throws, right? If you're gonna have those things, it should be at the end of the half or before the game starts or something. No. Nobody wants to watch that shit, obviously. Be more like hockey, less like basketball. That should be your mantra. Hockey, when they have substitutions, they don't everybody stop and let's blow the whistle and stuff. They're like, get fucking on the ice or get off the ice. Don't fuck around. That's how it should be in basketball, obviously. Like if you want to substitute at all, you have to do it during the flow of play and be all like, okay, well, now that we're running down the court, you run off the court. Once you're off, then I'll run you guy on, right? That's how it should be. Like right now, foul call on the shot. Okay, fine. You're gonna call foul on the shot. Can we shoot the free throw later, maybe? Why you gotta shoot it right now? Like, just do this later on. Can you imagine if, like, in I can't even think of a good example. What would it be like? Like, obviously, don't do that right now. It seems so obvious. Like at the casino, for example, they don't tell you to worry about paying your taxes until after you've won, right? But here, they're like, okay, well, we're not going to let you pay all your taxes all at the end of the half. we're going to interrupt everything every time and make you take the free throws right then and there. That's just, it makes no sense at all. Can you imagine if you had to file your federal taxes every day? That's what it's like watching basketball. It's like if you had to file your federal taxes every day. A lot of TE and not much fun to watch. It's a perfect analogy for basketball. Like, okay, fine, government, you can have your taxes. Instead of paying 360 every day by filing separately each occasion, can you just let me file it once a year, maybe? Well, that's how come we only now have to file our taxes once a year. Because I explained this to the federal government. I was like, listen, federal government, uh-uh. And then they realized the error there was. Unlike a little sport I like to call basketball. Get out of here with all of the boring stuff. Just get out of here with it. Like, be like soccer, where you can't even have a commercial for 45 minutes. But don't be like soccer, because soccer's full of people pretending to get hurt, getting carried off the field, only to just get up right on the other sideline and go right back in. It's ridiculous. Don't be like soccer like that. But do be like soccer in that there are no commercials for 45 minutes. That's impressive, you know? Only soccer's incredible popularity can make everybody who's in the profit making business of broadcasting things be like, okay, I guess we're gonna have to figure out how to make this work somehow. Oh, we could have little commercials during the game, kind of. Oh, I still want to broadcast this though, because if I broadcast basketball, I get all the commercials I want, but nobody wants to watch it. Like, oh, hey, we're basketball. We want you to broadcast us. Okay. We want you to put it on your TV and everything. And what we have to offer is, obviously, you can put as many commercials as you can conceive of in this game. There's hardly any actual time that you couldn't put commercials in. It's like, the amount of time in this game you can't put commercials in is at best like 10 to 15%. And then the broadcasters are like, yeah, but the problem with broadcasting you basketball is obviously nobody wants to watch that. That's why nobody wants to watch the NBA or any other basketball except for college basketball for certain times of the year and stuff. And obviously, college basketball is a lot better because there's fewer fouls called in general, and it's not structured so much for like, oh, well, let's have some more commercials, right? But obviously, nobody likes basketball as a spectator sport for all the reasons I said, unless there's this excellent artificial thing called March Madness, right? That makes it interesting. But also, you will note that while watching basketball, I will always have so much plenty of time to complain about how ridiculous it is and then not miss anything. And okay, well, it's been 10 minutes since I started talking about this, but actually it's been 5 seconds of game time and the score is exactly the same. Earlier, I thought it'd be a good idea to watch the end of the Duke game. Obviously, I should have thought if it's close at the end, then the end of the game means taking turns. I will foul you and you shoot free throws. And if you make them both, then I will take the ball and bounce it. I realized, oh, what a terrible decision I made to watch the end of the game. Made me think like, well, what part of the game is good to watch? Well, not really any of it. You know, I guess this part of it's fine that I'm watching right now. There's like 6 minutes left in the second half. Tight game, going back and forth. Who knows who's going to win this game? But guess what just happened? Somebody was backing towards the basket. Somebody else playing defense. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but the good news is there was a foul call, and now we're all standing around for a long period of time. Now the ball's finally inbounded again because, note, that foul, because it didn't occur after the bonus, doesn't even mean any free throws. It's just that we stop and we stand around for a long time. Well, and then another shot was attempted now. And guess what? He missed it, but importantly, he was fouled. And now he's gone to the line. His name's Solo Ball. Is that really his name? Solo Ball? That cannot possibly be this guy's name. Anyway, he's at the free throw line. He made the first. Now he made the second free throw. Now we gotta pause because people are doing substitutions. Okay. Don't you throw that ball in yet. Okay, now you can throw it in. So Michigan State lackadaisically brings it up the front court. And let's see if this possession, okay, in fact, it was, he missed a shot. It went out of bounds. Now there's a big stoppage to determine who it went out of bounds off of. When you actually pay attention to just how much nonsense goes on in basketball, it's ridiculous. Okay, well, they missed a shot. You know, UConn got the rebound. No foul called that time. No foul called. So that's a great possession. No foul called this way either. So 2 possessions with no fouls. Ball's coming into the court quickly. Not a lot of slowing down. That's 2 possessions in a row now. I can't believe they didn't call a foul on that one. They should have called a foul on that one. Instead, they called a foul on this end. Okay. Well, and like, why did they not call a foul on the other end if they're going to call that a foul? Are you serious? Obviously, I don't know what basketball should do with itself, but you cannot expect anybody to watch a sport, which is the vast majority of the time, it seems like, if you do clock time, I'm sure this is true, the majority of the basketball game is spent shooting free throws. And that's if you're not counting any of the time that's not shooting free throws or actual gameplay. Because ignoring everything else. Who wants to go to a sporting event where at least half of their total sitting time is spent watching foul shots? It's ridiculous. It's insane. Of course, you might say, well, you want to talk about slow? What about baseball? Well, you know what? Baseball, it has its pace, right? It's pretty steady at that pace, whatever it is. Basketball, super frustrating because just as soon as you settle into like, oh, this is pretty entertaining, brr, foul. Oh, okay. And then, oh, that's a nice play. Wow, that guy just, wow. Basketball does things like that, though. So it's pretty special stuff. That is pretty special. I guess I won't try to show you because I'll probably get copyrighted, but that's a huge slam. Wow, that guy is so super tall. You don't see it. It's quite so dramatic a slam dunk as that very often. I don't really care who wins this game, obviously, at all, because what do I care when a 2 seed meets a 3 seed? But in general, I do root for Big Ten teams over other teams, so I'm obviously rooting for Michigan State over UConn in this instance. But the thing to note is 3 seed, 2 seed making it into the Elite Eight. Obviously, that's not where the fun. I mean, they're in the Sweet 16 right now. Yeah, that's not where the fun of March Madness comes from. Not from chalk. Nobody wants to see your chalky asses in the Sweet 16. We want to see, like, I don't know, some college you never heard of. Like UCLA. Like some college called, I don't know, College of the West Canyon, south of Denver. You know the one. I want I want my college to be named like that. College of that canyon, south of Denver. You know the one. How much better would it be if colleges named themselves like that? A lot, obviously. It'd be a lot better than their current names, like college of wherever. Get out of here with your college of wherever. Nobody cares where your college is. Nobody should go to it anyway. I don't care if it's in a canyon, on a hill, on the beach. Doesn't matter. If you're worried about where your college is, you're missing the point. The point is that, namely, where's your college? Oh, you're talking about Fly Guy. Yeah, well, I find that sad. Obviously, I take that as a loss. And I wish it were otherwise, but that's the kind of thing that one can expect to happen when one, as I decided to do, like live stream during our fight. Obviously, even I am prone to a little bit of meowshness in terms of like, well, not really. I'm not really prone to it, but a teeny little bit of it, maybe. Like I wanted to hide future without adequate cause because he interjected into a fight I was making in public, right? So obviously it's all on me because regardless of what happened, the problem is the same. I had no reason to be live streaming during our fights at all, quite the contrary. On that occasion, though, things were magnified as well by the fact that I was on mushrooms. And more on mushrooms than I am now, you know? Like, I feel like I'm tripping in some ways hard, but I'm not, like, fully. I'm not, like, unable to look at anything at all right now. But, so, yeah, I mean, I'm very sad as well to know that they, whatever happened, that they took it so seriously. And, you know, I consider that a big loss to the community for sure. But I have nobody but myself to blame, so. Why are you very sad, Eric? It's not your fault, Rachel. It's my fault. It's my fault for like not doing the deciding for us by just not live streaming when we're doing this stuff. It was a perfect storm of a bunch of things. Like, it's not your fault. That, you know, if somebody were to say, well, what's the direct antecedents of the thing, then they might point to something you said or what have you. But the thing to blame is me, my obliviousness, my decision to not just continue to be oblivious, but also do mushrooms, and then, you know, that's what created all of this. So, nobody to blame but myself. Obviously, I understand you for who you are, and I love you for who you are, and I also, that means I don't have unreasonable expectations of you. Obviously, to think that you're going to be as careful with your words when you, regardless of your emotional state, as I am, regardless of my emotional state, is insane. Because obviously, I know better than that. You are trying to explain intuitive concepts that are, emotional realities that your intuition is trying to deal with intuitively, even though it's not meant for that sort of thing. And then, um, you know, you're this isn't meant as an insult at all, but I'm just saying, like, you're more subject to being wrong because of your emotions than I am. Neither of us is very subject at all to engaging our emotions. When you are engaging yours, you're extra subject to being wrong. I already know that, and I could easily have predicted that, even if I didn't know that. And, um, you know, I shouldn't subject you to that. It may be like something that we both understood as normal from the outset or what have you, but it's ridiculous. It's obviously ridiculous. It is. It's like it may be the case that like fighting on YouTube is good for couples where one party needs to be held accountable. But that's not the case here at all, right? Like you were hurt, understandably, and it was a it was a fight about getting me to understand that, right? And there's nothing to any like putting when I put our fights in front of YouTube, it's only unavoidably every single time it's going to make people think that one of us is right or the other one is right, and or they're going to think that it's not that way instead of some combination of things. So unavoidably, when I put our conflict in front of people, I'm going to have people siding with the wrong side in a matter that's super emotionally important to us. It's a clusterfuck of disaster waiting to happen. I know that. I should have known that anyway. And I guess I hadn't really thought it all out until recently. But, you know, it's only the kind of disastrously bad norm that FI Polar might have, you know. Well, it's always better to have everybody looking at everything because that way everybody's held accountable. Obviously, nobody needs to be held accountable between the two of us. If we're disagreeing about something, then almost always it's going to be I was slow to understand things, you know. It is the case that the other thing that we will disagree about, and this will happen sometimes, is that you will be experiencing feelings that don't have anything to do with me. And you will blame me for them. So that will happen sometimes. And I also recognize that for what it is. Like, so it's like I might say, hey, that behavior's not cool or what have you. But, you know, you're not me. And it's not going to be quite as easy for you to learn from things because SI is super unconscious. And also, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It might like make me annoyed or hurt my feelings a little bit or something, but I mean, I don't take you seriously in the moment, obviously, because you shouldn't be taken seriously because you're caught up in your emotions, you know. So it really doesn't make any difference. Like I might say, hey, that's the kind of bad behavior that's abusive, but it's not even really abusive when it's with us. It's just you being you and me being me, you know. It's like, okay, well, Rachel's going through this thing again. And this most recent incident, I'm not trying to collapse that in with the other ones. I get that there was an actual problem causing your emotions called me, right? Whereas there have been other instances where, you know, the actual problem is dopamine crash, but the symptom is blaming me. The thing is, it doesn't even matter at all. I don't really care at all, and I don't take you seriously at all. It may be preferable to me that you not do that, but It's not like it's incorrect when you try to portray it as something other than something I don't like rather than some kind of clear red line because it is the case that it might function as some kind of line in some relationship that I didn't know all the particulars of, but that's not this one. So, got to police myself more here than other places because I have a natural tendency to decide I want to have things so that FI considerations are not relevant. Obviously, they are relevant here. They're like the only thing that's relevant, but neither of us are very good at understanding how that actually plays out, yeah. For you, it's a source of like self-loathing because you're like, I don't like how strongly I feel for you, Eric. Well, I feel you, dog. I'm also not a fan of strong feelings in general, but I would just point out that most people don't think of having strong feelings as being something wrong with you. But maybe they should. Maybe they should. You are correct that for you, when you have strong feelings, that's not nothing good is coming on the other side of that. I can assure you. But obviously, loving me a lot, you are having to deal with 6 slot FI, so it's somewhat conscious to you, and you're like, oh God, why do I feel all these feelings? Who can blame you for saying that? Who can blame you? Not me. That's for sure. But I would point out that that's not actually normal. Most people think that you're supposed to have a lot of feelings and stuff. I mean, you observe how very much I run away from any bad feelings. I do not want to look at anything that I don't want to know anything sad. I'd rather just not observe it. Who knows? Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's not sad. I find generally when I'm feeling notable emotions, they're always bad. The exception of obviously being laughing. Laughing is the good emotion. There are other good emotions too, but nobody notices them. Why not? Because obviously there's nothing to notice unless something's wrong. I mean, you could notice them potentially. You like notice that I'm feeling fine, I guess. I don't know why you'd want to notice such a thing, but you could notice it. Much more likely to notice that you're sad, though. Like, hey, I'm trying to go about my normal business, but there's something in the way. It's called a feeling. And this feeling I have a name for. Its name is sad. Yes, thank you, whomever, for joining us. I may not be engaged in the chat right now very much, but that doesn't have anything to do with you. That's because I'm on mushroom. This cat, it's like if you were to actually have a contest somehow of cats across the country who eat the most. It's naturally occurring contest. There's no like trying to encourage your cat to eat more. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work, but yeah. This cat would definitely win. He eats an impossible amount of food. Like, he consumes his body weight in food at least every day. He must eat this full bag of kibble every day. But how much he eats. How much is this bag of kibble weigh? 20 pounds? Is it a 20-pound bag of kibble? Oh, there's only a 16-pound bag of kibble. 16 pounds? I thought it was going to be more than that. Well, trouble, that explains why you eat that entire bag of kibble every day. Like, I fill up his plate multiple times a day like this. Put a big pile on it like this. A pile that would last Capillo like 4 days. You know, he eats multiple piles like that every single day. Even though it's obvious he's not that much bigger than Capillo. He is a little bit bigger, but how could he conceive? How could the same creature, with just being a little bit bigger iteration of it, eat so much more food than the other one? It doesn't make any sense. I tell you what does make sense, though. Cottage cheese. That makes a lot of sense. And I should inform you, it doesn't just make sense to people living in cottages. Yes, it makes sense to those people, obviously. Maybe more than to regular people even, because they live in cottages. But the cottage cheese sense making is universal. You don't even have to live in any dwelling at all to appreciate how wonderful cottage cheese is. Cottage cheese does everything you want a thing in your fridge to do, right? It'll feed you a snack right now. It doesn't require any additional stuff. You can eat some of it and put it back later for eat more of it. You don't have to serve it on a plate or anything. just takes one spoon. It's the only dishes it's dirty. It lasts a very long time, considering that it's dairy. You know, like, all vegetables get soggy eventually or whatever, but the big difference between, say, broccoli and asparagus. Let me tell you, friends, if you're not going to use your asparagus like today, don't even bother getting it. Do not even bother getting it. It's got like 1 day, 2 days maybe max, and then it gets all weird. And it goes native on you. Starts collaborating with the Russians. Unlike broccoli, which stays true to America no matter what, even to the very end when you're like, I definitely shouldn't eat this broccoli anymore. But I am shocked that after a month and a half, it's in such good shape still. I feel like I could still eat this broccoli. And I bought this a full 6 weeks ago. No vegetable should have that ability, right? But broccoli does. Asparagus behaves like you'd expect a vegetable to behave. It's your friend for a day or two and then just it turns. Gets all rancid and yeah, it's like you're supposed to put asparagus into water. Like flowers, right? I cut the end off of it and then put it in water so they're gonna stay fresh a little longer. Well, fuck. If you're making me put you in water to stay fresh a little longer, you don't even qualify as a vegetable hardly. You're just a flower. I mean, flowers might be good to eat or not. Who cares? The point is, they're not vegetables. Nobody puts flowers in their fridge to make with rice later. People do sometimes make the mistake of buying asparagus and going, oh, I'm going to eat this asparagus when I make steaks a couple of days from now. No, you won't. You're just going to look at these horrible, rotten, rancid, no longer asparaguses. It's for Gus. Kibbles and skits. Asparagus. It's for Gus. In Spanish. You got a good point there. Just like Penguin Island. I'm keeping a log of all the kibble. Okay? I'm noting. I don't care if it occurs during me watching him 5 times, 10 times, how long, or whatever. That's not the point I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make is how much food does he eat during a given day? How often do I have to refill his plate? You'll note that when I do refill it, I make his piles bigger than I make Capito's pile when I fill her plate up. And it's also the case that I have to fill his up. He has to eat at least 2 piles a day. I mean, he eats 2 piles a day. I'm serious. It's ridiculous, but he does. Now, it's also the case that sometimes I catch Capito eating his food. So sometimes maybe she's not eating her own food, and that explains a little bit of it, but that's the exception, not the rule. And even if she was eating his food, she doesn't hardly eat anything. Like, I've watched her eat food plenty of times. She has like 4 bites of it. And then that's all she eats. And, I've had this cat for a long time. I know how much food she eats, right? I've had this cat her entire life. And I can assure you that Trouble eats way more than twice as much food as she does. That's the most conservative calculation of it, okay? Is that he eats twice as much food as she does. How could he conceivably eat twice as much food as she does? Like, and that's a very conservative estimate. I'm more accurately putting it at 4 times as much food. And I think that still might be conservative. Now, sure, when I told you earlier that he ate his body weight worth of food every day, that was not true. He does not eat his whole body weight worth of food every day. I'm assuming he's about the same weight as that bag of kibble. 16 pounds or so. Dude, what the fuck are you doing here? Good question. Good question. Same kind of question I'm asking myself all the time. Hear me out. Okay, I'm hearing you out. Black, meow, and gut. Alright, sounds good. I don't know what to make of any of that. What I do know is that something I should have known a very long time ago. More specifically, something I should have done a very long time ago. Make this bigger so I could see it better. Isn't that a lot better? Yes, it is a lot better. Now I don't have to squint so much or lean forward to read things. I can hold leany pants. How old are you? I am 54 years old. I'm not wasted at all. I don't know what you're talking about. It is the case that I can't really see the chat very easily, especially when I'm tired like now. It's also the case that yes, I am on mushrooms, but it's also the case that no, not that much on mushrooms. Like, middling, I guess you'd say. Middling on mushrooms. 54, dude, you look at least 84. Oh, well. I'm 54 and base 16. So, that explains it. You were right on the money, more or less. You had no way of knowing that I was doing my math in base 16. So who can blame you? Have I had a rough life? I mean, only as rough as I made it. I certainly have lived hard, if that's what you mean. And I certainly have plenty of self-induced ones. But the thing is, Kurt, you're not going to get anywhere with this line of attack with me because I don't give a fuck about these kind of things at all. So, I care about certain kinds of things, but not this kind of thing, obviously, because this kind of thing is incredibly stupid to care about. The fact that you would think I would care so much about it is probably a projection of your own frame of reference that you care a lot about this stuff, which means you're a complete idiot. And unfortunately, neither youth nor old age nor anything else can cure that. And that's one of those uncurable traits that you have that, unfortunately, I won't ever be able to identify with what it's like. I'm sure it's very painful. But, and I get people in a lot of pain and sometimes thrash and hit people near them, but go thrash your idiocy elsewhere. Guys, stop mentioning evolution just to get Eric to freak out. For how long have you been smoking? Long enough to reach the ground? Hey there, Luigi. Yeah, Kurt needs a little bit more iodine, a little less lead. A little more iodine, a little less lead. Your mom was but a wee lad, Kurt. Actually, the truth is, I don't want to admit it, but I just started smoking weed yesterday. People were saying, no, don't start smoking weed. But I was like, fuck it, I'm going to start today. And I did. I started today, and I like it a lot. I was like, hey, look at all this I've been missing out on this whole time. Fuck. I could never have listened to all those people. You love smoking? Well, good for you, Kurt. You also love trolling. So, you have more wisdom than me? Okay, well. Clearly, you're not wise enough to avoid saying those things, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay. I agree with you that wisdom doesn't come by virtue of age. There are plenty of old people who are complete fucking tards like you. And I can assure you, Kurt, when you get old, you won't be any less retarded. Because Down syndrome is a lifelong affliction. I'm not opposing integration of you into the larger community, but you know, you're right. It's not going to get any better for you. Anyone past 35 is a living miracle. It's kind of surprising, right? Like, I feel surprised at how much, like, shit or this biological creature can take and be fine. It's ridiculous, really. Right. Well, I mean, look, the thing is, Kurt, let's not include the consideration of possible cognitive decline with age, and just say it doesn't matter how old you get, you'll still be the same amount of retarded. Ruin's technically correct that you might be more retarded because you'll be old and you'll have cognitive decline. That's possible. But so he's more correct. But the point is that because you are now and will be the same amount of retarded, I thought I'd dumb it down for you a little bit. I think it's fair to say, even Ruben would agree, that he was maybe being a little bit too complicated with it for you. Well, wow. Uh-oh, guys. I'm afraid that maybe Kurt actually does have Down syndrome. Now I feel bad. Do you, Kurt? Is that what's going on here? You actually do have Down syndrome? That explain the wow. Well, he's getting he's getting exactly what he wants in some sense, which is we're engaging with him. But of course, we engage with him regardless. There's what, like 6 people here, so you could engage with us in whatever fashion he wants. I'm assuming that at least to some extent he's not actually this retarded. He just has a very retarded understanding of what is fun, I guess. Oh, okay, Ruben, you got a good point. Let me tell you what I'm going to do for you, Kurt. I'm going to give you a few seconds of my healing gaze, because this is going to heal whatever ails you. Mental, physical, doesn't matter. This makes the dead alive, the crippled walk. Those who already walk, it cripples them. Anyway, here you go. Here's your healing gaze. Didn't you feel nurtured and loved by that? And understood and accepted? I'm sick. I'm kind of tired in general of this attributing of idiocy to young people because it is not the case that people's personalities change ultimately. They may have more or less juvenile expressions, but it's also the case that, for example, you're never going to hear an ENSP or an INFJ quoting some famous movie's most famous part multiple times in their life as though they were doing something, right? You're just never going to hear that happening. So it doesn't matter whether they're 10 years old or 40 years old. Same with the people who do that, right? It doesn't matter if they're 5 years old or 55, they're doing that because that's how they are. Namely, they are wrong to do that, but the point is that's how they are. Doesn't change. So you might say like, oh, what are you? 13 quoting that movie? But actually they're like 44 and you just hurt their feelings a whole bunch. Maybe I should have thought about their feelings before I explained how dumb it was to do that. Heal then re-traumatize. You won't last long, my guy. So do whatever you want. Okay, well, Kurt. It's an odd behavior. This is what I mean by like, oh, you have a retarded. I understand what's fun, right? Like, for example, if I were to see some old chicken in somebody's yard near death, I wouldn't go over there and be like, "You're about to die, chicken." Nor would I feel any desire to pay any attention to that sad reality, right? So, as to why you find this entertaining, well, you have to be honest, huh? Well, you can be honest about infinite possible things, right? Like, so, for example, I'm a douchebag would be a very honest thing for you to say, right? It's not an observation about me at all. You having your opinion about me is not something you can be honest or dishonest about at all. right? You're not reporting, for example, like what you did on a given day, nor are you claiming to be trustworthy in some other affairs or what have you. You're just conveying to me your uncensored opinions about me that are actually words intended to hurt my feelings. That's never going to happen because obviously I'm a long time experienced YouTuber. I've dealt with trolls of 1,000 times better caliber than you on a million different occasions. So obviously there is no purchase for your barbs to land. I mean, your barbs shall have no purchase. There's no land for them to cling hold of. To the extent that I have feelings about being old and stuff, obviously I spend a lot more time thinking about those matters than you could ever conceivably have any impact on me about it, you know? Like, oh, he got me where it hurts. I'm old and I'm gonna die. Like, obviously, nothing you could possibly say could have any impact next to the scope and scale of mortality, right? So you have to be, you have to have absolutely no intuition at all to say such a thing, to think such a thing, right? Like to think, like, oh yeah, well, you have cancer. Is going to make any difference to somebody who's got cancer? Obviously, they do have cancer, and that sucks. And the scope of that suckiness is far beyond anything that your Nelson haha could possibly have any impact on, right? Now, it is not the case that mortality works the same thing as cancer, because in fact, it's very possible you could die well before me. You know, the way you keep thumbing your nose at death, you are inclined to think of such things in such ways. I would say you are triggering a death flag. But yeah, it's just me being right as usual. And there's you being right. What the fuck is that? Maybe it's just a plane. Maybe it's just a plane and I'm on mushrooms. Or it looked really weird, whatever it was. I also saw it through the trees, so it's hard for me to say what it was. I've never seen anything look like that before through the trees or in the sky at all. But, you know, I am on mushrooms. So things look a little wonky sometimes. In the same way that famed television and radio broadcaster Edward R. Murrow was sometimes mistaken for a I guess he was mistaken for silence. It's a nice reality about here when the neighbors aren't being loud anyway. It's quiet and dark. I mean, quiet in a natural way, not like quiet like humans can make it quiet. Because humans can create spaces that are vastly more quiet than anything you ever find in nature. Sure, you might find extremely quiet places, like, say, inside a certain thing during a certain climate. Like, obviously, if it's in the middle of winter and you're in some sort of like cave in a glacier or something, it's going to be super quiet. It's super cold out because there's not going to be any water dripping and stuff, you know. But another time of year is very sound of water a lot. I guess those places are more quiet in general. There's places in nature that are more quiet, that have less life. But there's something fundamentally different about the kind of sound and noise that people make versus the absence thereof. Nature outside and everything. It's so wonderful and real in the ways that I need so much in my life, but you know, Rachel and I both obviously need healthy sensing. And we don't really get it at all. Instead, we have unhealthy sensing. Like, instead of going for a jog, buy something. Or instead of doing some breathing exercises, smoke a cigarette. And of course, what people maximally need in life is to have some kind of healthy relationship with their fourth and eighth slough functions. But it's incredibly difficult to do because, you know, my example, to the extent that I'm going to be consciously having a healthy relationship with sensing, it's only going to be an introvert sensing because a sloth maximally unconscious. I'm gonna perceive the SE problem even as an SI problem in some sense. Like, well, if I expect myself to do this, I needed to plan ahead, write it down. That does have a good impact on me sometimes. But then, you know, it's kind of like I don't want to write it down if I'm not in the right mood, because I know I'll just ignore it then, right? Whereas if I'm in the right kind of mood, have the right kind of attitude, I have to have a lot of stuff in place. Then I can SI my way into SEing, but it's just gonna forever be a fucking nightmare. I don't know what to say about it. You know, sensing will forever for me be an absolute fucking nightmare. And also, like a necessary. The thing so tricky about it is like it's a necessary ingredient to a full and happy life, right? But um, I'm going to have a very difficult time even conceptualizing the way in which expert sensing, for example, links into that because I'm so unconscious of it that even when I do accomplish things, the like sense of I did it lasts like, you know, 10 minutes or something, or not even that. Sometimes lasts longer. Um, like last time I took mushrooms, I made myself do this Pipe Police episode, and I didn't want to, but I forced myself to do it before I took mushrooms because I said, Eric, you can only take mushrooms if you do this thing first. Well, you want to motivate Eric to do something. Be like, you can only take these drugs if you do this thing. I'll be like, okay, I guess I am going to sweep up everything around here today. I didn't know I was going to, especially since I'm not on any alcohol, but Now it seems very obvious to me that I am going to sweep everything up. Because, not because I have it now, but apparently if I sweep everything, I'm going to get some. So, fuck yeah, I'm down. Is it what, like this instead of money or something? Or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm there. I'm sweeping. I don't even know why I even asked you the question. That's your condition for the drugs. I just do that. That's fine. Nothing immoral or strange about it. So no problem. If only reality worked like that. Like your drugs were like, yeah, you have me, but we won't let you take us until you do these things. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I get so much accomplished. I get an incredible, insane amount accomplished. If only our drugs could be like that. Hey, Adderall. Glad to see you back from the pharmacy again. What's going on? You know what's going on. Oh, here it comes. Well, what have you gotten accomplished the last couple of weeks? Nothing. I don't want to hang out with a layabout like you. So you need to prove to me that you're going to accomplish some things before I'm going to let you take me. That's fair, Adderall. If I was a real go-getter like you, I wouldn't want to hang around with a layabout like me either. Well, I get a lot accomplished. If Adderall was like, not today, Shug. Not today, Satan. No, you need to sleep, mister. Well, I know it's not fun, but I'm not going to go with you right now. But there's absolutely nothing fun about this at all. It's just me. I'm not even like tired that much. You're tired, Shug. You need to go to bed. Oh, but I was gonna. Don't tell me, but you was gone. You should have thought about that before you stayed up all that time. All right, fine. You can always go without me, You can go do your thing, or whatever you want. You don't need me there. Oh, all right, fine. That's how it is when I run out anyway. It's just like that. But, now you want to do me responsibly. When you first get the bottle, you don't want to do responsible. You want to take, like, I'm going to take 3, I'm going to take 4. Now you all tell me you can trust me. I'm good, be good from now on, miss. Sure. I'm not buying that at all. I'm going to go away and not come back till next month. But, I guess it's probably for the best. I gotta slink back into my boring cave. Yes, That is a thing that we are. We're a lot of things, okay? We're beautiful. We're strong women. Don't hate us because we're strong women. Like, you know, that I've been and successfully completed 3 Naked and Afraid challenges. Why? Because I'm here to show everybody I'm a strong woman. You know, a lot of people think women are weak and stuff, but I'm proving right now by being a strong woman that I am just as good as a man, and that's how come I could survive 21 days. Well, you can guess what kind of pushback that gets from the men, the male chauvinists, the misogynists. When I come back to my hometown, I'm like, hey, don't treat me like some dainty girl. I am a veteran of Naked and Afraid. I'm tougher than you'll ever be. This stream does prove that women are strong. It does. Because they have a secret that most men don't have. You see, they believe in crystal light. And so they believe in themselves. Most men, if you ask them, hey, do you believe in crystal light? They're going to tell you no. Because obviously they don't. And accordingly, they don't believe in themselves. Right. No, Ruben, it's the thing is it's generally very obvious that they're telling themselves that even though they've had something traumatic experiences or whatever, that they're a strong woman, but it's just or sometimes it's not that even. It's like for example, there might be some ENTJ or ESTJ who gets a lot of pushback because of their because of their excessive TE, interpreting it as because they're a strong woman, you know? You get that sometimes. You get a variety of different things, but it's a very common refrain. It's not the sort of thing you hear from ISFPs though. They're like, I'm out here to be with nature and find the right rhythms and stuff. Look, I know I put off a lot of people because I'm a strong woman, but I'm sorry, man. And the reason you put off a lot of people is because you're a horrible anti-Polytheon who's who's trying to additionally deal with some kind of gender realities that do exist, but is intuitively completely incapable of actually navigating what matters in those areas. It's just get out of here, strong woman, with your strong woman. In that case, right? But there's other ways that people say it. It's a very common refrain among women on Making Her Afraid. Obviously, some of the time, it's actually like they're asserting themselves in defiance to unreasonable expectations placed upon them at some point. Like, you're supposed to stay home with your husband, kind of shit. And so, yeah, there's a variety of things, but the point is, I've never heard any women go on the show and say, I'm here because I am just a weak woman. I'm a weak woman, and that's why I'm here. You never hear any men say anything about being a strong man, right? You literally never hear it at all. Because Even if they might say that kind of thing, instead they'd say like, I'm capable, I can do it, and other kinds of things, rather than like, I'm strong man. Because I think with man, it more correlates with like physical strength, right? Whereas with women, it's more like emotional strength. When like, do you have any regrets? And the person's like, no, I wouldn't change the thing. I was true to myself, blah, blah. Right. Ruben, I know you trying to play smart. You guys think that this loser is wise, man. You could be very wrong, and it's not strange you like him because only loser like you watches people like him. Wow, Kurt. I mean, I hate to point out the obvious, but aren't you watching me right now? Maybe you should stop. Yeah, we're all gonna learn a lot tonight from you, Kurt. And I want to join Ruben in thanking you for the opportunity to learn. You know, you could charge so much for your instruction, but you're here providing it to us for free. Your honesty, your honest observations about things that obviously I and others need to be informed about. So, thank you. And please continue. Please let us know more of your very pleasing words. When I frame this as things I can learn from Kurd, it becomes much more interesting, right? Like, well, for example, I learned that Ruben is just trying to play smart because he thinks that I'm wise, even though I'm a loser, and he doesn't know that he's very wrong. Could be anyway, would be. And it's not strange that you like him because you're a loser just like him. Well, Ruben, turns out the jig is up. You and I are the same. We have whatever we might call in physics entanglement. To the extent that I am a loser, you are a loser for watching me, and vice versa. To the extent that I read what you're saying, I am a loser for reading it. We're trapped in an infinite cycle of loserdom. have been here almost 20 minutes and you have been just saying some bullshit stuff. I thought you maybe be a little smart or be a little bit wise, but I guess not. Well, Kurt, that's fine. Obviously, I'm not making content that is to please you and or others like you. So accordingly, I would fully anticipate anybody to do what one should do with content they don't like, which is to not pay attention to it. But regardless, thank you for caring so much about whether or not I guess I think I'm smart or others do or what have you. Obviously, none of those things matter at all. Because nobody pays attention to somebody because they're smart, right? Like, that's it's silly. Like, you can't. People have this weird obsession with being smart, right? Like, there's no such thing as being smart per se. There's just paying attention in certain ways and not others. And obviously, there's a separate matter which is called being correct. And being correct is very important, maybe like super important, but it is not the same thing as being smart at all. So, Joe and Bob are both equally correct when they say that Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Joe might be a lot smarter than Bob, doesn't matter. Maybe they're both complete retards, doesn't matter. They're both correct. So, what happens a lot is that people mistake sounding correct, because obviously being correct is a skill that almost nobody has. So, they have heuristics or approximations to determine whether or not somebody is doing good determination, right? So it is the case that one way in which people use the word smart is to refer to sounding good at determining things. And that's because, like, if they mean smart to mean just mean correct, then that's the meaning thing is not a separate distinction, right? So obviously, people use a general term like smart to refer to a variety of different actual distinctions without really knowing necessarily which one they're employing, but nevertheless employing one and not others. So, for example, if I say, like, oh my God, that was super smart to balk the runner to third base in order for him to stop stealing your signs in that situation in the baseball game, I might say that, well, that's excellent TE. That's not TI at all, right? And so I might I personally might use the word smart. Oh my God, they're so smart to refer to TE. Or I might say, in general, if I'm going to refer to an instance of something, right, uh, then I'm going to be almost always referring to TE. Whereas if I'm talking about a person, I'm much more likely referring to TI stuff. Like, that guy's super smart means he parses well, from as I mean the term, right? what what what's illustrated here is not that I'm right about the term or anybody else is right about the term, but the term doesn't mean anything. It means a bunch of different things, and when people use the term as though it meant one thing, like this guy saying, Eric thinks he's smart. Well, I don't think it might be the case that some label like that could mean a variety of things might be well applied to me or might not. Well, why would I care at all? Why would I give a fuck about that kind of label anyway? Does it? It's not useful for anything. I could be super incredibly smart and wrong. People are all the time. If we're going to evaluate smart as being something other than correct, it's necessarily the case, right? That smart people are wrong all the time. Dumb people are wrong too. Maybe the case that smart people are wrong less than dumb people, but I don't think so. In general, because of course, being correct is a specific set of skills that one needs to have and deploy with precision, consistently. Understand, you gotta have a lot of things going on to be correct. You gotta you have to you have to have a lot going on to be correct. Like, by which I mean to be qualified to determine what is correct. Remember, when you're talking about correctness in that sense, then it's very much a matter of it's not is not appropriately left to lay people at all. Like, in the same sense that you wouldn't leave your legal argumentation to Joe, your neighbor, so too you wouldn't, unless Joe happens to be a lawyer or me, um, so too you wouldn't, you shouldn't, you shouldn't treat anything that is appropriately adjudicated by argumentation as though it were the purview of anything other than experts, right? So people don't treat it like that. In fact, people have all kinds of claims about what's correct here and there, and they're just making noise, right? They're in the same sense that, like, Susie coughing in the courtroom does, does not constitute an actual action in the courtroom, but just incidental background noise. So too is it the case with people in their protestations of this and that without even understanding what making a claim is, or what the responsibilities there, that ensue from that, etc., or whatever. Now, it is the case that time and time and time again, we have reality showing us that that which is argumentationally correct is what ought to be done. And when we deviate from that, we incur harms. It's also the case that conceptually we can imagine realities where we incur harms from being true to that. And we could point to examples potentially of places being true to, well, I mean, no, you can't really imagine that because all the mechanisms for correctness have accounted for responsivity to trespass. Anyway, the point is that it's not the case that anybody's ever well served by having that which is correct adjudicated by anybody who's not competent at it, nor is it the case that anybody's ever well served by things that are incorrect that they are affirming for whatever reason. It's never adaptive to be incorrect. It's always at best remediating. So it may be the case that, like, I can't cope with the truth yet, and so I'm clinging to this, but it's remediating a fundamental problem, right? It's not actually adaptive. So that's the reality with wrongness, incorrectness. People say this expression, "the truth will set you free." That's incorrect. Okay, truth does not set you free. It is correct to say that lies are a form of bondage, or in other words, incorrectness will imprison you with its incorrectness. Whether or not you like that prison, and whether or not you view it as a prison, whether or not you experience the correctness as liberating and stuff, well, those are separate questions. Like, it's not the case that it's always a good idea for everybody to accept the truth about something if we're calculating impacts that are like their subjectivities, which is, of course, the only impacts anybody can ever calculate. Like, you might be able to objectively point to those dead bodies, but that's not the impact of it, right? You might be able to objectively point to that $1 million, but the actual reason those count as impacts is because they have subjective importance to people. Unlike legitimacy arguments. which are not calculated based on that kind of nonsense. Nobody gives a fuck about your subjectivities when it comes down to matters of justice, obviously. Justice definitionally has to excise all such considerations, has to apply itself equally to everybody, has to apply the law and the plain language of the law to mean what it says, has to do so in public court, etc., right? So the reason for all these mechanisms is to ensure that justice entirely excises all those kinds of things that matter a lot to people in terms of their own lives, impacts. We don't care about impacts and correctness, right? That's why attempted murder is a crime. I might try to shoot you and miss. It's still not okay. Doesn't make it any more okay than if you would hit me. The only reason we qualify those things as different crimes is because it's not correct to say that a failed attempt to murder somebody is the same thing as actually murdering them. But it's also not correct to say that because nothing bad happened, no crime occurred. So, you know, like, we all rely on correctness, obviously, to as the underpinning of everything we hold dear, right? Like, whatever it is you hold dear personally, underlying that, the reason you're able to hold that dear and in the ways you do is because of correctness. This is something I was talking about last time too, which is that it is just right and correct, of course, that people be very wrong all the time because any alternative is the naturally occurring outcome of the correct kind of processes. In other words, freedom of conscience and an individual responsibility for what they think and say. That includes some fundamental understanding that disagreeing with me is not inherently a problem, right? Like, people can disagree and be wrong, and they're not violating my rights. So, accordingly, the correct thing is to understand it that way. Accordingly, is the correct thing for anybody. So, the government, for example, shouldn't be able to say, well, I don't think that you should say that thing because it makes me, the government, feel bad. And that should be considered determinant on the matter any more than if they were a regular citizen. So if you're a regular citizen like me and you don't want to hear what I am saying, then obviously you should go to a different YouTube channel. There's no obligation of me to change what I'm saying, but rather, if it's so unlikable to your ears, then you can go listen to something else. And additionally, there are limits to an individual's free speech that are reasonable, logical, and appropriate. Things like a person's, the kind of speech a person is engaged in matters. So if I'm explaining things, it's one kind of speech. If I'm advocating in favor or against things politically, it's another kind of speech. If I'm trying to sell a product, it's the third kind of speech. And if I'm, say, inciting a riot, that's not okay, regardless of what other words are around it. Like, I can't be like, hey, these things are justice and these things are not justice, these words here, and then say, oh, and by the way, go and do this unjust stuff, and then say these other words that are defensible. That's a call to action. Those are distinct kinds of speech, obviously. So being correct is means that we get to have those distinctions and they get to matter. Whereas, like in China, because they don't want they don't want the logical consequences of those kinds of distinctions, they just you can't have those kind of distinctions at all, right? Like, oh well. The point is, maybe it's this kind of speech or that kind of speech. Even making those distinctions implies that whether it's okay has something other to do with something other than what we say, right? that in fact there's some legal standard or expected reasonableness that you can apply on your end to hold us accountable at all, right? So, or anybody else accountable. That's what gets sacrificed. Like, well, Ching Chong Chung versus Shaolin Fu or whatever. These two Chinese guys trying to say, hey, you use this kind of language against me. And this person saying, we don't have those distinctions. We don't know what kind of language you used against me. And even if we did, it wouldn't matter because, from our perspective, everything is determined by what Joe says up here. And so it doesn't matter. Why would we even be making these kind of distinctions? Instead, they make distinctions about stuff that they do understand, like you're being disrespectful, or I'm your elder, or some other garbage like that that is irrelevant. And yeah, you can see the difference between a communitarian state like Japan and a communitarian state like China, and that the former has process integrity. In other words, there are means by which people can hold other people accountable, whereas China has none. China, in fact, the way it is, it's like it's immune to the healing impacts of actual accountability, such that when these party leaders were discovered to have these massive offshore accounts for themselves and their families, nobody in China found out about it. You know, the rest of the world learned about it. Because obviously, they have very sophisticated anti accountability measures in place. That's what authoritarianism is fundamentally. China's got the most robust anti-accountability measures in place on the planet, given the size of it and everything. Obviously, maybe North Korea's is more complete, but theirs is vastly more robust. And you know, like in China, people refer to certain date. I forget what date it is, but because any reference in that date in like Chinese social media gets like shit like censored immediately and stuff. They so let's say it was like June 2nd or something. They call it May 33rd or something like that. You know, I can't quite do the math. But they have to do that just to talk about a date. A date. Because it's commonly used when people use this date. It refers to this actual thing that we're trying to not be accountable for in any way, which means we don't want even it to be part of history at all, for nobody to be even aware that anything about it. And accordingly, it, it's a system that is guaranteed to collapse in and of itself because it becomes like Russia and or a kleptocracy slash whatever else you want to call it, just a failed state. Whereas like America, we have a lot of robust institutions, and number one of them is decentralization. Like the president can't tell judge whomever wherever what to do, and that's all there is to it. And no judge in the country is going to think that it's otherwise. No judge in the country is going to be like, because he's the president, I have to do what he says. No American is going to think that, right? It's anti-American to imagine such a state of affairs where you have to do what somebody else says because they're the king or whatever. Fuck that noise. Obviously. So we're not Russia, but we're getting there. And people want to focus, of course, on irrelevancies like, well, these rich people, they're the problem, these billionaires or whatever. Well, those billionaires may indeed have been massive problems, namely in their depravity and so forth. But the problem in general has nothing to do with the ability of people to get rich. Instead, it has to do with the ability of everybody to hold everybody else accountable. And if that happens, then inequities, schminequities, they'll take care of themselves. If everybody is equally accountable to everybody else by legal means and is treated the same in courts and stuff, everything else will take care of itself. So, obviously, the correct thing results in necessarily a world where people are incredibly wrong by focusing on impacts that are not things to focus on and mistake, like, you know, this terrible thing happened and Haley's comet passed overhead. Therefore, they are related in some way, right? And they're not related in any way at all. So people are that way. The correct understanding of things means that they get to be incorrect like that. And even though they're wrong and it's super annoying, they get to be wrong. Obviously, what matters is not that this person has that much money or whatever. It's the accountability principle. That's what matters. And fixating on anything other than that is just being wrong, understandably wrong. And fortunately, America's got a robust enough system that a bunch of people being wrong even can't tear it down completely because of the courts. Thank God for the fucking courts. The only truly deliberative institution at all in the government. And without the courts, we'd be China. We'd be whatever. You have fair, open courts is the difference between a free and civil society and the fucking totalitarian hellscape. I think that's what it's easy to lose sight of as well is that regardless of whatever crazy fucking shit is going on at the federal level, which has always been the case anyway. It's just usually not so obvious. Or I guess it was always so obvious, but it usually tried harder to hide itself. Or you could understand it in some frame of reference other than abject villainy, just somebody's wrongness, right? With Trump, it's almost impossible to understand what's going on as anything other than abject villainy. Like, this guy's some kind of super villain. It's crazy. I mean, how could nobody would, like, a certain amount of years ago, nobody would have believed any of this stuff. Like, you know, that, I mean, I started my years ago, I didn't believe it when people told me, like, these rich people are up to no good. I was like, oh, come on. They're the same as everybody else. They're just rich. It's so crazy. Is Kurt still here? Kurt, obviously, you're very concerned about what I think about myself or whatever. Obviously, nothing I'm saying is about me at all. So it doesn't matter what I think about myself. You know, I'm not telling people what I think about myself. I'm telling people what I think about other things. But, you know, T.I. Polar, T.I. Polar, where is its ugly head? It's not fair to T.I. Polar, because it's also the case that there's only a certain kind of person who's like super interested in making sure that I know that I'm not cool and smart or whatever. And meanwhile, it's like I'm just over here with my like six people explaining things that nobody asked for. Bye, Unc Wrinkle Wrinkles. Okay, cool. Okay, but the thing is, of course, Kurt, you say you can be smart and wrong and stupid and correct. Yes, you can. Absolutely. So accordingly, whether I think I'm smart or not doesn't matter at all. And I'm telling you all about what I think about life. Maybe you've maybe you've come around a bit. Maybe I haven't considered maybe you were busy learning things. My bad. I guess I jumped to a conclusion there, and that's not cool of me. So there you have it. Regardless, FNS Zimmies, I'm sure, is long gone, in contrast to you, because he did not want to look at my wrinkles. And who can blame him? These wrinkly wrinkles. Obviously, I need to go get a forehead lift. What do I think about toe socks? I explained this last time you asked this question. Maybe even somebody else asked it, but I think they're fine for chicks, no for dudes. They're even kind of cute for chicks, you know. It's like, hey, look at my little toesies. Like, oh, isn't that adorable? But, you know, obviously my big manly toes, they're never going to see the inside of one of those little toe holes. No, not for me and my toes, okay? Not for man toes. Just like you never hear anybody on Naked and Afraid say, I'm here because I'm a strong man. You never hear anybody say that. Even though you hear, I'm a strong woman all the time. Okay, well, if you're going to get all orthopedic on us, Casey Jones, that's a whole separate matter. I'm talking about non-orthopedic toe socks, obviously. I believe in full that there are orthopedic toe socks specially designed to improve people with toe bunion conditions. But I'm not talking about those ones. Okay? And the reason that you never hear anybody say strong man is the same reason why men shouldn't wear toe socks. If I got to tell you what it is, then it's your problem, not mine. I, I can very determinedly tell you that's the first time in my life I've ever used that. You don't think anyone wants to wear toe socks as a fashion statement? Well, why else would they wear toe socks? Because it's somehow a better way of dealing with your toes than a regular sock? I mean, it's not a better way of dealing with your toes. You don't need, look, even with your wonderful hands that you use for everything, we sometimes put mittens on, right? That's inadequate. Just got a thumb and the rest of the hand, but you know, it's okay, I guess. Hands, you need to have gloves because you need your fingers to do things. You don't use your toes to do anything. Like, oh, I mean, I'm sure they come in handy when you're walking and whatnot, but I'm saying not like your fingers are necessary. Like, I don't, I don't do anything as complicated with my feet as picking up a bottle and moving it around. So, sure, if you are one of those people who does a lot of tree climbing, then maybe it would be better for you to have those socks because your individual toes could better cling onto the tree. But that runners wear them for blisters. That's why people wear toe socks? That's not why people wear toe socks, though. It may be the case that some portion of the world finds it better to. How could it make less blisters wearing toe socks than having just one sock? That doesn't even make any sense at all. And if they're gonna have blisters like there, wouldn't it be better served by just putting some like moleskin over those spots and then rather than trying to have a different sock for every toe? Ultra runners. Okay, well, so just because Casey Jones, maybe it's the case that for people who run races of over 100 miles, they wear toe socks for this reason. That is not that is not justify you saying I don't think anyone wears toe socks as a fashion statement. Because how many people who wear toe socks are these super long distance runners? Like maybe 0.1%. I mean, I don't really know how common toe socks are, really. Uh, I, in my imagination, I think of them as being things that like college girls wear. I don't mean that. When I say my imagination, I just mean like as I'm picturing like how many people wear toe socks. I think well, like college girls wear them in their 20s maybe. Then they stop wearing them because they stop caring about being so cutesy maybe or something. I don't know. That's how I imagine the demographic of toe socks being. But I could be totally wrong. Maybe, in fact, almost every single pair of toe socks are purchased by people who run over 100 miles in a race. And in fact, the reason they wear them is purely mechanical, that for some reason nobody could ever explain to me. They get fewer blisters with toe socks than with regular socks. Well, that could be the case. You know, what cuteness is in toe socks? I don't know. I just think of them as things girls wear and they wiggle their toes and go, look at my little toesies. I don't know. Or if you mean why are toe socks inherently cute, why I don't think they are inherently cute. You have to imagine the person being cute with them, right? But it's an interesting question. Why toe socks are cuter than regular socks? You know, dogs are the only animal that doesn't need to work to survive. What does that even mean, Casey Jones? Are you just pulling this shit entirely out of your ass? At this point, I am beginning to understand that his whole ultra running thing is also probably pulled directly out of his ass. No, actually, people who run over 100 miles, they need to wear toe socks because they get less blisters that way. Really? So the gullible person says, really? I didn't know that. And they think about it a little more. That also doesn't make any sense. No, that's true. Yeah, and did you also know that dogs are the only animal that doesn't need to work to survive? I mean, it's not like every example of a dog has the same life, right? Some of them have very relaxed lives where you just get fed all the time. Some of them have to do a lot of work, like pull a sled or herd some sheep or something. Okay, well, Casey Jones, I don't think Casey Jones actually, I don't think Casey Jones thinks they're bullshitting. I just think that regardless, it's bullshit. So even if it is the case that dogs survive purely by showing love towards everyone, then those people feed them. Well, that doesn't mean that when they're pulling the sled, it's not work. So I think in this clarification here, Rachel, that Casey Jones is not thinking he's just bullshitting, but I think he actually is just bullshitting at the same time. Okay, like I believe Casey Jones really believed when he said, I don't think anyone wears toe socks as a fashion statement, even though it would seem obvious that almost everybody who wears toe socks actually is no practical benefit from them at all. But I think he might have meant it when he said that. Okay, yes, some dogs work, but that's just dog slavery. Okay, well, the original point was not that whether or not dogs work freely. Also, showing love to somebody is a form of work if you're just evaluating in terms of like thing you do to get food. Like there's nothing less work about, being loyal to a person than there is about reliably going hunting every day and getting your little rabbit or whatever you eat. Do dogs have toe socks as well? Good question. If a dog did have toe socks, I'm sure he would not want to wear them. They do put socks on dogs for multiple reasons. Like in the sled dogs, they need to keep from getting too much snow and ice in between their pads of their feet. So they put little booties on them. Cats are way better. Well, I've got two of them. Cat number one, sleeping right there on Rachel's chair. Cat number two, Mr. Magoo. He's patrolling the floor, making sure nobody goes anyplace without his awareness of this. Like, hey, ain't nobody changing locations unless they gotta step over me. That's why I can make sure Capilla doesn't go anywhere as she's not supposed to as well. He's a real dick. He wants to be king of the castle, control everything. Even though I've explained to him on multiple occasions that that's not cool. You know, the difference between dogs and cats in terms of their relation to people is that dogs, like people, are familial, whereas cats are territorial. So it's kind of like, well, I mean, Capilla goes to different places, and who knows what motivates her. Like, it's true that obviously she's got places she goes to that are impacted a lot by trouble. Like, unlike it's how it should be is that she could just go wherever and lay down wherever and not have to think about it at all. But because of his sociopathic ways, makes trouble for everybody. So like where Rachel doesn't like Capilla sitting, she probably never would have sat there in the first place, except for the fact that trouble makes it so there's not good places for her to sit necessarily. Also, like this is not really true. I'm making these stories for her. She has all of these other chairs that you could go to. It's ridiculous. Do I like giving advice? No. I, I, in the way that people ought to use the expression, definitely not, because it would mean that somebody's going through something specific that I'd have to understand in full to provide advice about it. And on the other matter of, I think I like to give advice about how people should live in general. Well, no, because it is the case that everybody should adhere to universalities that are appropriate for everybody to adhere to. And that kind of goes without saying. Advice beyond that, well, I have no way of knowing what somebody should in general do when what a person should do is determined almost entirely by their subjective specifics. I can say what people should not do, like they should not violate rights or what have you, but how the fuck am I supposed to know what I should do? I don't know. I don't even know what I should do. I can barely make it outside to smoke a cigarette with all the things I need. How am I gonna correctly determine what the correct course of action for you is in your incredibly complicated specific reality? Well, never in a million years are gonna figure that out. Nobody can figure that out. Now, if people want advice on some constrained question, like, I don't know, should I've gotten two job offers. This one has these advantages, and this one has those advantages. Disadvantages. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, even then, it'd be like, well, it's going to boil down to what do you think you have as an absolute value more in terms of these things? What's going to and or instrumental value. Accordingly, if it's instrumentally value, you're going to be able to put up with deficits in that area more. Like that, right? So I think that Curry 09 has been given a hard time. Today, here, yeah. Uh, at first, for good reason. But in general, I have no idea. I'm obviously affording him the same curse I'd afford anybody, which is I'm reacting to him as in keeping with what he's saying and how he's saying it rather than what he did before. Because, people come in here and then they adjust. That happens I wouldn't say it happens all the time, but it would happen all the time. But, I try to, because it is my tool function. It may be an instrumental value for me, but it's the number one instrument I use. Try to be fair in my dealings with everybody. It's also the case that I'd like to be kind in my dealings with everybody. And it's also the case that when I think somebody's coming in just trolling and shit, then I'm just gonna make fun of them. Because, I don't know, it's just F5 polar again. We all gotta be bad at something. I've got a huge list of things that I'm bad at. That is among them. The list of things that I'm bad at is, of course, infinitely long, whereas the list of things that I'm good at is hauntingly short. That would be true for every person, of course. We all want to focus on like, I'm good at these few things. Oh yeah? Well, look at all the things you're not good at. You want to be like, I had this ESTJ woman one time telling me, Jack of all trades, master of most. That's what she self-identified as. She also self-identified as an ENTP. So I can assure you one thing he was not the master of, obviously, was being correct. if you really think you are jack of all trades, master of most, that's another word for ESTJ. I guess you could say it might be an ENTJ thing as well. Obviously, ENTJ is less likely to see themselves as a jack of all trades. They're like, hey, I have this vision. Oh, I have to learn this bit of trade to accomplish that. That's exactly as much as I'll learn and so forth. They're not really going to be so much the Renaissance man kind of guy with, I'm a sculptor and I'm a businessman and yeah. They're just going to be like, I run marathons, obviously. I climb to the top of Everest, obviously. I make a lot of money. What else is there? Oh yeah, I fuck a lot of chicks. Yeah. But lately I've been really cutting back. Because, I've been trying to get myself right, not just physically and with my diet, which has always been, but also like kind of emotionally, if you know what I mean. I guess by like not fucking quite so many chicks. That's my plan right now. Like, what is this enormous fucking worm thing? I guess it's a centipede or a millipede. It's huge. It is like seriously. It's it's like the size. It's longer than a pack of cigarette box would be. It's enormous. It's coming right at me. Like, and it's making pretty good time too. I'd say that keeps that up over the long haul. It's gonna end up walking faster than me. So whatever mile per hour I walk at, it's going faster than that. How's that logic for you? This crazy guy, I think maybe he's coming to get me, is why he's coming over here. He wants to get me. Like when I moved this way, he turned. He literally came more towards me. What the fuck, bro? I don't I remember ordering one of these. Obviously, I'm not gonna hurt it or anything. But seriously though, what the fuck? That is so big. Like I have never in my whole life and living in California ever seen anything like that before. It's, I mean, I've seen maybe smaller versions of that thing, but that thing is just enormous. It looks like a big fucking earthworm, right? But it's not an earthworm, it's a millipede. You can see it kind of shimmering as it walks. And you might be wondering, how could it walk so fast? Well, because it's got 1,000 feet. That's what a millipede means. You'd walk fast too if you had 1,000 feet. I envision a utopian future where extra giant one of those walk across your back to give you a massage. That's what I want the future to bring. More than anything else. I want giant one of those things walking on my back. Where are you even going? Like, where did you come from? You were walking down the highway here. Well, how do you know, like, I was going there the whole time? Like, what made you decide to go right there? All right. And look at you pulling all the rest of your body in and everything. I'm never going to find you under there, is what you're thinking. Well, I got news for you, buddy. I found you a long time ago. You may not have been aware that I was aware that you were right there, but I was the whole time. Maybe you're hiding from something other than me, though. Like, I don't know. I guess a bird eats that. Maybe a lizard eats that. I guess potentially a frog would eat that. If it's a big enough frog, that's a big fucking millipede. I mean, it'd have to be a big frog to eat that. Um, a fish could eat that potentially. Uh, but if it's hiding from fish right here, well, I got some news for it. It doesn't need to worry about fish right here. Get it? It doesn't really need to worry about birds either, because maybe that's why it's hiding here. Because like, what bird's gonna fly all the way down to that little corner right there? I don't see it happening. Now, if you're trying to protect yourself from lizards, well, I got some bad news for you. There are, in fact, a lot of lizards also under there. So you picked a bad place to go if you're trying to avoid lizards. What's that you say? Small snakes? Again, not a good place to go. I've never seen any small snakes there, but it's the kind of place that small snakes might go. So who knows why you wanted to go over there? Maybe that's where all the millipede food is. I don't know how so much millipede food got in underneath that crack, but maybe that's the answer to it. That would explain all these little caterpillars that we have all over the place. They must be attracted to the caterpillar food that got all over the house. I said, damn it, Rachel, don't spill caterpillar food all over the house. How do you even do that? She's like, I'm sorry, I was up here on this crane trying to manhandle these 50-pound bags of caterpillar food. And, a falcon flew by and tore open holes in both bags. Then the wind, obviously, and then I dropped them. So that's how. All right, fair enough, Rachel. Fair enough. That makes sense. We're going to have the house covered in caterpillars this coming spring, right? I know. Hey, do I even want to ask why you got a crane and a bunch of caterpillar food in the first place? No, probably not. Fair enough. What time is it? Is it late? It's like 11. It's not that late. I don't have to be worried about being too loud or whatever. Not that I should give a fuck. It's like, who am I worried about? Those people? They're not worried about us. So, obviously, I'd be worried about being loud about Jared or Kay, but I also understand that I'm not being that kind of loud. Sometimes I could be pretty loud talking outside. But meow, meow, meow and stuff, you know. But still not the same kind of loud as like having a chainsaw going or something. Hey, it's midnight. You guys mind if I run this chainsaw? Rawr. And then I start cutting all the logs I can find. Just, people slowly in their robes have come out of their houses be like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm just cutting some logs, bro. It's like 1 in the morning. Well, you know, logs aren't going to cut themselves. Sure sign you live next door to a tweaker. So, my neighbor started chainsawing logs in their yard in the middle of the night again last night. I get it, they need to cut up wood, I guess, but I'm entirely unsure what they're doing with these logs out there. Looks like one of them at least was an attempt at a sculpture of some kind. Tweaker, what are you talking about? I just have an authentic passion for middle of the night chainsawing. You don't know why you're still watching me? Well, only you could know that. I have no way of telling you whether you like it, don't like it. I don't know. I can't look into your feelings. Sounds factual. Yeah. Hitchhiked its way to your home, I think. That should be the thumbnail of that big millipede, huh? Well, that would explain why you had all the caterpillars. Now I understand, yeah. Because you were using the caterpillars as bait. Gotcha. Makes sense. That's where you keep going every early morning with all the fishing tackle. I should have put 2 and 2 together. You were watching me from Iraq. You're not joking. Well, cool. I mean, it would make sense with your name being Kurd, you know. What with the Kurds being part of Iraq and everything. Are they still part of Iraq? I thought maybe they had their own country now or something. Kurdistan? Not sure. I haven't kept up with all that stuff since I quit being a debate coach. But I knew it at one point. I'm not sure. Seems like it's a country, Kurdistan. Seems like it is. But I get it. Seems like isn't really a good way to verify something. Fair enough. What Eric says seems like something is not a good way to determine the facts. I'm going to agree with you there. I also agree, though, that watching a cat eat is not a good way to feed him. And yet, here we are. Yet, here we are again. So, obviously, I'm wrong about that. Watching the cat eat is not only a good way to feed him, apparently it's a necessary condition upon which he be fed. So, here we are. After all, we don't want the cat to starve to death, do we? And believe me when I tell you, he is not starving to death. This is just the first plateful. I mean, it's not the first. This is the second plateful. At least the second. I mean, it started off the day with probably I filled it up then. Who knows? I may have even filled it up in the middle of the day too. That's how much this cat eats. He eats a lot of food. Whatever you imagine, the amount of food he eats is kind of like firewood. Firewood. You know, they say when you think you have enough firewood, you get 5 times more firewood than that. Well, as much food as you think this one cat would eat, multiply that by 5. That's how much he actually eats. And I get it, I might have some kind of bias because I watch him eat so much. But the thing is, I'm not biased in watching myself pour plate after plate of food for this guy. That's not any bias in that.
You're so cute.
Thanks, beautiful. Rachel knows.
Did you know?
Rachel knows how much this cat eats.
Did you know?
He eats more than the entire Nicaraguan soccer team. They're a light eating team, obviously. There are other teams that eat more than he does, but the Nicaraguans, they don't feed their team very much. Well, kitty, you're getting exactly what you want as always. Not only what you want, but you're getting a bonus of having mommy here watching you too. Earlier, maybe not today, but yesterday or something, he was meowing at me to come watch him eat. And Rachel's like, okay, I'll watch you eat. I'm right here. And he's like, no, I don't want you to watch me eat. I want Aaron. Like, all right, that is ridiculous.
Fully sitting down, waiting for him.
I get it. Okay, you want one of us to stand guard while you eat your food or something. But not being okay with it being Rachel, like she's somehow inadequate at guarding you, is ridiculous. That is just not acceptable. Of course, what did we do though? We accepted it. I went and watched him eat. That's why he wins all the time. Because we're weak. And we just would rather just give in than try to be consistent in disciplining this cat. Because, he's more stubborn than we are about whatever it is. Like, I have told him many times, like, no, I'm not going to watch you eat. You go in there and you eat your food. Well, before I know it, it's not like I even decide to come in here. I'm in here and I'm watching him eat. And I'm like, wait a second, how did this even happen? I just given up trying to fight it entirely now. He's too powerful. Does the cat bring us presents? Yeah, well, mostly this cat brings us presents we don't want, obviously. We don't want her dead mouse. We appreciate the sentiment, perhaps. The thing is...
Should I get a pillow thing like that for her bed?
No, Rachel. There's no solution to this. If you want to sit down there, he's going to have to move her. If you don't want her on the top thing, he's going to have to move her. And it's not that she doesn't have adequate alternatives.
No, you're right. She does. She
Yeah.
definitely does. And you don't want me petting you the whole time. No. So, I'm sorry, baby, but I'm going to have to kick you out.
Yeah, so that cat is a better mouser than the other one.
Oh my gosh, you're making this so hard for me.
The problem that we have, of course, is that yeah, I do know about Kurds in Kurdistan. You've got your own country now, huh? That's good to hear. I know that Saddam Hussein was not very fond of you. When I was a kid, I remember USA soldiers giving me candies. Yeah. How wonderful that we get to talk to people around the world and they say, when I was a child, your military engaged with me. Uh, yeah. Well, I'm sure you enjoy the candies and not so much your dead family members.
Mm.
Well, I guess if you're Kurdish, then you were more on our side than an average person would be. Not that we should. Why anybody in the region would have been on or not on America's side is the fundamental problem. We should never have been in there in the first place. But I suppose as a Kurd, you're more likely to see our interventionist ways as a positive. Oh, oh, the hubris of idiots. I tell you, people who don't, the people who are least qualified for confidence are always the most confident. They know with their shitty intuition what's a good idea.
Is there coffee?
I think there is coffee. Is it hot? I don't know.
Okay.
Kurdistan region is on USA side,
Oh my
but not
gosh,
Iraq.
that
No, I get that. I do understand that, the Kurds were a legitimate beneficiary of that whole affair in that they were genuinely extra oppressed, right, by Saddam Hussein as opposed to, say, his fellow Sunni friends from whatever town he was from, Basra. Is that the name of it? I don't know if that's what town he was from, but that's what comes to my mind right now. Yeah, well, we not only went to war, but the point is, it's understandable from the Kurds' perspective that they would not be particularly concerned about the legitimacy of our invasion because from their perspective, Saddam Hussein obviously was something very much they needed to be liberated from, and accordingly, it was going to seem like a legitimate thing to them. And nobody can deny them that claim either. Like the fact is that's not why the U.S. went there, and so it doesn't legitimize us doing that. But it is a good impact. Phosphorus, yeah. Okay. Well, sometimes the old memory pops up things that are true. The thing, of course, is that the if you're going to look at it from an international perspective, the reason it would be a bad idea to have regime changed Saddam Hussein is that he was basically a secular dictator. He was nominally Sunni, but he was not motivated by religion particularly. And the more dangerous elements in the region linked to religious fanaticism. But nevertheless, it's the case, obviously, Saddam Hussein was a bad guy and nobody missed him particularly when we took him out. But regardless, that's why you don't go to war based on predicted impacts of shit. Hey, look at me, I can predict some impacts. Yeah, you and everybody else in the world. His eldest son was an absolute maniac. Oh, I believe it. Obviously, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and it, it's abundantly evident in the contemporary landscape of things that when you've got people who are unreasonably empowered by fame and wealth, that they tend to get super evil for reasons that are maybe not easy to articulate other than shit corrupts people. You know, I can say with 100 billion% certainty that at this point in my life, it wouldn't matter at all, given my long life's experiences of whatever, how rich or famous I became. It would not impact me by making me evil or engage in any kind of behavior that doesn't validate as legitimate, because if for no other reason, I experience all the time, every day, the the repercussions of failing to prioritize what was important when I had the chance to prioritize it. It's the thing that haunts me more than anything else. So, um, obviously, I might, in some sense, be like guilty of that again, right? Like failing to prioritize whatever. But there's a clear, bright line between that and, say, engaging in wickedness, because while I can't always anticipate and catch myself before I fail to prioritize what's important, I can always catch myself regarding wickedness. And given how bad I feel about non wicked shit, how much it haunts me, well, you can imagine how I feel about the wicked stuff. And like anybody, I have had my share of sins in life, right? So there's no way, conceivable way, that power, fame, whatever, wealth, doesn't matter, could corrupt me, because my entire identity is so entirely married to both being correct, being a moralist, etc. And my actual experience is so strongly shaped by sensitivity fundamentally, I I am very sensitive when it comes to sad stuff or injustice and stuff like that. So that's never going to change. That's who I am. It was always who I was, even though at different times I may have felt more or less sensitive. As I've gotten older, I have a much better understanding of who I am, and an understanding of how certain kind of mistakes have certain kind of repercussions for me personally, regardless of externalities. So it's impossible that I would be corrupted, no matter how much, whatever. But that is me now, and it's not necessarily the case that I never would have been corrupted by it. I don't really know that. I, you know, it's hard to imagine yourself going way, way back and taking a totally different path, and how you'd be different. Well, hard to say. Uh, Hard to say. Kitty, I know you want pets. You two cats. You are so full of demands all the time. Like, Rachel's so worried about, like, oh, I don't want to make her move, blah, blah, blah. And, it's the kind of thing that I think about too. For fuck's sake, she has every place in the whole fucking house to sit. Like, this is what I mean by these cats being so much demand, right? Like, and sure, there are plenty of times when Kafia's not sitting in these places where we don't want her to sit. We don't really notice that as much, um, but it's like her absolute favorite places to be, are, of course, a place that I hate her being, and a place that Rachel hates her being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, oh, it's fine, Kurt. I don't care. People like you come in here and you don't know anything about me, and it's understandable that um, that people make judgments quickly because they don't have time to afford a person a bunch of attention in order before they make a decision about something. That's totally normal. In contrast, like you and I are in different positions, right? Like, so I'm very accustomed to people coming in and not knowing what's going on at first, and it's also the case though that I'm making assumptions that you're just coming in trolling and that you weren't possibly a straight up person, right, or something like that. So we both make assumptions and we reach common ground, which is great. A lot of times it never gets here. This is an exemplary example of how it should go, right?
Yeah, it is.
I It's normal for anybody to come in and immediately butt heads because, from my perspective, it's normal to go into any kind of stream and expect them to be wrong all the time. That's how people are. That's how they are. And it also just sometimes takes us a while to get enough data to intuit about, Doesn't stop me from jumping to intuitive conclusions ahead of schedule anyway. I know that. So why should it stop you? Me and my intuition. I tell you, my intuition's always getting me into trouble when I'm typing people. I do this typing thing, personality type thing. I don't think I've really talked about it at all much, but I ask them questions and tell them what personality types they are and stuff. Anyway, uh, when I'm doing that, a lot of times I'll kind of intuit, like this person seems like this. It always gets me into trouble. I gotta trust what my tests and what the results say and ignore the fact that sometimes that's running foul of what I intuit about the person, because I have learned consistently 100% of the time that tests can be trusted in typing people. My intuition cannot. Somebody else's intuition maybe, but not mine. Hi, Benjamin Bennett. Hey, Alex Holdfast is warming. Pretty difficult to get Alex to warm. He keeps himself at a frigid 6 degrees Kelvin. Mm. Actually, now that I think about it, that'd be very easy to warm him. He's already so cold. Whereas it would be very difficult to warm the sun. I might make some kind of effort to make the sun warmer, but I I kind of think that my effort to make the sun warmer would be futile. And like technicality land, if I just like threw something into the sun, that would make it a little bit warmer. But that doesn't really count. The point is, it's going to be a lot easier to warm up something that's very cold than it is to warm up something that's already very hot. Yeah. And the reason is because in both those understandings, it means compared to room temperature. That's the only meaning that cold and hot have, obviously, is compared to room temperature. You know, compared to how hot it should be. All right, so how hot should it be? It should be about 70 to 75 degrees. Maybe at night it should go down to like 65. So that's how hot it should be. So is it cold right now? Well, let's check the should schedule. It's night, so it's supposed to be between 65, let's say it could go as low as like 63. So what's the actual temperature right now? Well, let's pretend the actual temperature is 58. Well, then it's cold because it's below what it should be. And if it were to say be like 75, well, then it's hot because it's hotter than what it should be. And that's how hot and cold work. So, given that, we can conclude that hot and cold are always defined against either room temperature, which, if you're in a sane room, is about what it should be, right? Or the temperature that it should be. So, now, let's return to the question of heating something up. Obviously, that means heating it up from where? From room temperature. Now, let's say something's already hot. It's already over here on this side. That means you might think, well, the work's already been done for me. No, because your job is not to find something hot. Your job is to heat something up. So, if you stop heating up something that you're making hot, it will do what? It will cool down back to room temperature. Accordingly, you're fighting not just against, you know, adding heat to something, you're fighting against heat gravity, returning it to room temperature. So, in contrast, let's say you're warming something up that's cold already. Well, in that case, temperature gravity works the other way. So, what that means is that if you don't even do anything, it's already going to start heating up by itself, right? So, obviously, when you do something, it's going to heat up faster than if you do the same thing to something that's already hot. And the reason is because of heat gravity. I, I, I think it's pretty obvious at this point that that's why. So that's why it's harder to heat up something that's hot than it is to heat up something that's cold. You might think, yeah, it's the same. It would be the same. Like, let's say I got this pan that's 150 degrees temperature, and I add some 160 degrees temperature to it. It'll get to, 160 degrees eventually in that amount of time. Well, what they've forgotten to take into account is a little something called heat gravity. Sometimes called temperature gravity, sometimes called coldness gravity. Depends on who you ask. Wow. Wow, what was that? Sounds like a deer running through the woods or something. Maybe a baby Sasquatch. Not a full grown one, though. Be a pretty small Sasquatch, I think. Be a baby, also an unusually skinny Sasquatch. Because, the way it moved through the brush sounded lithe. You can tell those kind of things. You can, but sort of. But it's like that big sound may have been made by a small animal, or vice versa. Like, oh my god, this mountain lion got so close to me and I didn't even hear it. Not that surprising because they're good at being quiet. Unlike somebody I know, this guy. I'm not very good at being quiet. But, I can be quiet when I'm tasked with being quiet, if I'm feeling sad or something. Oh, I was like, oh, I'm sad. I don't have anything to say. Just think about sad things. Be quiet over here. That's what Eric being quiet. The time I'm quiet is when I'm asleep. I do enjoy sleeping quietly. And obviously, when I'm watching TV, not one of the people who comments on it a whole lot. Occasionally I may, depending on the mood, depending on how much speed I'm on. Is that really determinant on the issue? Probably has a lot. It just has something to do with it. In general, I think it's a bad thing to do. Like when I'm watching TV, I'm trying to receive TV and I'm trying to also receive somebody else's words. So accordingly, so I behave accordingly, reciprocally. But, sometimes if I got a really cool joke to make, it's a different story. Bam! Like this one time, Rachel and I were watching Naked and Afraid, and there was this guy who had a certain look. I said, so what's cool about this episode, because like I started it for a second and paused and waited for her. So what's cool about this episode, Rachel, is that this, how that guy from Counting Crows retired, and this is what he went on to do. I did the joke better than that, okay, but it was nevertheless a joke that was necessary for me to say something because obviously I'm not going to not mention the fact that he looks like the guy from Counting Crows. Mostly, he had the same poor choice in hairstyle. That's not a good choice. If when your hairstyle makes anybody say, this reminds me of the Counting Crows, you've definitely made a poor choice. Also, any other part of your life that anybody says, this reminds me of the Counting Crows, you've also clearly made a very poor choice in that area. Like, if I come home, say Rachel's sleeping or something, I come home with some groceries, and she gets up and she looks at the bag of groceries and says, this bag of groceries reminds me of the Counting Crows. Then I know I have done a terrible job of getting groceries. It's like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Like the bag is like shrimp paste, like uncooked beans. What other useless things are there in the supermarket? They put shrimp paste, uncooked beans, unsweetened plain yogurt. Nobody wants to eat that shit. I was like, oh, well, I'm going to cut down on sugar. But, I love yogurt. You don't like yogurt at all. You like the sweet dessert things that they wrap inside of yogurt. Plain yogurt is just like, no. What else would go into this grocery bag? This Counting Crows grocery bag. Well, it would have like turnips in there, some raw turnips. Dear God, Rachel, I don't know what came over me. What the fuck did I buy? A package of liver from the butcher. I guess I thought we could use some raw liver. Pickles that aren't Clausen's. Boy, you are really wasting your money there to try one of those boutique brand of pickles or what have you. Uh-uh. Those are just a scam. There's only one good kind of pickles. I'm sorry, bubbies, but get out of here. Nobody's interested in your half-assed boutique pickles. More expensive, don't taste nearly as good. How about that? That's a great business model for you. I'm sure you will last about 5 minutes with your horrible pickles. Horrible, overpriced pickles. That's what you should call your brand. Bubby's Horrible, Overpriced Pickles. If there was any truth in advertising, that's what it would be called. Why I bought it on this occasion, I do not know. I guess I was too busy listening to Counting Crows. This is actually a fun game of what other useless things at the grocery store. If I went completely insane and brought home a bag of groceries, what would be in it? This is a fun game. I like it. Your dad likes liver, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
My mom loves plain yogurt.
well, yeah. Also, it's like to me.
But don't you think she's lying to herself?
Well, do you like black coffee?
No, I think that.
You think you're drinking it for a reason, but you're not lying to yourself, right?
No, I think preferably I would get a mocha or something, or I would definitely add
Right.
creamer.
Well,
But
the thing is, SI familiarity thing, right? It's got gets familiarized with something, and it's like I like it now this way. It's inconceivable to me that I could ever start drinking coffee black and start thinking, oh, you know what? I actually like it better this way long term. I when I switched from drinking with a lot of creams, like 1 cup of black coffee, I'm like, yeah, I kind of like it better this way. That lasts at most 1 cup of coffee.
the amount, I mean, I could go back and forth between having some with creamer and some with not.
I mean, you have your way of saving calories here or there where you want to, and I don't have any opinion about it. I could say that that's not a particularly efficient place to do that, but like I don't think that coffee creamer, the non-dairy kind, has that many calories in it.
Well, I don't think it's calories. I think it's like carbs. It's sugary. I believe. I don't know.
It doesn't have sugar in it. The thing is, you could look at the label
Fuck
too.
out of me. I don't know. When I would have it, I would feel like
Well, trust your body too. If you feel like that, that's why I'm saying like I might have thoughts about like whether this is a, an efficient way to do whatever you're trying to accomplish. But the bottom line is, you know your body, and I can't possibly. And you know, also, like everybody, we've all got to manage our subjectivities ourselves. Ultimately, like you may be able to provide like observations about how if I wanted to go sleep better, I should be able to. Yeah, it wouldn't help at all, obviously, even if it were accurate. Mexican tripe because you make menudo, and to save money, you bought the green tripe, not the fancier white tripe. Yeah, well, tripe that could be in the bag next to the liver, I suppose.
mm,
Obviously, nobody should ever use tripe for anything, but I get it if you want protein and you're super poor and stuff. But the idea that people who don't have to eat it still choose to eat it, well, that seems weird to me. But people choose to eat some weird ass shit, People, a lot of people like to eat fish,
my
even
mom
though it's
also likes fish.
even though it's clearly not good. Like it's pretty obvious. Just trust what your tongue says that it. We're supposed to eat things from the land because we come from the land.
I like lobster though.
Oh, that's fine. Lobster is different. I agree.
The
Lobster
lobster
is
tail,
good.
that way that's prepared like that. Like I don't like.
Yeah, right. Lobster is good. I agree with you. That's different because it's good. In terms of deliciousness, that's the only factor I'm considering here is like, does it qualify as a protein in terms of your taste says, yes, I validate this. And for lobster, I would say yes. Your taste validates that.
Because mostly it's like drenched in butter.
Yeah. Well, unlike, say, trout or something, that the best you can do is get it super fresh and perfect, and then if that happens, then it doesn't really taste like fish. It doesn't really taste like anything, really.
I know, Ruben. It's true. That's why
Well,
I can't have the whole thing, like with the like. I don't know.
the thing is, Ruben, when you put a insect under the water, it undergoes a natural brining, and that makes them good.
No, it's okay. It totally is what they are, and I am aware of that. I just can't help it. That's like the one like thing.
You eat testicles, huh? Well, maybe it's not so bad. I've never tried those, but at
I
least they come from land animals.
want to try that. I just don't want to try that. Can that be something that I don't try because Like
You
the
don't have to
image
try
of like
anything you
the
don't want to try, darling.
yeah, because like even if it's fried, like if it like bursts in any way, my mind will fucking go bananas. Like, why am I eating this?
Well, the thing is, I've never tried testicles, but I also was not interested for a long time in trying tongue. And then when I had tongue, I was like,
want to try that
I was like, hey, you know what? This tongue's pretty good. Nobody's telling you should try it. Nobody's telling you what your SI should be.
I used to think I was more open because I like culturally different food, I guess. But when it comes down to it, I'm really basic. My parents used to make fun of me all the time because like if I didn't want to venture outside of my comfort zone, I'd get chicken strips and fries.
Well, still to this day, you
I
eat
know, it's
spaghettios.
true.
You eat spaghettios and.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I also like little kid stuff like mac and cheese, hot dogs or whatever. It's
Mhm.
all really good stuff. And I don't naturally eat as many vegetables as I should. Tongue is good, yeah. Also, the heart is very good, especially chicken heart, huh? Never had
Isn't it
that.
just being like a soup or something? Like I really don't wanna. I
Rachel,
can't think of
nobody's
it.
asking you to eat the cuisine of Kurdistan, okay? I'm not going to make chicken heart. Nobody's going to try to get you to eat any of that
It
stuff.
is supposed to be nutritious. It's just too much for me.
Well, um, Casey Jones says chicken heart is funky. I may have had some of those things in Taiwan. In Taiwan, when I was drinking still, and they had like these, I don't know what you call it. It's like a bar that just serves a bunch of little snacks, like different pieces of undefined meat, like uh,
Mm.
and they probably season it all and in different ways and stuff, and then they cook it and they keep bringing these little plates of things, and I'm sure I ate a lot of that kind of shit there without really realizing it.
Mhm.
Well, it's perfect for drinking. The Asians have the whole drinking process down beautifully. Like,
Snacks and drinks go together.
go to the bar,
Gruesome.
there's they continually bring you different kinds of snacks too, like hot things and the called pickled vegetables,
Oh,
and then
that sounds so good.
then the next thing might be some salty nuts or something.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, you're so good, Ruben. Like, I guess my dad was pretty picky as an eater, and my mom was always watching her health, so um, we had pot roast a lot.
It's such an NI thing to do. This whole like thinking that it's a good, that Rachel thinking this is good, and Ruben actually thinking that this is good too. That familiarity bias is why I will try most foods a few times, even if I have an aversion to them.
Yeah, that is what a weird thing. So weird.
That could not be a
Oh my
better
god.
SI polar statement. Could not possibly be said by anybody.
Even if I have an aversion to them, because like I don't know about the aversion part. If I have an aversion, I'm probably not likely. I don't like when people like push stuff on me. Like I don't know, but then again, like I don't know.
Like, to make sure that it really does taste bad, you're gonna taste it a few more times. Like,
That's funny.
well, the point is, you don't SI data throwing it off.
Well, sometimes, like, you're right though, Ruben. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes if something smells like just really bad, like if it really smells like, uh, like in Anchorman has said, like Indian food in a like a diaper or whatever. Like, I can't. Like,
Okay. The thing is, though, Ruben, I was trying to explain stuff to Rachel too. It, you not liking something has nothing to do with whether it's bad or not, right? Like, you have the only data you have as to whether you like the taste of something is whether you like the taste of something. So, if what you're saying is you can't tell whether you like the taste of something, or that you think in some fashion that you can't trust it tasting bad because that might be not informative about whether it is
oh my
bad.
god, that's true though, Ruben R. Um,
Okay. Who experiences food like that?
well, like,
Like, if I'm hungry, I will experience food and have it taste amazing, right?
I've been stubborn though, where I've been passive aggressive, and I've refused food at a wedding because, but that I still was able to eat like filet mignon after, even though I was in a bad mood while I actually wasn't eating. Like, I gave my plate away to someone else.
Well, that's very SI unconscious. Like, if I'm hungry, there's only one consideration that I have. That is, I need to eat.
I didn't even care. I was so like upset. I was so upset that I couldn't eat. Like, I like I don't know. Just like I don't want to dance. Uh, I didn't want to be there. I should have drove my own car, but you know, I didn't know better, so I was passive aggressive about the whole thing. But still, like I was in a bad mood. I'm trying to think if there was like even if it like I had a bad experience at a restaurant and it put me in a bad mood, like I'd still want to go there. I don't know.
Poor guy coming on here talking about me. Why am I a poor guy coming on here? I'll trust you are right about it because I'm
Yeah.
the one who's blind in theory, but I do find out. I think that's fine, Ruben. You be you. I'm just laughing at it because it seems so absurd to somebody who's SI conscious. No, you don't, Mr. TV computer combination. No, you don't. Poor guy coming on here need money. Well, welcome to the crowd. Everybody need money. Hi, Miss Matthew Clark. How you doing? I'm still coming to terms with the fact that everyone is not like me and barely anybody thinks like that. Yeah, I know. Well, that bipolar is the same thing. Like, I remember this one time after, like, somebody had made me super mad. I was like, well, I have to go back there, of course, because I the fact that they made me so mad means that I have to go back and not be made mad like that again. And they're like, oh my God, what an FI polar thing to say.
Mhm.
Well, now I understand that it's what they meant in reference to this here with the SI stuff. Oh, I see what they meant. That does make sense now. Not me, you. Why would you want to sit here and deal with trolls your age and put your woman through that? Actually, I met my woman through this channel. She used to be where you are now,
Yep, it's true.
but she was so enamored with the gloriousness of what I'm saying that she deigned to be my gal, and now we're married. I won't be Joe Rogan. I would imagine not. I've been at this for a solid decade now, so I, any delusions of growth in the future that you imagine I have, well, maybe at once I had such delusions, but they are long since. I've been long since disabused of them. Okay. Well, so you have fallen to where you proved that you cannot engage in a civil fashion any longer.
Um, I got some like cards. They're not tarot. They're some sort of cards. Why would you like a card? That's great.
Great, Ruben, fantastic. You don't know that. He's working on his roundhouse and getting worse comedically. What a great joke.
Excuse me. That is a great joke. You get 100 points for that.
Yeah, you get a wonder point for that one. Rachel's right. Let me move this over here.
This one popped out.
Oh, Trouble loves you so much, though, you know? Just like you love me so much. He's just right between your feet with his tail all curled, looking so satisfied.
Yep. I don't know this number.
I'll tell you the number. You just tell me what it is, and I'll tell you what it is.
A gape.
No, what are the letters of the number?
LXX.
LXX.
II.
So that's 72.
Thank you. A gape. 254.
Agape.
Agape.
Yeah.
Agape. 254.
Don't worry, Alex, hold fast. You don't need to worry about whether you're gaping, okay?
That's why I was like, oh my gosh, why would they make a card like that? Agape.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wow. Alex, good news. You're going to be joining Anorexia Anonymous tonight. You want to borrow my glasses?
254. I got mixed up the numbers.
Here's some glasses if you want them.
Thanks.
This book is so tiny.
Yeah.
I had to put 2 pairs of glasses on to read it.
When light, service, reverence, honor, joy. When dark, spiritual bypassing, righteousness. Go deeper, children's choirs from around the world. Agape can also be felt as an overwhelming love of family, partner, community. Recognize it by a deep swell of gratitude. The Greek word agape informs the English word agape. To have the mouth agape, it is the same. To be awestruck by something breathtaking, delight, We are made humble once again. So agape and agape actually are spelled the same. Agape, devotion, unconditional love. What if instead of putting yourself at the center of your spiritual practice, you put God, Goddess, or nature at the center? How would this change your approach? Such is the energy of agape. It is alive when we are in awe and wonder, a breath taken away by the sacred force that surrounds us and asks for nothing in return. This card can indicate a spiritual initiation that stretches your capacity to love and serve. You sense the earthly as the heavenly and vice versa. Such an initiatory moment can appear in any form, and like a healing balm to the modern soul, its effects last a lifetime. The agape card may also suggest you reassess what you worship every day, consciously or unconsciously. What are you alleviating? Where does the sacred ladder climb ultimately lead to? Oh, and your card looks like this. Some card, like candles meeting at the center. And like, it looks like a star of some kind. And that's the number that I don't understand. There you go. You're welcome, Alex Holdfast. I was just thinking how like I've been rewatching stuff from like 10 years ago, and now I'm going like 10 years ago to like 9 to like 7 to like more modern stuff. Like I have some movies on my playlist that I want to watch that are like more modern making. Cuz I feel like I don't know. I should watch some new stuff. Let's see. Thanks, Alex Holdfast. Same to you. I have this weird like feeling because I like took some weed drinks, so I'm stoned and tired. But I also took a Adderall, so I'm thinking like I don't know, maybe watching some more TV, and then I don't know. I'm able to like watch TV and listen at the same time because I've watched the show before. I mean, I'm like mostly probably like on the side of the TV show. Um, do you rewatch shows, or you like will have something on at the same time that you're doing something? Because like if it was a serious show that I really wanted to pay attention to, I couldn't have Eric in the background. I used to do it all the time. Have something on to say in the background. Watching TV. TV comforts me.
Are you feeling in need of comfort?
No. I was just saying that I have like both, like the I'm tired, but I'm also up.
Right. The wonders of Adderall.
Yeah. I decided to watch Big Brother 27. It's so much that I couldn't sit and watch without doing other stuff. Oh wow.
I think your relationship with that show, Girls, is weird. Like, how many times do you watch that show?
Maybe 4 times.
Yeah. Um, you have a very SI unconscious relationship with it, even though you've watched it multiple times. Like, your relationship with it is always like making observations about it, things you've noticed that are informative to you, rather than ever coming on like, oh, I really enjoyed rewatching that one part because it always moves me or something like that. Should be a much more SI conscious way of responding to it.
Like this time around, I had like nostalgia for it because like I watched it at a very specific time, and I wanted to watch it like stoned the whole time because while I was watching it and it was on air, I couldn't watch it stoned during certain seasons. Um, so like that was my goal.
A fantastic goal, I gotta say.
Thanks.
Listen, I may have watched it before, but I hadn't watched absolutely every minute of it. Totally obliterated. So,
Yeah, I don't
in that sense, that
know.
was new.
Yeah, like it was sort of like
No, I mean, I think your relationship with the show and SI and NI is very complicated.
hmm,
It's not a critique of it. I just think it's an interesting example of you having what might seem like an SI relationship with a show that is in some way not exactly an SI relationship.
yeah, I haven't. It's a complicated. I had complicated feelings during when the show was like on the air, and like now. It's frustrating when you're watching a show and there's no growth in the characters. um, I mean, yeah, like Sex and the City, Carrie like really doesn't grow that much at all, but there is a lot of growth within the characters, other characters. Where like with girls, there's just like it's like
People being okay with bad relationships,
yeah,
friendships, actual relationships, whatever.
mm-hmm.
People just having normalized being shitty to one another.
Yeah, a lot of that. So um,
Big yawns for little Eric. Interesting UAP sighting in the last 24 hours. Let me look it up. Color me intrigued. Despite my position on aliens, I remain hopeful. One day, the aliens will prove me wrong. There are no patterns except the pattern that leads to random coordination. I don't know what that's supposed to be all about, but like 1, 3, 5, 7. That is a pattern. It's called odd numbers. Mathematically, I guess patterns are just things that allow you to predict, event 45 in the sequential pattern of events. Is that random coordination? Well, it is the case that there's no patterns except that people either intuit them or create them, if that's what you're saying. But the fact that pattern recognition is part of human attention doesn't change the fact that there are patterns that are indicative of something and patterns that are not, right? And it's another way of saying that we can make correct intuitive leaps or incorrect intuitive leaps. In either case, we might be wrong or right. Like, we might make an incorrect intuitive leap, like, you know, my dad intuiting that during his identity theft thing he was undergoing, that they may have tapped the neighbor's landline. Well, obviously, no. They may be capable of a lot of stuff, but that's not among the things that they're going to be capable of. Now, let's say in some freakish reality, it turned out that in fact they had tapped the neighbor's landline. Well, he still would have not made the correct intuitive leap, and also he would have been right. So that's how intuition works. It determines meaning from data that has to be known holistically. Well, it's true that given a set of articulable clues, that there's usually, it's pretty clear what the correct intuitive leap to make is. Like, do you think these cues were indicative of yeah? Well, when you articulate these cues and these specifics, then somebody's going to say, well, either yes, I think it is indicative of that, or no, I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill or whatever, right? But the point is, intuition, unlike deliberation, I might be using the terms like correct intuitive leap or incorrect, but there's no way to determine precisely whether such a leap is correct or not. What I mean is that, like, sometimes SI stuff defeats what NI might deem indicative of something. Oh, she's back in your least favorite spot.
Oh, is it raining?
I don't know how she gets wet like that sometimes. Maybe playing in the toilet.
Oh yeah, maybe.
You know, the example I like to use is that Rachel was trying to intuit things about what my dad meant by certain things, which was not going to work very well because what he didn't mean anything by these things. They were just his SI habits.
Yeah.
And like normally you might go like, wow, Joe's got all these pictures of Stan Musial. He must be a huge Stan Musial fan. Well, my dad may have had a bunch of pictures of Stan Musial, but it turns out he was just a refrigerator magnet fan, and Stan Musial kept giving us free refrigerator magnets. you know. In fact, my dad was not a fan of Stan Musial at all. Never thought at all about Stan Musial. He was instead just a fan of refrigerator magnets. So that's one of those instances where the correct answer is he likes refrigerator magnets, and this person gives a lot of free refrigerator magnets. And, and accordingly, it has this person's face on it. But in fact, that is not reflecting my dad's opinion about that person at all, right? Instead, it just reflects his opinion about refrigerator magnets. So it's one of those things where if somebody, it's kind of funny, like to have a little bit more SI is to have better intuition about that kind of thing because you can kind of understand, like, oh, he's not endorsing anything with this. He's just gathering these things. But my intuition about it wasn't very good either, obviously. So magnetic dad made Eric say that. For a while when I was younger, I was enjoying when I first met someone saying, "Oh, hi, you're an Aries, Capricorn, whatever." You'd say that, and like 1/12 of the time, people are blown away. Like, how did you know? What gave it away? Well, I just looked at you, and you had that certain glow about you that made me go, Taurus. Yep, Taurus. I would say, I just guessed. And they would say, no, really, how'd you know? I say, no, I really just guessed at random. They say, what the hell, man? I was like, well, tell me this. What would you remember more long term? The fact that somebody got your horoscope right and could tell you were an Aries or whatever, or this revealing reality that I do this to everybody, and 1/12 of the time I'm right. Well, I hope you learned a valuable lesson today. I'm sure you're very glad to have met me. What I've learned in my 54 years is one thing people really appreciate is being taught a lesson. Well, you probably were correct more than 1/12 of the time because, you know, probably, I don't know why you would be why you'd be correct more than 1/12 of the time. There'd be no good reason. Unless maybe you picked up on the fact that they had a little crab on their shirt and they're like, oh, they're Cancer. that could be a reason. Oh my God, is she back on top of the chair? Did you push her down when you were here? Kitty, get down from there. Mommy doesn't want you up there. Come on, move it. Move it or lose it, sister. Oh, but you know, she is stubborn. I know this. Like, I'll make her go down from right here, and I'll assume she's away. I'll stop paying attention for a second. Then, like 1 second later, all of a sudden, I'm petting her again. What are the patterns? Which is that there are patterns in human mating. Oh. Oh, I see. Some months have more births than others. Yeah, I think that I believe it's I read that September has the most births, or yeah, I think September has the most births. But Delilah was born in September, so. What about April? No, Kitty, don't even think about it, bro. Don't even think about it. Here she comes. No, Kitty. You're not going to be allowed to sleep. No, do not go there. No, Kitty. Come here instead. She is stubborn. Just go ahead and get in your bed. Yeah, there you go. That's a good kitty. She's over in her bed now. People sexing on Valentine's Day, huh? Well, is that what makes for a baby in September? February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. No, it can't be February. You're, yeah, you're trying to gestate our children more efficiently, I think. Well, you believe they should. What you're remembering, Ruben, is how things should be rather than how they are. And it should be the case that obviously it shouldn't take any longer than 7 months for a baby to be done. Yeah, as the third in this unconscious but effective TE that you've got in place here, right? Saying, hey, do we really need 9 months for this baby thing? I can think of some ways in which we can speed up this process. Remove some inefficiencies, like maybe some government oversight that might be in the way. Nobody's ever been made more efficient by government oversight, all right? How things should be plus how they are equals how to share. Okay. I'll accept that. Answer is correct. Also, it helps the baby acclimate to hardship, right? You want to have a soft adult. You want to end up with a lazy layabout softy like me. Well, just let your baby languish around in the womb for 9 months. How do you think I turned out like this? Also, the baby can say, I was born in 7 months. I didn't fuck around, right? They can put that on their resume lately. Has anything been made more efficient by government undersight? Well, it is the case that everything is always made more efficient. Not really made more efficient. It can only be made less efficient by government oversight. That doesn't mean that nothing should be overseen by the government. Some things should be made less efficient. But it doesn't change the fact that obviously oversight makes things less efficient. Just like going through security at the airport makes it less efficient to get on the plane. It doesn't mean you necessarily shouldn't go through security. Look at my face, my flaccid, underdeveloped face. I don't fuck around. I'm still incurring the harms of being a preemie. What should be made less efficient? Well, like in that example, getting on the airplane should be made less efficient by people going through some at least nominal security check. Maybe. I'm not really sure if this is the case, but uh, but that would be an argument. Certainly, things like certain kinds of industries should be made less efficient by environmental regulations to prevent them from just, I don't know, like dumping industrial waste into a river or what have you. It would be more efficient for the company to just dump the waste in the river, but that doesn't mean that's preferable. And it's also the case that government oversight or laws that they could be held accountable for in various ways are a necessary thing to preventing that from happening. So it is the case that government oversight always makes things less efficient. And it's also the case that there are plenty of examples where that's a good thing. That's how it should be. There's crazy lines at some airports because of the meow of Homeland Security. Well, yeah, I actually think that securitization at the airports is by and large completely batshit crazy. Like, I get it, I guess that, let's screen baggage to prevent people from checking bombs into the plane. Let's have people's baggage be tied to their person as well. So that whole thing where like if somebody gets off the plane, their bag can't continue to go in the plane. That makes sense. But but regarding like let's prevent people from taking scissors on the plane or even handguns, really, I just think like, well, if everybody on the plane has a handgun, let's have a crazy, crazy shooting fight out in the air. Pew, pew, pew. Wow, another ridiculous plane ride happened in America today. Thanks to President Eric's new fuck, fuck airplane security policy. Listen, this is the price of freedom, okay? You want to live in Nazi Germany? Be my guest. But here in America, we can carry guns places, including on planes where we should expect occasional gunfights to break out. Let's just call it. All right. Now I just took the regular mushrooms. Not the small people mushrooms, although I really would like to take those. I've got to. I've got to get some of those mushrooms because I am very interested in seeing the small people. I want to see them. I want to see what they look like. I want to see if they talk to me or what. I wonder if they do they communicate with people or do they you just see them? Very curious. But I will tell you this. Now, granted, I've never had straight up crystalline DMT that you smoke just like on top of a bowl or whatever, which apparently is a lot stronger than the carts. That's from what I understand. Um, but I hit those carts hard, and I never saw any elves or whatever, machine elves. So I don't know what's up with all that stuff. Maybe I didn't hit it hard enough, fast enough, or something. But yeah, do you just watch them go about their deal like sea monkeys? Sight is a form of communication, but I don't know if they communicate with you verbally. I mean, sight's not a form of communication. One might communicate things in visual ways, but sight isn't a form of communication. It's just looking at things. The little people do their thing and they start interacting with you. Oh, I see. So if you get all fat from drinking all the chocolate, they'll roll you away. Like that kind of interaction. They'll try to return you to a normal child. I see. Well, it's good to know they've got they're looking out for you like that. Because if I were to say, I don't know, turn all purple all of a sudden from chewing too much gum, well, I'd want some Oompa Loompas nearby to squeeze the purple out of me. So if you see me lip you off, you have no idea what's going on because I didn't communicate with you. No, you're right, Race Lever, that people can communicate with somebody else in ways that are visible, right? Like, obviously, if I hold up a sign that says hello, you're using your eyes to see it. But that doesn't make sight a form of communication. But it means that things don't have to be communicated by auditory or say by a touch, like if you're reading Braille or um, you know, I don't know how else people would communicate things, but yeah, things can be communicated visually. But I don't remember what the original thing we were talking about is. Let me think. Let me go up and look. Oh, right, the little small people where they're communicating with me. Yes, it is true that what you're saying is this: that if I'm looking at them, they could communicate with me without using words, with various like charades or a lot of different ways. That's absolutely true. But what I meant by communication in that instance was, can I talk to them? Or I guess like that would qualify it as well. Like, well, you can't talk to them, but they're trying to communicate with you via sign language or something. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, are they just going about their business and I'm just looking at them? In which case, there's no communication going on. I'm just looking at them. It's more like you're trying to reason with them, but they're rolling you down a hill. Okay, can we just stop with that? As they're rolling down the hill, you're still trying to tell them, wait, hold on. Wait, let's just wait. You're never going to get anywhere in a negotiation if you're in the process of being rolled down a hill. You're definitely at a disadvantage. And I point out that it's a markedly more distinct disadvantage than just if you were rolling down the hill on your own. Because then, presumably, you roll to a stop at some point. But if you're being rolled down the hill, well, even if you self-arrest, they'll just continue rolling you down the hill. And for the sake of this thought experiment, the hill has no bottom. So there's no naturally occurring arrest. Being rolled down a bottomless hill. It's like the opposite of Sisyphus, you know. Sisyphus trying to push something up a hill for no reason. But in this case, you're being pushed down a hill. You don't know what their reason is. And you are trying to get them to engage with you verbally. Can you just stop for a second so we can just begin to talk about this for just, ow, god damn it, stop rolling me down the hill. Well, which would you rather be, Sisyphus or hill rolly guy? I would rather be Sisyphus, I guess. I don't know. If you're Sisyphus, then you have to push something up a hill, which sounds like a lot of work. Being rolled down a hill, in contrast, does not require any strenuous effort on your part. On the other hand, at least Sisyphus is pushing the thing up the hill, but, you know, at least he's not rolling down a hill. You know, it seems like less opportunity to get contusions, lacerations of various kinds. Although I do believe at some point Sisyphus gets his liver eaten by some bird or something. Maybe I'm confusing two different stories. Regardless, I think that maybe if Sisyphus could somehow combine the two things, he'd finally be free. The rolling down the hill would cancel out pushing up the hill. And I guess his ability to use as much words as he wants when he's pushing up the hill will cancel out the inability to use words successfully when being rolled down the hill. Now, granted, it's a bit of a stretch here to say that Sisyphus can use words successfully while pushing the thing up the hill. The actual difference is there's nobody to negotiate with in the pushing up the hill thing. But at least you can make lyric poetry and stuff about it. You can't really do that while you're being rolled down a hill. Anyway, both the bad things cancel out both ways, and accordingly, he's finally free. And he's like, oh, now what do I do? For some reason, I either feel like pushing something up a hill or rolling down a hill. I'm sure the feeling will pass. Then, before you know it, Sisyphus is even in a worse situation. Every other day, he has to push something up the hill. But on the other days, he has to be rolled down a hill. A bottomless hill. So that's a long day. That's a heck of a day. The worst part about it is now it's voluntary. He's doing it because love of the game. Obviously, he's got a little bit of self-loathing about this. Wonders what his parents would think if they were still alive. See him. First they would rejoice, oh, he's free from pushing that thing up the hill. Now what would they think? He's just gone back to pushing it up the hill voluntarily. You know what, Mom and Dad? Don't judge me. I like pushing things up hills and rolling down hills. I just hate flat ground. That's Sisyphus. He's a real character, I tell you. Always caring about whether ground is slanted or not. Like, just be fine with whatever ground already. Mr. Ground Picky. Like, oh, I don't want to stand on any flat ground. Too bad, Sisyphus. They just call you Sisyphus. You're such a sissy, you don't even want to stand on flat ground. So I talk about Princess and the Pea. Oh, this ground is too flat for me. A lot of people don't remember that part of the myth of Sisyphus. That's why he got sentenced to push the thing up the hill in the first place, because people just could not stand to hear him complain any longer. This bread is too bread-like. That mirror is too bright. This ground is too flat. He's always saying shit like that. So like, fuck it. You go push that thing up the hill. All the way up? Yeah, all the way to the top. But what if I don't make it to the top? Then it's gonna roll all the way back down to the bottom and you have to do it again. And what if I do make it to the top? You're never gonna make it to the top. You got a 0% chance of making it to the top. Oh, this is really not what I wanted. But you know what? He learned to love it. And that's why when he finally figured out how to free himself, he went right back to it. It's angular incline, decline, literally an inclined decline plane? Are you saying that slantiness is not the right term for a piece of land, whether it's flat or slanty? Instead, I should say flat or inclined. Well, sir, you are correct. And that's a wonderful thing. Where's Rumpelstiltskin when you need him? Trouble, don't look at your sister like that. Be nice. Don't be a complete dickwad all the time. Trouble, stop. The BS is sitting there. You need to deal with it. I was like, oh, she shouldn't be allowed to sit here. You need him 2 more times verbally. Rumpelstiltskin? I don't really need Rumpelstiltskin right now. I wouldn't, turn him away if he knocked on my door after a car crash. I'd be suspicious, of course. Did you really get in a car crash, or did you just hear the home invasion robbery? No, I'm Rumpelstiltskin. I never do anything like that. I already know all about you, Rumpelstiltskin. You wanted to take some lady's baby from her. So, obviously I can't trust you at all. I don't believe you were in a car crash at all. Instead, I think you're here to steal my baby. I don't even have a baby. So, who knows what you might try to steal in your rage when you learn I don't have any babies. Hell hath no fury like a disappointed Rumpelstiltskin. Oh, you need Rumpelstiltskin for Sisyphus? Because Sisyphus needs help by having his baby stolen from him? I agree. I agree entirely. The problem with Sisyphus is he has too many babies. And Rumpelstiltskin is an excellent solution to that problem. Hi, do you have too many babies, or maybe someday will? My name is Rumpelstiltskin. If you need a structured settlement, if you have a structured settlement and you need cash now, I'll give you cash in exchange for your baby later. Well, obviously, Rumpelstiltskin is going to do a pretty brisk business with that business model. A lot of ladies out there go like, oh, I want some money now. I don't care about my baby later. But I'm not going to do business with such a scoundrel. That's for sure. You want some money now, but I get your baby later. That's ridiculous. Okay. I did not try to impregnate Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin assured me that Rumpelstiltskin was on birth control pills. I additionally wore a condom and insisted that Rumpelstiltskin have a diaphragm. He sabotaged both. So, accordingly, any pregnancy obtained by Rumpelstiltskin is Rumpelstiltskin's fault, not mine. He deceived me. He also told me he was past menopause. So, he lied on multiple accounts. He also told me he was a woman. I said, you don't look like a woman. That's why I insisted on all those things, you know. We had full body condoms. I'm making food because fuck yeah, I need to eat. I'm starving. I've hardly eaten anything today, all day. I did have earlier one banquet meal. It was cheesy patty. It was good, but that was a long time ago. And if you're familiar with your TV dinner portions, then you may be well aware of the fact that banquets are pretty small. I'm going to eat this Stouffer's when it's done, and then I'm going to wrap up this stream shortly thereafter because I'm tired. It's like 1 in the morning, so the world is also tired. But don't worry, friends. We've got a little bit more to go before then. We've got to wait for the food to cook. We've got to eat some of it. Probably go outside, have a cigarette, maybe come back in and eat some more of it. That kind of nonsense. You know how it goes with Eric when he's trying to leave. This title has the right amount of emojis. So the title of this live stream is. And it's a very true title. The world never fully gets tired. Listen, I like to imagine a place where when I'm tired, everybody else is tired too. When I'm awake, everybody else is awake. It's 7 p.m. It's not 7 p.m. It's 1 in the morning. Have you guys heard about time zones on the moon? Apparently, they have time zones on the moon. Why? Well, because otherwise, when you're on the moon, how will you know what the right time is? You won't if you don't know what time zone you're in, obviously. Like, hey, I left Earth, I was in Pacific Daylight Time. What time is it here on the moon? Well, that's where moon time zones come into play. The answer is, I don't know what time it is on the moon. And I don't know why anybody would want to know what time it is on the moon. But apparently some people do want to know that. And that's why there are moon time zones. So someday, for example, if you're watching the Super Bowl on the moon, you'll know that it starts at 1 a.m. Moon Standard Time, for example. It's important to know that. Also, like, let's say you take a commercial airline to the moon. Well, obviously, it's going to have a time that it arrives at. That time is going to be in some time zone. Which time zone? Obviously, the moon time zone. You might say to yourself, but Eric, how can the moon have a time zone when, in fact, time zones are determined by the amount of daylight, or like when dawn is and stuff, like so. So that, like 7 a.m. here is the same amount of daylight as 7 a.m. over there. That's why, like here on the West Coast, it's 3 hours earlier than the East Coast. So When they have like 6 p.m., it's only 3 p.m. here, but it's 3 hours later in the day over there. So like their 6 p.m. it's about to get dark or something. When it gets 6 p.m. here, it's also about to get dark, about the same. That's why time zones exist. So what are they determining the time zone based on the moon? Just how much daylight there is on the moon? I'm sure moon days are not as long as Earth days. Moon doesn't even have days. It's only got all dark side, all light side. I mean, obviously, there's no way to do time zones based on the light, therefore. So, you tell me what they're basing these so-called moon time zones on. I'm taking a little bit of umbrage with it, obviously, and for good reason. Moon time zones. The gall of some people. It's like, why don't you just pick a Earth time zone and say, okay, the moon time zone is Pacific time or whatever. Hmm, indeed. The insolence. Hmm. What is that thing? Piece of tomato. This is so good. I need this so badly. Now is the only time, if time even exists. Well, if that's your way of pretending that you don't have to go to work tomorrow, then enjoy it while it lasts. The only way in which the present is distinct from other frames of reference in time is that only in the present can you experience um, physical sensations. So, like, I can't really remember. I might remember that I had a stomach ache, but I can't remember what that stomach ache felt like. But in every other capacity, the present, past, and future are all indistinguishable essentially. Like you can engage with emotions about something that happened in the past, about the future. You basically can't TE at all without a time frame reference. or at least, yeah, more or less time reference. You can't really do efficiency without considering time. Fair enough, Faith Lever, and that does prove me wrong. Jesus died for our sins. Nothing is impossible in Jesus' name. Praise be our Lord Jesus. Okay. I don't understand. What motivates people to evangelize? Have you heard the good news? Christ is risen. I sometimes do talk about how and why Christianity is the best religion. That's an abstract exercise. It's not evangelizing. For example, it is not taking a stance at all on whether having a religion is better than having no religion. Obviously, I can't know that for you. It is the case that Christianity is the most correct religion in the sense that fundamental to the religion are principles of individual accountability. Like, the idea that each individual sins in various possible ways and needs to be accountable for that. That's correct. It's also the case that forgiveness is the highest virtue. So, in that regard, also correct. Obviously, you could point to lots of things in Christianity that are wrong as well, but it's going to be any religion, and no other religion gets the framework separated. Matters a lot more if you're right up here, and a lot less if you're wrong down here. Obviously, if you're wrong up here, it doesn't matter how right you are down here at all. No, I never claimed to not have a religion. I am a Christian. That is a religion. It is my religion. But what I'm saying is, when I talk about how Christianity is the best religion, I'm not evangelizing. I'm not telling you you should become a Christian. One of the ways you know it's not evangelizing is because I don't have a position on whether you should have any religion at all, nor do I have the position that if you do have a religion, you should select it by correctness. Prove it. Never comment about Jesus again. Otherwise, you prove a God false. I'm not sure how that works there, Ritz Lieber. Yeah, right. Well, I articulated why it's not evangelizing. Yes, Christianity is the most correct religion, the best religion compared among the religions, but obviously it's not nearly as correct as actually articulating all the correct positions is. Instead, its correctnesses are buried in a bunch of biblical nonsense. Regardless, the reason it's not evangelizing is because I'm not making the advocacy that you should be Christian. I'm not making the advocacy that you should have any religion at all. I'm also not making the advocacy that if you do have a religion, you should choose it by correctness. So accordingly, it's not evangelizing. I'm just correctly describing how Christianity is better than other religions. By better, I mean more correct and less incorrect. For example, there's not any other religion that articulates forgiveness as the highest virtue, even though that is correctly articulated as so. The thing is, of course, the reason I can know it's correct at all is because I'm not evaluating it on anything other than actual universalizable stuff. I don't care at all. Well, it's correct because the Bible says, yeah, no. Obviously, I'm talking about things being correct or not. I'm not using faith. When I engage in my actual religious behavior of that includes prayer, includes faith, but that's obviously nobody should ever make any claims based on faith and expect others to agree with them, because definitely you're already acknowledging that I'm making these claims based on a lack of evidence or the evidence on the contrary. Anybody can be whatever religion they want. I don't give a fuck. Again, it's like I might explain to anybody, well, here's the correct thing about stuff, but in no instances is that me telling people what to do or telling them that I think they should do this or that. And, people do what they're going to do for whatever reasons they have. I'm not concerned about that world of doing stuff, right? I'm just explaining what is the case and what is not the case. nobody focused on being correct is ever paying much attention to what somebody should do, what somebody should not do. Absolutely. But like, who cares what that person does? All I can do is provide correct information and do so without, under the assumption that I have no fucking idea what anybody's gonna do with it. Nor do I care at all. Like, sometimes I care about, like, I don't want to get all this pushback about this topic or whatever, but it's impossible for me to even begin to imagine what happens to explanations that I make inside somebody else's head. I have no idea. So, just because I explain to somebody, this is not a matter of like the same kind of correctness at all, but it's still has to do with correctness in, in a larger sense. I might just be like, this music is bad, and here are some reasons why. That is not the same as me telling you you should not listen to it or you should not like it or something. I mean, I do say that a lot. Like, I do say that a lot with music. Like, nobody should listen to this. Nobody should like it. but but that's actually a bad example area accordingly. With music, I tend to be very like hyperbolic in my language like that. But if I'm explaining, for example, why the war against Iran is convince anybody, it might. Who knows? People are broadly both difficult to convince and not necessarily likely to inform you regardless, because of course, you know, that's how it works, right? That you read something that informs you and you develop a different opinion about something, you don't go necessarily leave a comment on that article saying, oh, I've changed my mind because of this thing. I would never do that either, you know? I'd just be like, oh, that was cool. I like that article. That person was smart. That informed me or something. But I'm unlikely to tell them that. So I'm saying that Christianity is the most correct religion. What I'm really saying is that it is the case that Western ideas of justice, looking to individual culpability and decoupling the individual from larger groups such as your family or friends, this idea of no guilt by association or sins of the father kind of thing. That is the correct understanding of justice. It's the only conceivable understanding of justice is actually just. And accordingly, not accordingly, but also it is the case that forgiveness is the highest virtue because what conceivably could be a better virtue? Like, um, it's really the only virtue there is. Every other virtue that people imagine as being potentially virtuous are actually presumptuous a lot of times, like charity, for example, or like some virtue, like patience is certainly a virtue, but it's a virtue that serves the self, right? Anyway, it's hard to successfully argue the primacy of a given virtue over others in the same way that you can defensively make these claims about values like justice. But intuitively, certainly, it makes the most sense that forgiveness be the highest virtue because it's the only thing that legitimately is other focused that's not also presumptuous. In other words, nobody doesn't actually want forgiveness. Like if I owe you $1,000 and you forgive me my debt, well, I may say no, I want to pay the money back. But the point is, I want my debt to be over either way, right? So, so in that instance, you might view that kind of forgiveness as a literal forgiveness of a debt as charity, in which case it becomes iffy because the person may or may not want charity, right? But when it comes to forgiving wrongs done to you by somebody you love, things like that, well, obviously, it's both something fundamentally selfless of us to offer and something we universally need. So it's the highest virtue. You could argue otherwise. You could position some other virtue as higher, like loyalty or I don't know. There are various communitarian virtues you could try to argue. In my book, to no avail. It's one of those kind of issues, being some primacy of virtues where it's preponderance of the evidence kind of best arguments rather than anything to determine it. Yeah, I'm Christian claim is a faith-based claim. No, you're right that I'm Christian is a faith-based claim. My explication of virtue and value ethics is not. And my analysis of Christianity as a religion in terms of correctness, and of course, because we're talking about religions, the appropriate purview would be moral matters, that in fact, you can compare the various correctnesses of various religions because, in fact, they do convey some kind of approach towards values and virtues. So there's nothing faith-based about my analysis of the various religions. And it's also not the case that I'm Christian because it's correct. Yes, my Christianity itself, the practice of it, is a faith-based exercise, obviously. But my analysis of things is never faith-based, ever. I would never, ever say anything or explain anything that has predicated on it or is justified at all in any way by anything faith-based, ever. Because obviously that's not, your faith-based behaviors are distinct from any intellectual work you have to do. Obviously, you can't let that faith-based stuff do, just like I don't go jogging in my therapist appointment. I would never dream of using faith when explaining anything because it's not a justification for anything, obviously. Go deaf and say more. I'll just just listen and say less. Well, I mean, the point is, like I've explained, whether or not I'm a Christian will never have anything at all to do with anything that I explain. Obviously, I don't put things in the wrong lane like that, you know. However, when Eric do this by talking to himself, he makes it very difficult to not chime in and bring up Rush all over again. Yes, Tom Sawyer and Limelight, two of the world's greatest songs ever written. All right, well, it just goes to show you how, even though Link is wrong, I don't actually think he should do anything differently. Like, I don't think he should not listen to Rush, even though they're terrible, because apparently he likes it. And we can agree that Rush is terrible and also agree that he likes it. And that he should do what he wants. We should agree with that too. So it is the case that some people like Link like terrible music. And that's fine. And it's important to note that it doesn't matter how many people like it or how much they like it. It does not change the fact that it's terrible. It also doesn't mean that they're wrong to like it, you know. They like whatever they want to like. They're wrong to like it, but, you know, they can be wrong. That's their prerogative. That is their prerogative. That's everybody's prerogative, is to be wrong. Nobody can force people to be right, or shouldn't be able to force people to be right anyway. And the world would not be a better place if we could, obviously. So that's all part and parcel of being correct. Is understanding all of that stuff. Oh, there's still some coffee left. I think I'll have some. Alright, but I get that, like, other people, vast majority of people, they're operating with a fairly high level of awareness regarding bias, and generally a fairly low level of awareness regarding how people engage with that differently. So one might say, well, you're a Christian, you're biased, or well, everybody's biased all the time, not everything. But I'm not influenced by irrelevancies. I might feel sad as I accept this truth, or happy as I accept this truth. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to parse things differently because I have some bias. Obviously, everything about me, all my ways, are considering many different factors, none of them subjective. Like, obviously, if I've got relevant examples from my own experience, that might be informative about certain things, whatever, but I'm also not going to overreach any claims predicated on those personal experiences, even if they might function as like the antecedent to a set of ideas. In other words, like I'm going to start off with this personal experience and said, I wonder if this universalizes or generalizes about, say, typology or something. I'm never going to be voicing it at all until I've already determined with very good reason to think so that, in fact, this is indicative of something more than my experience. Sometimes I might muse about, I wonder if this experience is indicative of a general thing or particular to me. But I don't make claims about it being, universalizable or applicable in a symmetrical way to types in general or something, unless I've already done a lot of determination that that is in fact the case. But even that is a good example of how all of my processes work against the subjective. Like, I've got lots of protocols in place to make sure that I don't factor that stuff in too much. Obviously, FI, it's like, I can't even imagine what it would be like to have FI influence anything. It's, I don't know. Obviously, that's not a good way to determine anything. The kind of things that I'm determining anyway. Might be a good way to determine, what your favorite stuffed animal is or something. But I do understand that other people who have different function stacks project their frame of reference like anybody else and think things like, and everybody's impacted by bias. Almost everybody, seems like. Not me. There are various ways in which I can be wrong. And I am wrong fairly often in one of a variety of possible ways. Like I was lacking some piece of information. It's either new or I just hadn't found or whatever. I thought I understood the mechanics of something, but I got something wrong about that. Your inferences, blah, blah, blah. The various ways I could be wrong. Bias is not one of them. It's one that people often accuse me of, like people say, oh, you just want to be right or blah, blah, blah. That's basically a motivational critique that says you're biased in favor of whatever it is you're saying, your position, and therefore presenting it not because it's the best argument, because you're stubborn or something. That, of course, is not true. never the case. I like to cite the example of Putty Cat's math problem, also called the Monty Hall problem. I was convinced that, in fact, it shouldn't make any difference whether you trade your door in or something. But I told Putty Cat, like, no, you're wrong about this, or you've not explained it well enough because these following arguments that I'm making are still determined on the point. When he did explain it well enough, I realized, oh, the reason I'm wrong is because this is not independent trials, these are dependent trials. It becomes obvious when you attribute to Monty Hall 100 doors, or 99 doors, you just have one. Monty Hall, the chance that you have the one good door is very small. And the chance that Monty Hall has the one good door is very large. So let's say you say no to 98 doors. The one he has left is going to be vastly more likely to be the good one than the one you have from the start. If you think of it like a deal no deal kind of deal or no deal kind of thing. I was like, oh, okay, well that makes very good sense now, and you are right. That's a way in which I was wrong. I misunderstood or wasn't seeing that this was a dependent trials issue rather than independent trials. And that's what makes it a tricky question to begin with, is that it's framed as though and looks like initially independent trials. But like, could I imagine having remained unconvinced once he did explain it correctly or well enough? No, I can't even conceive of being unconvinced by the correct explanation. I do not live in a world where that ever happens. I guess for lots of people it does work that way, but I'm always convinced by convincing things. For to be positioned to do that, to be able to be always convinced by convincing things, you have to have so much stuff already correct, right? Then you have the capacity to do all the checking, referencing, like, because I know about, say, independent trials from fallacies that I taught, which include gambler's fallacy. Well, then I'm equipped to quickly understand what's actually going on here and why that person's correct, right? And that's a fairly mild example of such, because most of the time the things I'm understanding and referencing to determine whether something's correct are a lot more nuanced, sophisticated kind of concepts and interfaces than just dependent or independent trials, which is a straightforward enough concept, and it explains everything in that instance, right? But like when I'm going to the question of which religion is most correct or best, well, I, obviously I'm doing the same thing I'm always doing, which is I'm referencing all the things I already have correctly parsed out. And what I'm definitely not referencing at all, conceivably, is anything based on faith. Obviously, nobody can ever justify anything like that. It's to say that there's some sort of element that requires faith is to say that you are not, definitionally, you're not winning the argument. You've chosen to not engage in the argument at all. Most importantly, of course, whatever one's faith-based relationship looks like for oneself, there's absolutely no reason to think that somebody else ought to have that same faith behavior. Obviously, to the extent somebody wants to engage in faith behavior, well, how they do that is between them and their understanding of God. That's why I hate evangelizing so much. It's like, you fucking retards. That's not how this whole thing works at all. You don't have some important universal truths to share because of your faith, okay? The truths are true independent of any faith, or they're not worth saying. Well, the fact that my friends at Teenagerhood, Kyle, Chris, Steve, and Jabo all enjoyed D&D playing non-stop Rush songs, and Eric would have fit into our group. Well, I wouldn't have put up with the Rush. I might have played D&D with you guys, but hell no would I put up with that horrible garbage. No. I'm sorry, but nerding out on Dungeons and Dragons is no excuse to listen to bad music. Ooh, I know, after the Rush, maybe we could put on some Pearl Jam. No. Obviously, no. I know all that stuff I said before about you should do what you want and whatever and listen to what you feel like, but nobody should listen to Pearl Jam. Ever. And when they do, they make an angel cry. So Eric is standing outside near the woods. Two raccoons walking by. Let's call them Richard and Roland. Yeah. So anyway, Richard says to Roland, hey, that's the guy I told you about. And Roland says, yeah, this is the guy you told me about. I see that now. And then what happens? The human that talks to himself. Hey, what's that light in his face? Richard says, it's a cigar, you idiot. And they both walk off laughing, saying, yeah, I walked by his house for last, lol. Fair enough. If I can provide a little joy and merriment to a couple of raccoons, then I've done something worthwhile today. You know, I did do something worthwhile today, was it? I believe it was. I mean, yesterday, but today. Mainly, I made a type police video. Was that yesterday? Yeah, it was. It's got 23 likes, 3 comments, 123 views. Don't worry, those views will go up. I appreciate the what does that say? The virtue of ENFP and INTJ in the video. The matches the respective persons. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, matches the respective person's seating positions in the video. Okay. Fun video. Thanks. You're welcome. Glad you enjoyed it. I'll put one of those things that YouTube automatically suggests. Yeah, I made that thumb with me sitting in between the two ladies. Like, now try to be wrong with me right here. How you like that, wrong ladies? So yeah, they're wrong about stuff, but they seem pleasant enough. I think they got their types right, probably. But obviously, no good way to know that for sure without actually typing people. You can't know those kind of things. I see now that it's those cool cigarettes he's smoking again. Yeah, I know, Link. I do need to stop smoking at some point here. I mean, you might say, well, why, Eric? You've been smoking for such a long time. Hasn't caused any problems yet. Well, because, eventually you do incur, like, even if you don't get any kind of lung cancer, you do incur kind of cumulative COPD kind of stuff harms. I'm a fan of breathing, obviously. Big fan of it. Big not fan of not breathing. Anti-fan, you might call it. Let's see. Let me look and see what cartoons I might have to watch here. I never finished this episode of Free Run. I've pretty much finished it. Fire Force? I got a new Fire Force? Oh, wow. I didn't know I had a new Fire Force lined up. We're getting very close to the end of that whole series, Fire Force. They're dealing with, the apocalypse right now. Trying to be like, hey, let's go back to not having the apocalypse. I'm on their side right now. I'm like, yeah, no apocalypse is preferable to yes apocalypse. No man do what makes you happy. Oh, don't worry, Link. I don't need any encouragement to indulge myself. And it's also the case that, I have this conversation with myself periodically. Eric, you need to be more healthy, getting older, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, that sounds like a concern for later. I really like dealing with concerns later rather than now. Ideally, never. But definitely not now. Like, I did not even want to look at this hospital bill that Rachel forwarded me earlier. I was just like, I'm not even going to look at that right now. Let me wait till I'm out of Adderall and out of fun times, and then maybe I'll give it a look next week or something. Obviously, we got to pay the property taxes coming up as well. We'll see what we do with this hospital bill. I'm gonna have to look at it before I know what to do with it. Okay, so we've reached the point of running out of things to talk about. So why not play a Rush song like Limelight just once at least? All right, I'll play it. I can't play it on the stream. I have to mute, but I'll check it out. Limelight by Rush, huh? Okay. Obviously, I'm not loving the fact that YouTube's gonna start recommending me stuff based on this, but that's fine. Limelight Rush. There it is. This is the first result. Okay, here we go, Limelight. What time signature is this in? It's just like in like 5/8 or something. I have no idea what time signature this is in. Oh, it's like it's all just so terrible. The lyrics, the the weird time signature, the arbitrary, like it starts off with this weird thing and then it like drops into something else that's arbitrarily changed into something else, all of which is demonstrative of good musicianship for no reason. It's all just catastrophically terrible. I everything it does, everything it is, every single thing about it is wrong. It could not be a more textbook, perfect example of how not to do things. I know you can't hear it. I'm gonna get copyrighted if I play it. That's I don't know what else to tell you. It's like I said, literally everything about it is wrong. From the bass to the drums, to the vocals, the lyrics, to the song conception, to the melodies, absolutely everything about it is wrong. Why? I can only tell you the truth. I'm not saying that you didn't enjoy it. I'm not saying that you won't in the future enjoy it. I am saying that it's terrible. It's worse than Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer at least doesn't have a weird time signature. And you can kind of remember some parts of it like do 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 do. Yeah, you can remember that part kind of. Unlike that song, if I listened to it 10 times in a row, it still wouldn't get stuck in my head. Because there's nothing to stick in your head. Just a bunch of arbitrary musicianship. Arbitrary musicianship and terrible lyrics. Well, I mean, I'm not denying that Kyle is a very trustworthy name. Everybody knows a Kyle, and nobody knows a Kyle who lies. Okay. I lie, though, because I don't actually know a Kyle. But if I did, I'm confident he would not lie to me. But what is it that you like about it, that song? Like, what makes you think it's a good song? Like, is it like the guitar tone or I, I can't even imagine. I'm sure the tone of the instruments is fine. I wasn't really listening to like the tone of the drums. Just the fact that they were some unnecessarily complicated. What do I call it? Anti-drums. Drums are best when they keep it simple. But look at all these fancy things I can do. You know what would be the fanciest thing of all you could do? Play good drums. That would be incredibly fancy compared to what you're doing right now. But look, I can like change from 6/8 to 4/2 and then okay, well, that's wonderful that you could do those things, but it's never a good idea to actually do those things. But listen, can't you hear what good musicians we are? We keep like stopping and then pow, right back in, like so tight, so clean. Well, you are doing those things. And they are executed with a great deal of precision. Now, if only you knew why. You don't know why you're doing those things, except to say, well, because they're fancy. And accordingly, you do not understand why you should not use them. But I get it. making music is a struggle for all of us. Kind of a toss-up question, but all in all, I'd rather be me than Rush. If you're Rush, on the plus hand, you get a lot of money and all these adoring fans and stuff, but you have very little intuition and do not understand how to make music. If you're me, you have no fans and no money. But what you have instead is that sometimes you make music that's pretty good. Every once in a while. And most of all, what you have is you're not in a state of delusion where you can't tell the difference. Really, I think we should all kind of feel sorry for Rush and Dave Matthews. Because, yeah, they're bad and successful, but there's nothing cynical about it. It's not like they're willfully producing garbage to try to make money off of it. No, they're just really good at doing stuff that's not related to making good music, and they have they can't tell. They have no idea how to tell the difference between, like, say, a good idea or a bad idea, or from in their mind, like, their success just validates that, yeah, I guess this music is great. Or they might be all about, like, well, there is no good music. It's just meh, 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 meh. Either way, I'll take I'll take me any day over that. That is genuinely kind of sad. That it's kind of as though you're retarded and you're in a TV show being cast as the retarded character, and you think you got the role because you're a good actor rather than just the least retarded person we could find. Tom Sawyer's not amazing at all. I'm saying it's better than the other one, Limelight. It's not amazing. It's it's like the only song of theirs that qualifies as a a song with any kind of hit potential, but it's still not a song that I don't think anybody who knows what they're listening to would purposefully put on. And again, it's not their fault. They don't know any better. It's mostly just kind of sad. In the same way that I said about the retarded person in a TV show thinking they're great actors because, after all, they're in a TV show. Well, that's not why you got the role, sweetie, right? Like, equivalently, Dave Matthews, Rush, or some other, like, ESTJ bands. Those are very ESTJ bands, both those. Um, I can't think of others off the top of my head because obviously I don't listen to that kind of garbage. Um, but yeah, other bands where you got somebody who's got polar, especially if they don't have FE even in the mix, they they don't have any idea. Like extroverted intuition third slot is I've got these various ideas and I can't tell them apart on their merits. Like I can't tell which is more relevant than the other. I can't tell which is better than the other. I can't tell anything that requires holistic knowing and or introverted intuition. And that's part and parcel with my childlike relationship with extroverted intuition. And one of the nice things about third slot is you can be pretty oblivious to your benefit about it. Like I can be kind of oblivious about how bad my FE is sometimes. What I don't notice, I don't think about it. It doesn't hurt me. Well, that's also the case with with extroverted intuition in the third slot. They've got a bunch of random ideas and they like them because they're their ideas and they can't tell apart which one, so they just have a bunch of everything. Like, how many different ideas are in that Limelight song? You've got this weird time signature thing going on, you've got all these stops and starts, you got all these different chord progression or variations on it, or rhythmic variations on the same chord progression. I listened to, I don't know, a couple of minutes of that song. It was just this endless procession of differences, but without it being built around any central whole. It's just totally lacking in vision, right? Instead, just being a bunch of random ideas that are sewed together randomly for reasons that can only be explained as introverted intuition blind spot. The same kind of reason that says, you know what would help this thing, whatever it is? Adding a corkscrew to it. So, while it may be appalling to me aesthetically, the things they produce, I I see them as tragic figures ultimately. Can you imagine, like, having that much passion towards and then devoting so much energy towards that you get really good at something, okay, and become very successful at all of this time and energy that I'm just talking about something you're fundamentally terrible at? Weird, right? Like, you might imagine equivalent thing being a blind person who's really good at advancing their career somehow being the color picker for a major fashion magazine and being like, this proves how good I am at picking colors. And how good I am at overcoming adversity. Here I am proving that I'm good at this by having this important job doing this thing. And in reality, of course, they're just picking things totally at random. Well, some people might say, wow, what a great life that person lived. They achieved so much in an area where one would expect them to achieve nothing. But a correct person would say, what a tragic figure. They spent their whole life in the cloud of this insane delusion. Sure, I'll talk to Kyle, no problem. But I mean, there's no way to resolve the debate about Rush. What I'm saying about Rush is correct, and somebody else might disagree. But like, what I think about is interesting about them is the way in which they demonstrate what I'm saying about cognitive functions. Like, it's very clearly antipolar. The the inclusion of all this bunch of different stuff in this one song, like refusing to let it be any one thing in particular, that's just classic antipolar. Towns is the iPad king and glory to the screen. All right, well, that sounds good, Bird on YT. I'll keep that in mind. Glory to the screen. All right, and then the other part is towns being the I, iPad king. Right. Now I remember. I'll keep that in mind. Those are important things. Thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette, and then after that, I come back in. I'm gonna end the stream because I feel like I'm already halfway asleep. Yes, there's a new episode of Fire Force, but I think I might just save that till the morning. You know, the apocalypse will or will not sort itself out just the same as if I watch it tomorrow morning or no. I have a feeling it is going to sort itself out. I think the good guys are going to win. Just a feeling, though. Okay, well, oh yeah, I'm long since coming down. Like it lasts about 5.5, 6 hours when you eat it. So I ate it at 6:45. 6 hours from 6:45 is 7:45, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Right, so yeah, it's 2 a.m. now. I guess it's not a super long time from coming down, but the end of it is more mild, and then, you know, at this point in the journey, I'm just running on mushroom fumes. I'm kind of glad that's not how one consumes mushrooms. Inhalation. They're so gross, I'd rather eat them than breathe them. Maybe that's backwards. I'm not sure, but that's how I feel about it. They're too gross to breathe. I'd rather eat them. Yes, they're obviously too gross to eat as well. But, you know, I managed to get them down the old gullet anyway. With a little bit of pluck and perseverance, dedication to the craft, I am able to consume those things. Disgusting though they are. If only I showed so much enterprise and pluck and things not related to, drugs. But what do I look like? Plucky penguin? If so, the resemblance, I assure you, is incidental. Because Plucky Penguin and I are, in fact, unrelated. Okay, maybe he's a distant uncle. By distant, I mean he lives far away from me. I'm gonna go pee. You guys can look at the door while I go over here and go pee in the dark. Oh, sensing. I gotta go pee, and makes me realize that my whole body's all clenched up and stuff. I guess that's one of the things I like about Adderall is that it suppresses my paying attention to body stuff, but I'm less likely to notice SI stuff in general, or it takes longer to notice it and stuff. And I'm just generally less in SI because it's pumping up my motivation to be me in my most native ways, which are action frames ways. And action is paired with deliberation for a reason, because it's like I don't need no knowledge. Get your knowledge out of here. Okay, body. You have to go pee. I'm busy right now. You can eat when I say you can eat. Right now, I'm busy. Obviously, also, if I'm busy generating ideas and stuff, then I'm not dealing with my memories, which my relationship with my past in general is horrible. Seems like I only remember the bad things. If I do remember the good things, it just make me sad because it's like the reminder of how time passes and maybe how I didn't optimally spend the time that I had or something, So, never tried Adderall, huh? Well, how sad for you. Anyway, yeah, it's passage of time is a real kick in the nuts in every conceivable way. I don't understand how anybody has a good relationship with the past, because to me it's just either I'm remembering something bad or I'm remembering something good, and that's automatically triggering thoughts of mortality, the loss of what once was, and etc. So I don't know how. I guess with sufficient lack of intuition, you can engage with the past without understanding the meaning of the larger meanings implicit in it or something. But it's also the case that like INFPs, INTPs, they have SI as an absolute value, childlike, and probably much healthier relationship with their past than I have with mine. Oh yeah, time speeds up as you get older, for sure. It's an interesting phenomenon because, of course, it's not necessarily the case that like time as you're experiencing it speeds up. So an hour still feels like an hour, but if I'm just having to sit and wait for an hour, it's gonna seem interminable. But the sense of like how long a week is, how long a month is, how long a year is, that gets shorter and shorter all the time. And it's hard to believe how long Rachel and I have been here now. We came here in, I think, the start of 2022. No, wait, it started 2023. maybe. I don't remember exactly now. An owl above watches, 2023. Okay. So we've only been here for 3 full years. Actually, it's a little bit less than I thought. But it's kind of crazy how long we've been together for, too, Rachel. That, I think, is since 2019, right? Since September 2019. So, like, in September, it'll be 7 years. Is that right? That's pretty crazy. To feel you like we've been together for 7 years. I mean, we certainly have been through a lot of shit. We've been through all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, you know, for a couple that has very low drama between us, like we very rarely have fights and stuff. We've ridden together through all kinds of crazy shit. Just a ridiculous amount of crazy shit. Yeah, I'm not up for much longer, Gil. I'm gonna wrap this up shortly. I may or may not watch Fire Force before I go to bed. That one is still an open question. But that I am super tired, well, that's not a question. I am super tired. Today is Friday, so I mean now it's Saturday morning. Yesterday was Friday, PE clothes went home. And today's Saturday, well, we've got some things going on. There's Elite Eight games. There's going to be another athletics game on. I'm very low likelihood of accomplishing anything all day because we're entering into sleepy week. So, there's going to be a stretch of time coming up here where I'm not live streaming for a couple days at least. And and when I start streaming again, there'll be like short streams, like an hour, maybe 2 hours. And I'll be like, oh, blah. But I'm putting off doing that. I'm putting that off. I'm putting that off right now by still being awake. I'm finally getting around to reading psychological types. Why? Oh, you're good with it too, Alex. There's no reason to get around to reading that. It will not inform you about typology. What will inform you about typology is listening to me. As I've explained many times to many people, there is no better understanding to be gleaned from paying attention to more people in the field than me. This is not usually the case. I understand that in almost every instance, it's the opposite is the case. But that is not the situation here in this circumstance because of the way that typology is a mud pool of archetypes and other metaphor stuff that confuses the matter. So, no, it's not a good idea to look to other people besides me for any information on typology. There may be somebody else out there who's learned exactly what I say and is correct about things accordingly, but I don't know who they are. What if you came to the same conclusion as me? Well, obviously, that'd be the correct thing for you to do. And most importantly, you are able to parse what I say. You don't have to, like, for example, well, if you've not read it at all, then give it a read and see for yourself. You'll discover that it's full of a bunch of vagary. And things that are in dispute with what I'm saying. And accordingly, then you can do the evaluation. Well, does this make sense, or does what Eric's saying make sense? That'd be fine. But if you expect to somehow intuit the correct conclusions from reading Hume, well, obviously you're never going to intuit the correct conclusions from reading Hume because Hume's not correct. And obviously, I don't expect anybody to have any faith in anything I say. Instead, I will simply point out that if they want to not have faith in anything at all, they should listen to what I'm saying. Because I actually make sense. I actually say things that mean something, that are defensible. All those other things. In other words, I know what I'm doing. Unlike you or a bunch of other people who have no fucking idea what they're doing. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you. No, I'm not going to say praise Allah. And I don't believe Islamophobia is a problem in the United States. We have a lot of problems. Islamophobia is not among them. It's also the case that to the extent that one is to have a position on Islam, the correct position on it is that it's inconsistent with free and civil societies and it represents pre-enlightenment thinking. As it manifests in the moderate Muslim world. I'm not talking about, you know, critiquing it based on what the Quran says expressly or something like that. That's not a fair way to evaluate things. I'm saying as it actually expresses in the modern Muslim world. Obviously, it ought to be condemned. Because there's no good way to prioritize the wrong thing. And rights obviously supplant another person's understanding of what's sacred or whatever. What information sources did you use to come to your conclusions? I don't know. I read a whole bunch of shit, right? And I did a bunch of ideation, and I tried out some ideas that didn't work out, etc. And after a lot of time and energy, I managed to excise everything that was not good, rigorous thinking. Like, make it so that all the definitions are operationalized, have empirics that back up the claims you're making so they can validate or falsify them, etc. Actual good thinking. So the reason that that I'm explaining things the way I do is not because of this information source or that information source, but instead because of a combination of multiple factors, including primarily and most importantly observation and drawing meaningful distinctions rather than differentiating between meaningful distinctions and distinctions that are like organizational instead, which is something that other people have not ever seemed to care about in this particular field, even though in other fields they would be laughed out of the room for such like shoddy workmanship. Here, a smart man says, ass, thanks. Brandon McKinley says, hi, wise man from New York. Well, hello. How are you? You're from New York? Or you're saying that I am from New York? I'm not from New York. My wife's from New York, Long Island more specifically. What do I think of Trump? I think he's a fucking disaster. How do I stay positive when the loudest people are often the most ignorant? I mean, I don't necessarily stay positive about stuff like that. To me, it's very important that people use language to accomplish certain kinds of work. And when they abuse language to accomplish the wrong kind of work, it's very disheartening. But instead of staying positive in the face of that stuff, I try not to observe that stuff. All parties do that now. I didn't think you were making any claims, Alex. I didn't even know you're still here. Well, it is the case that people typically, almost everybody, uses language for their interested purposes. And it's not the case that that's how it should be used if you're talking about determining what's correct. Like, is it correct or not that this herbicide causes cancer? It does not matter if you're going to lose a lot of money if we say the answer is yes, or not lose a lot of money if we say the answer is no. Those kind of interested concerns cannot be factored in when determining the answer to questions like that. But most people are not interested. Yeah, I didn't even know you were still here. Um, Most people are obviously not interested in being correct. They're interested in what they're interested in. And they see words as a way to attain that. So they make me frustrated. But obviously, nobody wants to listen to Eric scold everybody time where I explain to everybody why no, they can't or shouldn't do this thing they want to do because of Eric explanation insert here. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, people don't really want to listen to that, even though we'd all be better off if they did. Um, Obviously, because I'm telling them that for a reason. When I'm saying, no, 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 you should not do this thing. Well, I'm correct about that. And they go ahead and they don't want to listen to me tell them that. If, even if they do somehow have to hear me telling them that, they will just ignore me anyway. And what ends up happening? Only bad things. Only bad things happen when people do things they shouldn't do because they didn't want to listen to Eric. It's also the case sometimes bad things happen by inaction, like failure to do something causes a problem. That's not my area of expertise. So it may be the case that right now we need to do something about Mia, and I'm not here to tell you that we shouldn't do something about Mia. I'm here to tell you, no, you can't do that or that or that for this reason, that reason, or this reason. Oh, you want to do that, huh? Okay, well, that seems to check out as legitimate. Is it a good idea for you to do that? I'm not here to tell you that either. I'm just here to tell you whether it's okay for you to do that. Now, I will certainly chime in on plenty of other topics than this hypothetical one and tell you it may be legitimate, but it's a terrible idea for the following reasons. And I will be correct about that as well. Am I getting bombarded with all different statements? See, so many stories today, almost all are more complicated than painted. In my opinion, you need to take all your knowledge about typology and put it in one centralized place, organized in a sensible manner. You're right about that. You are right about that. But that's not what's preventing you from either understanding what I'm saying and or seeing the primacy of it. Like I've got plenty of videos covering the basics, etc. And if you evaluate them on their merits, you'll see, like, for example, it's not possible to have any kind of correct engagement with cognitive functions at all unless you understand that you've got two knowledge functions, two deliberation functions, two action functions, and two interface. In other words, you've got four epistemics or epistemology functions, ways of knowing and determining things, and four that are ways of action. So I've never heard anybody articulate that before, but it's critically important to get it right. You're not going to ever get it right if you don't understand that, right? And if you don't understand what's the difference between knowing and deliberating, what's the difference between taking action and deliberating or knowing or interfacing, um, then obviously it's not possible to be right about anything with typology. You might say, well, how do you know that there are two knowing functions and two deliberation functions and two action functions? Well, because um, you can actually observationally point out meaningful distinctions between the things, right? Like it is the case that people know things versus determine things, and that one operational difference is time frame. It is the case that people can take action either by doing things in the world or by talking. Those those are in fact forms of action. So it's like in order to dispute anything that I'm saying, you'd have to say either that in fact knowledge and deliberation are the same thing, or in fact cognitive functions don't aren't best understood as knowing, deliberating, whatever, but rather as something else for some articulable reason. But the problem with that explanation, with that approach, would be, of course, what locks in the explanation I'm providing is the observable reality distinct from cognitive functions. Like, we can in fact articulate meaningful differences between different kinds of action, between uh, knowledge and deliberation that exist in reality indisputably. And if you're going to try to use cognitive functions in some other way, you would have to do it in a way that's consistent with those observations somehow. Like, if you're not accounting for that stuff, then you're failing to have a comprehensively inclusive frame of cognitive functions at all, because it's supposed to be comprehensive of all the ways that people pay attention. So it is the case that knowing and determining are different ways of paying attention. Why has it been the case that cognitive functions didn't put two and two together and say, oh, well, SI and NI are knowing functions? I don't know why nobody else made this observation, right? Oh, I mean, I'm always open to the possibility of being wrong. In fact, the reason I'm so correct is because I have such a wonderfully rich relationship with being wrong. Namely, unlike most people, when I am wrong, I have no, I am never going to cling to my wrongness at all. I would jettison it immediately and take your position as the new position that I hold because I don't like to be wrong, you know? So obviously, over the years, uh, I've excised more wrongness from my understanding of things. It's also the case that I've spent decades doing the argumentational work to be correct about things. And most importantly, regarding typology, for all the reasons I articulated there, it's not possible to disagree with the fact that people know and people determine that those are different ways of paying attention. That's not possible to dispute. So the problem with other people's understandings of typology is their explanation is not inclusive of that reality in any meaningful sense. Am I a musician? Yeah, I'm a musician. About to ask that. Saw the mic. Oh, well, tell you what, I'm gonna give you guys a very special treat. Some of you guys who know, you already know what this treat is, I'm sure. Those who don't know what this treat is, well, you're in for a real, guess what, treat. A treat you'll remember for the rest of your life and beyond. Namely, for the rest of somebody else's life as well. Obviously, before I give you this treat, I'm going to need to go over here and see what we got on this thing. Yeah, okay, that should be about fine. Go up to there, maybe. Because this treat comes in the form of a question. That's right. Maybe the most important question in the history of questions. All right? It's a question that was asked by a guy a long time ago, and I'll tell you what it is now. It's a question everybody should ask themselves every morning when they get up before they go to school or work or wherever they're going that day. They should ask themselves a question, and that's how they know it's time to go away from wherever they were when they ask themselves the question. It is, who loved you, baby? That's right. Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who. Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you. Can you guess? Who loves you, baby? Who loves you? Right down to your toes. I said, who loves you from the bottom up to your nose? And I said, oh, who loves you, baby, when we get along? And I said, who loves you, baby, even when you are wrong? He's the one who loves you now. I said, he loves you like he loves his mom. Was a rendition of Who Loves You, Baby. Not my best rendition of it. It doesn't really have a specific way that it goes. You know? Who loves you, baby? Well, clearly the answer is Telly Savalas. But also, I should inform you, I also love you. So it's not just Telly Savalas who loves you. Obviously, it's going to be more memorable to be loved by Telly Savalas than by me, but, you know, still. What's that? You want me to perform another wonderful song? All right, if you insist. I will play for you, of course, the new Mexican national anthem written by me for the nation of Mexico. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride the burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. We'll have margaritas as we eat some flan. Meet my amigas, Maria and Juan. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride the burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. That's right. Fiesta time in Michoacan. Now that, I tell you, that is a winning track right there. That track right there is fantastic. What's that other song you have about some guy you and Rachel singing? Is it called Gregory in Disguise? Thanks, Samuel. Thank you. I've also been told, where I've decided to keep them, that they think the various motions add to the song. So decided to leave them in. And I really like my new change to the lyrics, where now it says, meet my new amigas, Maria and Juan. Yeah. It's the Latina YMCA. Yeah, totally. And you know, I write that song as a hand of friendship reaching across south of the border. You made it all? I made it. Yes, I did make that song. Keel Emotion is the best suspect. I know it kind of looks like I'm deep throating something, but I don't know how else to. I guess I could do this. Like that. Maybe that would be better. I was imagining I had the whole bottle in my hand. I'll keep that in mind. That's good feedback. Thank you. Maybe I could even play a song on the guitar. I could probably play a little Gregory in Disguise if I try. I could probably do that. Let's see. Sure, I don't play the guitar that much anymore, but I still know how to play it. The whole bottle is the X-rated edition. Gotcha. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Hates the lies, want to confront the men, always telling them. And every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. Oh, shocking. Show media is once again vomiting emojis. Now, Gregory doesn't hide his identity with lies, even though you might say being in disguise is one such. He is instead a crusader against lies, trying to hold people accountable for their wrongness, and they're trying to run away from him. So he has to sneak up on them in disguise so he can catch them unawares and yell at them. Okay, you're supporting the song with emoji input graphics, huh? Oh, I see. Well, alright, I guess that explains the last ones who have a disguise on. All the ones before that, I don't know what that has anything to do with the song at all. But thank you anyway. Thanks, Alex. I did a pretty good job of putting off going to bed and stuff, you know. Like I said, the depressing part, the sad crash part or whatever, can't happen if I refuse to go to bed. You only play piano? Well, I'm a much better guitarist than I am a keyboard player. Yes, I make a lot of music with a keyboard now, but I'm not actually good at playing the piano. If you're a good piano player, then your skills impress me more than mine in terms of playing instruments. Because I'm always impressed by people who are good at playing the piano. It's the most complete thing a person can do on an instrument is play the piano well. You wish you could sleep. Well, if wishes and butts were in your butt, then you wouldn't have a problem. Maybe you should stop whining about it. I mean, I'm very impressed. The thing about piano is it's got two factors going on. It's like more than two. It's got all the chording potential of guitar, plus you can play a top hand on top of it. Plus, it's a rhythmic instrument. That's why, piano is technically a percussion instrument because it's got hammers. Obviously, a keyboard does not have hammers, but um, it's still the same basic concept. If I'm playing a piano on the keyboard, it's fundamentally like playing the drums and the guitar and the flute at the same time. It's definitely the best instrument. I wish I had started on piano instead of guitar. But nowadays, and the thing is, most of my life, I've not had access to a piano or keyboard, although I went through periods of time when I did. But for a long time prior to me getting this keyboard at a yard sale for $50, I just didn't have a keyboard and didn't really think about it that much. Once I got this keyboard, I'm like, why do I even have a bass? First of all, as far as I can tell, it is never a good idea to play bass on a bass for anybody. It's always going to be easier to play bass on the keyboard. Playing bass on the keyboard is incredibly easy because you're just doing one hand on the keyboard. It's a lot easier to push down this note and that note than it is to do all this shit on the bass. It's got to be true for anybody, right? It's like it's not just true for me. I don't care how good of a bassist you are. It's got to be easier for you to play bass on the keyboard. I'm not a very good bassist. I do have a very easy bass to play, a very good bass. and so it could not conceivably be any bass be so easy to play. It's easier to play than a keyboard playing bass line. You know, you don't have to worry about fret noise. You don't have to like worry if you maybe put your finger too high up so it's like not quite on. That's it, exactly that note. It makes a little buzzy sound. You don't have to worry about. I guess that's fret noise, but you don't have to worry about like attack with your fingers or a pick. It's much easier to manage attack on the keyboard, and it's easier to manage note length because it, you know, if I'm going from here to here on the bass, I might feel the need to rush it, but on the keyboard, I can just use my other hand, you know, because I only need one hand to both push down on the note and make it sound out. So yeah, I don't see why anybody would ever play bass on a bass. Guitar on a guitar, well, that's a different story because with guitar you're engaging chords so much more, and it is the case that it's hard to duplicate the rhythm guitar right hand on the keyboard. Like in that regard, two hands are faster than one. And you can't, in that way, use two hands to your advantage on the keyboard, right? Like with the bass, you're trying to, you know, go from here to here. You might want to be able to almost have two notes overlap on the bass, and it's an advantage having two hands. If you're trying to play, say, a rhythm guitar on the keyboard, well, you still have just this one chord that you're playing, but now you got to go a bunch of up and down with your hand to make it rhythmically that way. In other words, you can't play the rhythm with your other hand. So it might be, in some sense, advisable to play like lead guitar on the keyboard, but I never play any lead guitar anyway. I'm not a big believer in guitar solos. But obviously there's a place for like a little lick of if it's cool, it repeats periodically. If it's minimal. But I'm much more likely to play that on the guitar too than I would play it on the keyboard, because there's another thing about playing on the guitar that you can't really do on the keyboard is like bending notes and stuff. I don't really do much of that, but I might conceivably in a guitar lick of a certain small length. Obviously, if you're into playing with like harmonics and shit, you're not going to be able to get the equivalent very easily from a keyboard, but I'm not interested in that anyway. So it's not really relevant to me. I think that playing with harmonics is dumb. It makes me think of this Led Zeppelin song that does use it to good effect. They used a good effect in that one song, but by and large, playing with harmonics is stupid. So I guess play a regular notes already. Don't be all like, look at me being fancy on my guitar. And listen up, everybody out there in guitar world. Just no capos, please. Just no. I don't have a capo. Even if I did, I don't want to fucking use a capo and then play these. Just do things normal. Just do things normal. You and your alternate tuning can just get out of here. Nobody wants to have to retune the guitar just to play your one song. Oh, well, this song, by the way, guys, well, before we play this song, I have to retune the guitar, and after I'll retune it back. Good idea? No. Terrible idea. Oh, well, you could just have a second guitar. What do I look like? A guitar tree? Well, we gotta set up all these pedals and stuff. No, you don't need any pedals. Okay, pedals also don't. If you want to have a pedal, maybe a wah pedal, if you're good at using it. To me, it's like, I'm already having enough trouble with my two hands. Toss a foot in? I don't think so. Acoustic guitar is soothing to you, huh? Yeah, you can sustain a note on the keyboard, which makes it. I mean, you can sustain notes on the bass or the guitar as well, but you know, you have to be super attentive to a lot of different things when playing the actual bass guitar that you can pay less attention to on the keyboard or no attention to. Like, fret noise, for example, is not going to be a problem. Red Hot Chili Peppers, huh? Well, not a fan of Red Hot Chili Peppers, but I am a fan of good bass lines, that's for sure. If you got a good bass line, you can accomplish a lot with just a good bass line. Like, there's this thing I'll probably never do anything with called the walking song, but it does have a good bass line. And it's pretty difficult to deny this bass line. Let's see. That's right. I think you know what I'm talking about. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. And if you want to walk great, you better sing along. It's a walking song because it's a song that walks. And if you don't walk when you sing it rocks. I don't know what the lyrics are. bass line though. Ain't no disputing that. I mean, how could anybody possibly dispute that bass line? It's spectacular. But you know, it takes more than a great bass line in life to make a good song. But obviously, no sane person could deny this bass line. Nobody could deny that bass line. Not even professional bass line deniers could deny that bass line. I like Snow by RHCP, mostly the guitar is just so awesome in the song. I can't read sheet music either. I mean, I can if I painstakingly go like, okay, F-A-C-E, this is a E, you know, like that. But obviously, there's no way I could do it real time or anything, you know. That would be impossible. Of course, you know, Meow has a really good bass line too. That also started out with a good bass line. Before it was anything else. This is a little bit less melodically memorable, but still an effective bass line. Prompts the question, who loves you, baby? Different kinds of bass lines, right? Like, the first one is a better bass line fundamentally, but the second one ultimately, I think, works better with the other stuff. Tried sheet music with drums and it was so frustrating. I mean, how do they even do sheet music for drums? I can't even picture how it would look. I guess they must have it, but I've never seen it. Like, do they have like each drum and the kit on like a separate bar in the sheet music or something? Feel Good by Gorillaz is pretty dope, but very hard to do it correctly, I've heard. Huh. Well, let me give it a listen. I've never heard it before, I don't think, but oh, I just went and got it. She's an amazing bassist. I've not ever heard of her. No. Tanya Wakenfield, huh? Alright, let me listen to this for a second. Yeah, I know that song. That is a good bass line. I can see why it would be difficult to play. The timing on it's all super weird, but not like 5/8 time signature kind of weird. Just the notes don't come in where you expect them to in relation to the beat. It's a good. It's I don't normally like Gorillaz, but that's a good track. This looks painful, but pain creates good art, they say. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, it probably doesn't. Like, I play the bass a lot better on the keyboard because it's a lot easier to play and my fingers don't get sore. But for the reasons I articulated, it's not the same with guitar at all. Like, keyboard's kind of ideal to do bass on, way more so than a bass is, but it's not the same thing for guitar. So now I have a bass and a bass cabinet that, well, did use the bass cabinet the other night when the neighbors came over to jam out. I had her plug her, yeah, well, maybe emotional pain can, in fact, help. That's true, but physical pain probably does not. There's a worthwhile distinction to make there. I know that I made some good stuff when I was in emotional turmoil because I was with this horrible woman who was horrible. Fretless, huh? Well, I do think that stand-up basses are particularly cool, and I like the way they sound. But of course, you can get that sound off the keyboard too. And even though I do like the sound of acoustic bass, I actually don't find I use that tone at all when I'm getting a bass to record or something. I don't know. I want something a little more present, I guess. Acoustic bass is cool and the right kind of thing, I suppose. Like, it's got to be a lot of space in the track so you can hear the bass on the attack and be and have some sort of benefit from the kind of slow decay of an acoustic bass. Or maybe it's fast decay. I guess it's faster than a faster decay than an electric bass. Well, it is always a source of comfort in dark times to remember that Telly Savalas loves me. I got some good news. He loves you too. Yeah, it was cool to do. It's not the sort of thing that is meaningful to me as a music project at all, but it's meaningful to me as a way to socialize with the neighbors, bond over shared interests or what have you. By and large, as far as jamming goes, well, I like to jam by myself, really. Like, just with the keyboard, make up a little song. Mm. When you're playing with other people, there's a need to compromise in various ways. And that can be fine, but like, all right, this thing we're doing it definitely needs another part. But I'm always having fun just jamming over these two chords. Well, I just play the two chords, I guess. But you know, I'm intuiting what needs to be happening in the jam for it to be good comparatively. And that's not necessarily what other people are operating according to, right? And that's fine. I don't expect them to be operating according to that, and I recognize it for what it is, like a social activity rather than a musical activity. Although obviously it involves playing music, but my interest in doing it is more is almost entirely based on um, sharing times with the neighbors rather than because I am particularly fond of jamming out in that capacity. When I was in a rock band, my favorite part was jamming. Well, jamming can be very cool if you're in a band that, let's say, you've developed a few basic ideas that you like to start off practice jamming on those ideas, so that you're on the same page going into like basically what you're gonna do, and or one person is clearly in charge of defining what the thing is, and here's the first part or the second part. If you're gonna be jamming like that, then obviously there's you can only have a structure that's minimally complicated, right? Which is fine. It's not generally advisable to have things needlessly complicated, um, but it's not the case that I never enjoy jamming out, right? It's just that there are, I guess, I guess successfully jamming out with people involves a couple of different things. One of which is some history playing with each other in ways that are somewhat repeatable rather than just starting off brand fresh. Um, and the other thing would be like, I guess, somebody driving the boat. Playing with others feels limiting, but it's very nice to play for the good people in our lives. Well, yeah, I mean, I enjoy socializing with the neighbors. I like the way that it includes some additional form of life into our lives, which can be pretty dry, like this, a lot of this going on. And it's nice to have a bit more of a sensory frame of reference brought over to the house temporarily. Jared's a sensor, Kay's a introverted feeler. She's an ENFP, but you know, it's nice to infuse our lives with a little bit of the stuff that we don't normally have much of in our lives. So, you know, I appreciate the way that Jared is super engaged with music all the time. I'm somewhat jealous of that. But it's also the case that, like he said the other day, like, I know all these people who are way better than I am, but they just sit at home. It's like, that's true. I didn't say that's true, but I thought, I'm sure that's true. Because he's not so concerned about being good or whatever, or making amazing music. He sees the whole thing as being an activity rather than so much of an art, right? And that's, so many ways a kind of ideal relationship to have with music, but it's not my relationship with music. Like, he and Kay have been playing gigs up here for a long time, and now at this point, they get paid pretty good to play most of the time they play, like $400 or something. And that's testimony to the value of doing things over and over again. When they first started playing live, they weren't getting paid anything. Maybe they get like free drinks or something. But after they played a bunch of different times, well, some of those people would say, like, oh, I'm calling you. Can you guys play here this weekend or what have you? And eventually they're like, I don't really want to go play that place, but if they're going to pay us this much, then I'll say yes. And then I tell them that, and the place is like, okay, no problem, we'll pay you that. So, you know, now they make pretty good money just playing gigs and stuff. It seems like they play pretty much every weekend. And the reason they're successful links to SE more than anything else. Any tips for how to get into a flow state? Yes, Adderall. Adderall will get you right into a flow state. You may or may not be flowing about something worth flowing about. That, it depends. But you will get flowing. And as far as tips related to that don't link to Adderall, as soon as you figure it out, let me know. My first gig, I was 15. I thought I was going to be sick because the place was packed. We were the support band. Well, that must have been exciting, though. See that you had a decent sized audience there. I've got a very mixed relationship with playing live. On the one hand, when I think about playing live, I just think of how I'm not going to execute things as well as they need to be executed across the board. Like, I'm just not that good. My hand gets tired. I'm playing the guitar. And I might have to remember a lot while playing it or look at a piece of paper with the words on it or something. So I feel as though on that level that I never properly do justice to anything because it's always in some adulterated form as a song. It's not going to have, say, drums or bass or whatever else. And accordingly, I'm always going to feel like, eh. On the other hand, I also really like playing live because I I believe wholeheartedly in my ability to stand out, say like at the open mic or whatever on my merits. Like I go into that thing very confident that I will play better original songs than anybody else there by a large margin. So it's gratifying when I do play songs and some person or persons come up and are like, did you write those songs? That's gratifying. But it's also the case that whether or not I'm going to successfully like present the song so that it's clear to everybody, well, it's a bit of a crapshoot depending on how well I play things. It was an 18-piece drum kit. You were hiding behind all the cymbals. Did you use all 18 drums? It seems like quite a few pieces. I think your kit needs kick, snare, hi-hat, crash and or ride, and a couple of toms might not hurt. That's all you need in a drum kit. Brian Johnson, I just took the most powerful dose of DMT in the world. Well, like, there's no the most powerful dose of DMT in the world. The next person could just take more, right? Yeah, well, people will respond better to covers than they will to bad original songs. So if that other band had bad original songs.
Brian Johnson, thanks for being here.
Hmm. I'll never be the same, says Brian Johnson. Psychosis, bad trips, and life-altering meows. Okay, well, I can assure you that nobody ever like had some kind of life-altering consciousness change because they did too much DMT. That's ridiculous. DMT is not like acid, all right? Yeah, that can happen to you if you take too much acid.
Here? Yeah, it's good to see you. How are you feeling?
How are you feeling? Maybe just share with us what you did a few days ago. Yeah, I did 5 MEO DMT, which is the most powerful psychedelic on the planet. Somewhere between 5 and 10 times more powerful than DMT. It's been 48 hours. I'm still learning how to talk about it. Okay. Well, what's this commercial? Get out of here, commercial for mattress. Sleep and you work your way down to what are you even talking about? So we never actually had on our radar psychedelics. They were always either ancient medicine, using ritualistic practices, but it was never understood as a rejuvenation protocol, something that was for anti-aging. Alright, how much psilocybin were they doing? Okay. He televised the whole thing. It was live streamed. He looked amazingly calm. Going into it and going through the process. It feels like an impossible task to explain. Okay. I experienced raw consciousness and raw intelligence. Infinite depth, infinite width. Okay. You you need to stop, you know. You need to stop with this whole I'm being informed by this psychedelic experience in some kind of meaningful way. Obviously, nobody's trip story is informative to anybody about anything. Why this guy is being interviewed by a channel that's got 1 million subs just because he did DMT, I do not know. I'm sure he took super powerful DMT and he tripped the fuck out, you know? So what? It's the most dynamic experience I've ever experienced as a human. Well, obviously you've not done enough drugs. I think that makes this important in some ways. And it's just the most majestic experience a human being can have. Well, yeah, I mean, you're never gonna get as high as you are on drugs. That's true. These people with their ways, like, what in the world makes people think that this thing here is of value, like what he's saying? Psilocybin basically takes the airport, picks them up, switches them around. Neurons are a little bit more random than they would arguably be, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. So you look at my brain on psilocybin, you see this sort of thing. Like an map connectivity. And this neuroplasticity, rewiring these connections in the brain is what allows trauma victims to well, it may have therapeutic purposes, but how do you connect the psilocybin data? What we saw was the mouse data showed reduced inflammation. Inflammation is a problem in longevity. And psilocybin has this metabolic reset in the brain where blood glucose before this, blah, 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 blah. So we saw this effect from psilocybin, and we wondered if DMT would have a similar effect. So when I woke up catching myself laughing in a dream, I've not laughed in a dream. I don't know if I've ever laughed in a dream. Okay, well, I laugh in dreams. 'Cause I was like, what in the world? Makes people think Not that often, but plenty often enough. So you're in a super good mood, you feel all like rejuvenated and stuff, and it has a profound effect on your life. Well, that's all well and good, but he's not talking about how he made his partner upset. Uh, and how people can be toxic about storing up stuff to be mad about and such. But yesterday, he felt no need to escalate or defend. He dealt with her so much more healthy. Well, maybe you did need to do these drugs then if you were acting badly like that before. I left the Mormon church. I was trying to remap my life. And so I was doing ketamine. I was like, hey, I like this. why why is this guy getting interviewed at all? I mean, he's just some guy who likes drugs. There's a lot of us out in the world. And now he's trying to describe what's happening in terms of MRIs, rejuvenating the brain's very hard. So he looked at every modality possible and looked at blood flow, blah, 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 high fidelity quantification. It's on psilocybin as well. And we saw a dramatic restoration of brain youthful patterns with psilocybin. And he's like, I am so encouraged for psychedelics. It's never been understood as a longevity thing though. But now I'm seeing if you want to live a long time, you gotta do a lot of psychedelics. Wow. You know what? I'm sold. There's some arguments that say psychedelics can cause permanent psychosis. Yeah, I agree, and people have really bad trips, leave them scarred. But it's talking about how the problem is they're just eating random mushrooms in an unsupervised, unqualified setting. Okay, well, fuck off. That's obviously not the problem. The thing is, it's not good to start saying psychedelics are treatment for something because instead of like being a treatment for anything, mushrooms are a good way for me to have good mental health, but I don't, it wouldn't be better if I got them prescribed by the doctor, obviously. Then I'd have unnecessary barrier between me and getting them. And it would not be a good idea to try to prescribe this much a month or something. It's ridiculous. And you talk about the broad risk because friends have a new kind of perspective. We're not going to invest in you if you do psychedelics. Okay, well, I was like, I see you doing this for longevity, but I've seen so many examples where people put money in, they lose the founder, they're like off, everyone's high and dry. Most people in the tech world that I'm familiar with, they're just, man. What motivated me to do what I'm doing now? begs a very important philosophical question. Who am I? If I'm defined by my experiences, it roughly equates to my neurons being wired in a way. Yes, that's a consequence of experiences. If I take drugs and rewire my experiences, am I still the same person? Are you fucking serious? And he says, your question is spot on. Spot on bullshit corner. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Is Trump mad? If by mad you mean insane, I don't think he's insane. I think he's like some kind of supervillain. Yeah, I've also heard about that. That when you're dying, your brain releases a bunch of DMT. A lot of things in the world naturally have DMT in them and produce DMT. It's kind of weird, right? Like, well, and newly born calm, I agree that LSD is different. You know, you take too much acid, you can be fucked. With acid, you're talking about something that's measured in micrograms. And for sure, taking too much acid is a bad idea. DMT is different, though. Like, no matter how hard you trip, it's not going to last more than 45 minutes. Ketamine gets used as a painkiller, tripping your balls off. I mean, the thing about being on ketamine is you're unlikely to like um, get up, do stuff, right? You're stuck in the K-hole, you're just kind of sitting in one place. 45 minutes is a lot. 45 minutes is, I mean, it's a long DMT trip. You know, start to finish in full of everything, 45 minutes seems to me about how long it is. They might say 15 or 20 minutes, but it's longer than that. If you hit it nice and hard, anyway. And shrooms should never be taken by a microdose. At least not like a daily microdose, right? It might be fine to microdose mushrooms one day and you get some impact from it. But if you try to do it again the next day, you will get no impact from it. Yeah, that's what you often hear show media, but it actually lasts longer than that. Through the National Health Service. That's dumb. It's just placebo because, like, the way that psychedelics work, mushrooms especially, you cannot take it like the next day without more than doubling the dose to get the same effect. And obviously, if you're taking a tiny amount in the first place, then you might as well not take anything day number 2. Well, look, it is possible that if you're on a super clean head, you can take a teeny amount of it and feel it to some extent. That's possible. But what's not possible is for you to then feel it again the next day. Yeah, and it's also the case that different people's heads adjust differently over time. Like Jared says, how nowadays he barely has to eat any mushrooms to trip out a lot because he's done so many psychedelics. Not me. For me, I have to eat more than I used to have to eat. Like nowadays, I never eat less than an eighth. I used to think like half an eighth was the right amount to eat. Now I never take less than an eighth. An eighth seems about the right amount to eat. And like today, I took more than an eighth. But today, I only had 4 days in between. So I need to take a little extra. To really give it a full week in between, minimum 5 days. Accordingly, even though it took a little more than an eighth, it didn't hit quite as hard as maybe the last just eighth I took, right? Because it was still premature. Yes, I'm apparently making coffee. Why, you ask? Well, because I had a cup of coffee and then I drank it all. I was like, I could go for some more coffee. So here we are, making coffee. I'll put one of these down, one of these, in this classic cross pattern, an homage to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That should be about fine. Okay. We've got coffee brewing, like Steven stewing. Yes, of course I am going to end the stream very soon. In a little while, we'll see. Okay. You get your shrooms for free, huh? You just got to go pick them October to November time. I did 4-HOMET many years ago. What's 4-HOMET? It was fun, but to be honest, it felt kind of stupid. I don't know what that is even. 4-HOMET. I have no idea what that is. It's like synthetic shrooms, huh? It might be possible to pick shrooms around here. I don't really know, but if it is, I don't know where they are or when to pick them or whatever. I gotta go pee. Oh, merciful heaven. gotta say, listening to that Limelight song by Rush was very eye-opening slash ear-opening. I always knew Rush was terrible, but here's what I didn't know. The guy wanted me to listen to the song Limelight, right? I was surprised by just how terrible it was. So much so that I was able to accurately say, accepting the issue of tone of the instruments, which I didn't critique really, it didn't stand out as notably bad in any way. Except for that, which was passing, I guess you'd say. They literally did absolutely everything wrong. Every single artistic decision they made, start to finish, was wrong. It was an impressive display of terribleness. And I felt satisfied to know, yes, they really are that bad. They're things that I kind of suspected, but never really given it a hard listen for obvious reasons. I mean, I never heard anything from them that inspired me to want to listen to it at all. But, I gave that horrible track, Limelight, a listen, like half of it or so. And wow, it was impressively, shockingly, even though I knew it was going to be terrible, it was impressive how they just made, seriously, like every single decision they made was wrong. A terrible, wrong decision, every single decision. It's like, wow. It's almost like they were trying to make only wrong decisions. I know that's not the case. I'm assuming that they didn't willfully do that, but it's hard to imagine anybody making so many terrible decisions without trying to do so. But I think all anybody needs to do is listen to those lyrics or just read what the lyrics are a little bit and you go, okay, even if I haven't heard anything about this song yet, don't know any of the music part, just from looking at these lyrics, it does not bode well. And I'm not normally one to say lyrics are particularly informative about things musically, but obviously when you are writing lyrics that are so catastrophically bad, well, like I said, it doesn't bode well. And in fact, if you were to then follow up and see about your premonition about the lyrics was right, well, you discover that everything else they do is also absolutely horrible. The decisions about the rhythm, the beat, like when to have like changes and stops, when and whether to repeat a certain rhythm or to change it to something else, the melody line, everything is just incomparably terrible. It's a perfect example of when ESTJs make music. the risks, the harms, the realities of blind spot plus TE. I'm unable to introvertedly intuit at all. Therefore, I'm going to succeed in the field that no one should succeed at unless they introvertedly intuit well. And I'm going to make a great example that you can use there to explain aesthetics, cognitive functions, and the importance of metacognition to recognize one's own deficit areas if one is capable of such. Of course, obviously, only certain types are particularly well adapted to that. But it's informative about life. It's informative about what kind of character do you want to be? What kind of tragedy do you want to be? You could be the kind of tragedy that is like, oh, I've got a bunch of talent, but I have failure to launch. You could be the kind of tragedy that says, I have absolutely no talent, no business succeeding in music at all, but I've got good TE. In general, it is the case that for most people, alcohol probably poses more of a danger than psychedelics. And that has a lot to do with the fact that alcohol has a way of getting habituated into somebody's life. Like, it's so good at what it does in terms of like relaxing you at the end of the day or something. It's easy to understand how people can start off with a relatively healthy relationship with alcohol and still end up with some kind of alcohol problem. That's not me. I started off with an unhealthy relationship and it only went downhill from there. It was never the case that I was able to drink successfully. From the very first drink I ever had, I was like, oh, well, I was cool drinking this little bit, but you know, it would be cooler me getting fucking shit-faced drunk. I was like, no, that's not cooler. I was like, what? You know, shut up. Gonna be 11 years sober on the 18th of April, huh? Well, congratulations, sir. Keep coming back. It works if you work it. And it won't if you don't. Actually, it will still work even if you don't work it. I've got 12 years now. 12 long years. Oh, sure. Some of those, like, listen to me and my technicality rules, people will be like, Eric, you're not sober, you're on drugs all the time. I'd say, that just means I'm not clean. That's why we have two different words for these things. I'm sober. I'm not clean and sober. I'm dirty and sober. That's how I want to be. Yeah, pretty impressive, huh? 12 years. Pretty crazy. Please tell me I did not. Oh, God. You know what? I think that cigarette pack is empty. You might have to go get a new cigarette pack from the car. That might be the issue here. Sober and Dirty would be the title of my autobiography. I mean, that's really the whole point of getting sober, so that I could have a healthy relationship with drugs. Because, you know, when I was drinking, it would always be like, oh, I'm going to do Adderall and get drunk. That does not end well. I assure you. Does not end well. Or it'd be like, hey, it's time to party. Oops, I got drunk and passed out. No, that's not a good way to have fun, obviously. You know what they say? You can't have everything in life. What does that mean? Well, it means I couldn't keep alcohol. Naturally, I was like, but I don't want to compromise. I don't want to have to give up anything. Well, TFB, said reality. TFB. So, you know, eventually I stopped being so stubborn and I just accepted reality. And, you know, sure, I had all these protestations like, but, reality can't be that way because that would imply that I can't make decisions and follow through on them, which I obviously can. Well, you know, Eric, I don't know how much you want to be convinced of this little story you're telling or how correct it is in some theoretical sense that it's not correct that I am powerless over alcohol or what have you. The reality is, I had a long track record of not consuming it well, of not being able to control myself, etc. So whatever the status was in theoretical land, well, that was not my actual experience. Anyway, I had to stop being so legalistic with the AA language. And sure, it's the case that I was never powerless against alcohol. I always had some occasional measure of some control, right? But that's missing the point. It's definitely the case that my life had become unmanageable. And that there never going to be any solution, and half measures availeth nothing. It's true what they say there. Half measures availed me nothing for years and years and years. And the choice fundamentally was one of whether I wanted to stubbornly deny reality or just accept it. Obviously, accepting it was hard because I loved alcohol. I also hated alcohol, but you know, at its best, there's absolutely no substitute for it. The closest substitute for it, for me, is like mushrooms will reliably put me in a good mood and be kind of satisfying in a way that alcohol is satisfying, kind of, but comparing apples and oranges, obviously. On the weed, no comparison. Obviously, alcohol is way better at doing what it does than weed is at doing what it does. But I just can't trust myself with that drug at all. It doesn't matter how much I love her. She was being abusive to me. And, you know, unlike a relationship with a person, I stayed in an abusive relationship not because I loved her so much, but for a lot of other reasons. But I stayed in the relationship with alcohol because I loved it so much. You know, the feeling of warmth going down the gullet and the belly. Ain't nothing like it. Yeah, sober parties sound like a bit of an oxymoron. Well, clean and sober parties maybe do. Or they sound like a kid's party or something, but sober parties sound like, in some way, a better time. Now, it is true that I don't dislike having people drinking around me at all. I kind of like it. People loosen up or whatever, but people go from loosened up to sloppy pretty quick. Um, I did have a couple of coins at some point. I don't know. I wasn't really into that stuff. Sorry, meds don't go hand in hand with all those meds. Right. The meds don't mix well. I figured that out. The meds don't mix well with alcohol. You weren't a happy drunk. I may have been happy drunk at some points in my life, but by the end, I certainly wasn't. What's your favorite aisle in Walmart? I don't know. I don't ever go to Walmart. We don't even have one near us. If I were to want to go to a store like Walmart, well, I'd be much more likely to go to Target, which is in Merced. I know where that is, kind of. But yeah, I've never been a Walmart shopper. I think I love the fact that I've never lived near a Walmart. You're typical with Jack Daniels, huh? I would get Jim Beam over Jack Daniels any day. I was not a fan of Jack Daniels. But, I go between different things. I get like 100 proof Smirnoff vodka. That's got good bang for his buck. It isn't too shitty as far as vodka goes. If I was feeling a little more rich, maybe I'd get some beer. I'd like to have like a half pint of Jim Beam and a 6 pack of beer, and I probably wouldn't finish both, but you know, full half pint, a few beers, I was pretty well crashed out at that point. Double malt whiskey, geez. Well, you know, I I did enjoy some fanciness in my drinking sometimes. Other times I went for cost effectiveness. If I was gonna drink fancy, I'd rather drink good wine than anything else. But if I was drinking fancy liquor, well, I'd be much more likely to get gin and tonic or something with Bombay Sapphire. That's a good, that's a good drink. Can't go wrong with that. Gin and tonic with Bombay Sapphire. Yeah, that's expensive for sure. That's why I say like, if I was drinking fancy, if I was feeling rich, but usually I didn't drink like that. If you're just drinking, if you want to keep it cheap, you get just a pint of Jim Beam and cash that. It'd be fine. Hi, Isabel. Can you please not spam? Jai. Okay. Okay, spam me spams a lot. You can just stop that right now. Little Miss spams a lot. I could eat some more food potentially. Brian Johnson, get out of here with your I do drugs, but I talk about them as health things. Like, just enough already. Yes, psychedelics can be fantastic, but it's not a good idea to frame them in medical terms like that. Because the reason people should do psychedelics if they want to may have to do with general mental health things, might be good for your general mental health, might be good as treatment for trauma or PTSD or whatever, but it's like as soon as you medicalize shit, then you're saying, well, people are best served by having some medical professional oversee this process, which is absolutely not the case. Indeed, they would be poorly served to do that. So that's what I would say about that. I hope we all learned a valuable lesson about that because it's the kind of lessons I teach are valuable ones. It's how I roll. You dig, Doug Dog? I think so. Alright, well, now that Typology's video has 207 views, 28 likes, and 4 comments, so it's growing. This, on the other hand, I published this quite a long time ago, and it has 0 views. This short. Why? I don't know. 0. It's one of those auto clip highlight things. So obviously, it's not going to be as good as one that I actually make, but I'm surprised that it has 0 views. I don't think I've ever had a short get 0 views. You can't get any fewer than that. As far as I know, you can't get negative views on YouTube. All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up, watch this cartoon, and, try to go to bed after that. Like a captain at bedtime would. That video the show media showed me. C.S. Joseph. Why am I being recommended C.S. Joseph shorts? Why? Oh, you know what? I was wrong. This Kate as the Hawk actually has 110 views now. I guess my back end wasn't updating. What's the only country named after a woman? Ladyland? Or no, a woman. Julieland? My answer is Julieland. I'm a citizen of Julieland. You can't do that to me. That's how it goes in Julieland. All right, enough about Julieland. Okay, we're not playing Julieland anymore. Life is strange. And so are we. All of us are strange as well. You might say, if nobody's normal, how do you really know what strange is? Well, you're just going to trust me on this one. I'm using my intuition. All right, good night, everybody. I love you all. Thank you for being here. I'll see you next time. Sleep well, etc.